Chapter 1819. The moment the cold moon shattered, Xiaochen happened to neutralize the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's will in the mask. Xiaochen was first startled when he saw Xianxia appear. Then he quickly and stealthily put the mask away into his storage ring. "Big brother, you've come at the right time. May I know why you've come?" Now that he faced Xianxia again, Xiaochen had a plan in mind. His expression was calm and unperturbed as he asked indifferently. Xianxia did not care. He landed in front of Xiaochen and pointed to the stone pillar in the center. "Little brother Xiaochen, do you see that stone pillar? The faux god flame burning on it contains the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance." The faux god flame. Naturally, Xiaochen had already discovered that this faux god flame was different from the one he obtained in the underground dragon city. His life force was also exceptionally strong, his flames were exuberant, and his divinity was abundant. The underground dragon city's faux god flame was severely depleted due to the constant suppression of the Black Dragon King. When Xiaochen had obtained it, it had been on the verge of extinction. The memories he had inherited were only fragments. His memories were blurred and he was missing a lot. The faux god flame mainly helped Xiaochen comprehend the complete will of soul at the major primal core realm. This faux god flame before Xiaochen was filled with divine nature. He would probably be able to perfectly inherit the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's memories from when he was alive, all the memories of a legendary pirate king, be it the cultivation techniques he cultivated. This was the true Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance, as well as the various battles he experienced and everything he saw. Even if all the treasures on the stone pillars were added up, they would not be as tempting as the faux god flame. This was because it was clear that obtaining these treasures would not help one become a strong faux god like the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. At best, it would allow one to break through the shackles of the Cloud Sea realm and become a divine vein sovereign emperor. Furthermore, after obtaining the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance and all the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's memories, it is very likely that you will become the next Scarlet Blood Pirate King. Right now, the elders and true disciples of the three great devil sects, the captain of the Silver Fox pirate ship, and the other holy sages have all rushed to that place. Unfortunately, no one can approach the stone pillar where the divine flame resides. A trace of pity flashed in Xianxia's eyes. He and Elder Chai were the first to arrive. Unfortunately, after trying in all directions, the two of them still couldn't get close to the stone pillar where the divine flame was located. By the time the two remembered Xiaochen, the other holy venerate experts and the disciples that rivaled holy venerates had all rushed over. He lost the initiative just like that, and it caused Xianxia to be rather vexed. Now, even if he brought Xiaochen over, the possibility of him monopolizing the faux god flame was close to zero. The situation was out of control, and it was no longer something he could control. If Xiaochen wanted to drag things out until the sovereign personage experts of the three great demonic Dao sects arrived, it would be even more hopeless. Now, he could only make a Hail Mary effort and bring Xiaochen back. Controlling Xiaochen was the only advantage that Xiaochen had. Although he didn't reveal everything, Xiaochen could guess the gist of the matter from a few words. He could only say 2 words, "Serves you right." The Scarlet Blood Pirate King was smart and full of schemes. However, he could not do anything before the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's strength. This strengthened Xiaochen's resolve. Before the strong, schemes were all meaningless. Not to mention how strong the Scarlet Blood Pirate King was when he was alive, just the various means he used after his death showed that they were all open schemes and no schemes. However, this left Xianxia, who was full of schemes, at his wit's end, at a loss. Had he brought Xiaochen over from the start, he would not have had to worry so much. The situation would not have turned out like this. However, it was already too late for Xianxia to regret it now. Xiaochen looked at Xianxia and said, "So, Big Brother Yen thinks that the Scarlet Blood War Banner is the key? However, without me, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's war banner is just an ordinary war banner, useless." When Xianxia heard that, he showed a somewhat embarrassed expression. "You can say that. Don't worry. As long as you stand with me, Senior Chai and I will definitely let you obtain a satisfactory harvest from the treasures that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left here. The strength of this faux god flame before us surpasses our expectations. Honestly speaking, with your strength, you will not be able to obtain the inheritance. Even now, this Xianxia was still trying to dupe Xiaoqun, trying to get Xiaoqun to help him willingly. This would increase the chances of obtaining the faux god flame by 1 point. With Xiaoqun's help and Senior Chai's and Yanjia's strength, the chances of obtaining the faux god flame would indeed be the highest. Xiaoqun's heart was as clear as a mirror. This person before him was extremely hypocritical and ruthless. Xiaoqun had already seen through him long ago and naturally would not fall for it. He said, "Big brother Yan, please lead the way." Seeing that Xiaoqun's expression did not change, Yanjia rejoiced in his heart. He smiled and said, "Good, it is settled then. I'll bring you over." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yanjia used the will of soul of a holy venerate to forcefully resist the faux god might. Then he led Xiaoqun through the many stone pillars, moving quickly. Such speed was simply startling. As they passed by some stone pillars, people still fought intensely over the soul tools. Yanjia's expression did not change at all. The faux god flame was a great temptation before him. With the great temptation of the faux god flame before him, the soul tools here paled in comparison. Compared to the value of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's faux god flame, a soul tool was simply not worth it. Furthermore, subduing a soul tool was not easy. If one spent the effort on a soul tool, one would have to give up on the fight for the faux god flame. Hence, a strange scene could be seen. There were about 10 soul tools in this place. However, the ones fighting the most intensely were the late-stage star venerate experts. They fought to the death as they carefully broke the restrictions. None of the holy venerates fought for these soul tools. Their target was the faux god flame. Before I came earlier, I seemed to have sensed the aura of a soul tool. Did you snatch a soul tool from that group of people? Yan just suddenly asked casually. This startled Xiaoqun, but his expression did not change at all. Big brother Yan must be joking. It is just a peak inherited Dao tool. What's wrong? Is Big brother Yan interested? I'll take it out and show it to Big brother Yan. Ah, how can that be? I was just casually asking. Yan just smiled magnanimously and did not say anything more. In reality, Yanjia also felt that it was unrealistic for Xiaoqun to subdue a soul tool. Yanjia had seen that even if several star venerates worked together, they would have difficulty breaking the restrictions. Furthermore, Xiaoqun was a major primal core venerate. How could he withstand the restrictions on a soul tool? Yanjia probed Xiaoqun a little and stopped asking. If it really was a soul tool, Yanjia would not hesitate to fall out with Xiaoqun and force it out. With a soul tool in hand, even if Yanjia could only bring out 10% of its might, his chances of obtaining the faux god flame would increase significantly. However, no matter what, Yanjia could not imagine that Xiaoqun did obtain a soul tool. However, the soul tool in Xiaoqun's hand was somewhat special. It was not an offensive soul tool. Back then, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King had obtained it by chance. He had not studied it thoroughly, only treating it as an ordinary soul tool. The restrictions on it were not as strong as those of other soul tools that focused on offense. Furthermore, Xiaoqun's cultivation of the Saber Dao was abnormally horrifying. He also had the Divine Dragon War body and the Blue Dragon bloodline. With a fortuitous encounter, he managed to break the restrictions. If it were anyone else, even a holy venerate, it would not be easy to break the restrictions on this mask. Just how to neutralize that sword intent was enough of a headache. Furthermore, when the sword intent injured the physical body, dealing with it would be even more difficult. If one was not careful, the sword intent could take over the life force of the physical body and kill the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's restrictions. Boom! Suddenly, extremely strong auras came from the front. Even Xiaoqun's expression changed involuntarily. Even the weakest of these auras was terrifyingly strong. Without a doubt, these were either experts equal to holy venerates or holy venerates themselves. Their target was only one, the faux god flame. Xiaoqun looked around and discovered that these people were mostly in groups of 3 to 5, occupying a stone pillar. No one touched the soul tools on the stone pillars or the spirit jades under the soul tools. Everyone's gazes landed on the brightest stone pillar in front, looking fervently at the clump of flame burning on it. That was the faux god flame that represented the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance. Chapter 1820. Boom. A loud explosion resounded in the sky filled with dazzling sparks. As it approached the divine flame pearl, it was violently jolted back. His face was pale, and a trace of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. His expression was one of unwillingness as he landed on his stone pillar. A banner embroidered with a silver fox hung on that stone pillar. A group of unruly star venerates with surging killing chi gathered around the banner. The space between their brows was filled with hostility. With one look, one could tell that they were ruthless pirates who had killed countless people. It still won't work. Even a sovereign personage would not be able to break through the foe god might here, said the middle-aged man indignantly after he landed on the ground. This man was the pirate overlord of the Infinite Star Sea, the captain of the Silver Lake Pirate Group, also known as Holy Sage Silver Fox. As Xiaochen stood beside Xianxia, he sized up the surroundings. He was somewhat surprised to discover some familiar people. The one in the lead was the Fantasy Cloud Pavilion's young master, Ozhinyun, whom Xiaochen had met in the pirate hall. He was the one who had sold the black tortoise's shell to him. He was also the one who sent people to kill him. This fellow occupied a stone pillar alone, not even bothering to look at the spirit jades and soul tools on it. He stared at the pillar of divine fire, his eyes full of desire and the flames of ambition flickering in them. The true inheritors of the Fantasy Cloud sect surrounded him, each occupying a stone pillar by themselves. They occupied an area and had a holy venerate elder overseeing it. Their overall strength was extremely strong. However, even if these true inheritors were from the same sect, there would definitely be intense competition for the foe god flame. The situation of the other two great demonic Dao sects, the Heavenly Eagle Castle and the Blood Demon Palace, was similar. The true disciples each occupied a stone pillar. The old acquaintance, Yang Feng, was also here. It wasn't surprising that Lin Yun was delayed by a few days to subdue the Imperial Swordherb. Along the way, he had cleared the checkpoints alone, so it was normal for this person to be ahead of him. Other than that, there were also some wandering cultivators who formed groups of 2s and 3s. Like the Silver Fox, the other two 7-star pirate gangs in the Infinite Star Sea, the Bloody Shadow Pirate Gang and the Fierce Gale Pirate Gang, also raised their banners and gathered in one direction. Xiao. Xianxia brought Xiaochen and landed on the stone pillar where Elder Chai was. "Young man, we meet again," Elder Chai said with a fake smile when he saw Xiaochen. Xiaochen answered with a grunt. There was also a pile of spirit jades on this stone pillar. A soul tool hovered above the spirit jades. Superior grade spirit jades. Upon closer inspection, Xiaochen discovered that the stone pillars surrounding the divine flame pillars were all filled with superior grade spirit jades. Compared to medial grade spirit jades, superior grade spirit jades were of much higher quality. One superior grade spirit jades was equivalent to thousands or even tens of thousands of medial grade spirit jades. Even in the Great Thousand Realms, there were pitifully few spirit veins that could produce superior grade spirit jades. Moreover, without exception, they were all occupied by some holy lands, dynasties, and rank 7 sects. Xiaochen wondered what this group of people was thinking. There was a pile of superior grade spirit jades before them, yet they treated it like nothing. Xiaochen kept staring at the foe god flame. It was like if he focused on the superior grade spirit jades, the foe god flame would brush past him if he delayed. Xianxia and Elder Chai spoke in low voices. Xiaochen could not be bothered with them. He directly started to break the restrictions on the superior grade spirit jades. Compared to the medial grade spirit jades from before, the restrictions on the superior grade spirit jades were much stronger. However, they were definitely not as strong as the restrictions on the soul tools. It was only a matter of time before Xiaochen broke them. Boom! The sword intent soared into the clouds. Such a strange movement immediately startled the surrounding people staring at the foe god flame. "Xianxia, when did you sneak back here again?" The Silver Fox Pirate Group's captain's gaze lingered on Xiaochen for only a moment before shifting to Xianxia, who had returned. "Hee, you even brought along a young man who is greedy for money. Ha! He is only a major primal core venerate. I wonder if the restrictions will shake him to death. Xianxia, aren't you going to help?" When the pirates spoke, they were very carefree. As they looked at Xiao Chen's actions, their eyes filled with disdain. Anyone with some experience here would not care about superior-grade spirit jades compared to the faux god flame. Superior-grade spirit jades were simply nothing. Even if Xiao Chen wanted to make a move, it would be more reliable to obtain the soul tools. Collecting the spirit jades made others look down on him. Everyone here had status. If they were not holy venerates, they were true inheritors of rank 6 sections. Their experience was not low. Xianxia showed a slightly embarrassed expression. He had not expected Xiao Chen to suddenly make a move on this pile of spirit jades. However, he discovered that Xiao Chen did not care at all, continuing to break the restrictions on the superior-grade spirit jades. Little brother Chen, I'll help you collect these spirit jades later. There is no rush. Xianxia coughed twice and looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen said casually, "It's fine. Go about your business. In any case, you are just standing around." "It's you." Two people in the crowd showed shock in their eyes. One of them burned with rage, and the other showed a murderous intent in his eyes. Naturally, the one burning with rage was Yang Feng. He turned his head and said to the leading elder of the Heavenly Eagle Castle, "Elder Gao, he is the white-robed mad demon who killed my sect's core disciples." With two holy venerates by Xiao Chen's side, naturally, Yang Feng did not dare to make a move. He could only turn his gaze to the Heavenly Eagle Castle's holy venerate elder. Is he also the person who kicked junior brother Fei Yang? The other true inheritor of the Heavenly Eagle Castle mocked softly. Elder Gao and the top true inheritor of the sect, Long Tingyu, stood on a stone pillar. Long Tingyu opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flickered in them. "Elder, this person is somewhat strange. If he is useless, Xianxia would not have brought him here for no reason. We can test him." Elder Gao sent a voice projection. "That is exactly what I was thinking." Elder Gao raised his gaze and fixed it on Xianxia. "Captain Yen, please hand over this person beside you. He killed more than 10 of my Heavenly Eagle Castle's core disciples. If you do not hand him over, the Heavenly Eagle Castle will treat you as an accomplice. Xianxia, this fellow also killed my Fantasy Cloud sect's core disciples and several outer administrators. His crimes are unforgivable. If you do not hand him over today, my Fantasy Cloud sect will treat you as an accomplice as well." Just as Elder Gao finished speaking, the voice of the illusory Cloud sect's leading elder rang out. The situation immediately turned interesting. Two great demonic Dao sects actually wanted people at the same time. Xianxia immediately felt a headache coming on. Since when did this Xiao Chen create such a huge problem? Before Xianxia could plan how to use Xiao Chen, someone already targeted him. Xianxia turned his head to look at Xiao Chen. He saw that Xiao Chen was still anxiously breaking the restrictions on the superior-grade spirit jades as if nothing had happened. Damn it! This bastard's ability to cause trouble is really heaven-defying. Previously, Xiao Chen helped me destroy the Silver Fox Pirate Group's young master. This time, he actually offended two great demonic Dao sects at the same time. Could it be that he wants me to help him deal with this? Xianxia looked at Senior Chai. However, Senior Chai remained expressionless as he said indifferently, "It has already come to this. No matter how you plan, it is already too late. Just say it in advance. The sooner you say it, the better." Xianxia immediately cursed in his heart. He knew that this Senior Chai had no intention of competing for the faux god flame. He mainly wanted some natural treasures that could extend one's life. There was no need to worry too much. Two great demonic Dao sects wanted to cause trouble at the same time, and Senior Chai expressed his neutrality. After thinking for a while, Xianxia suddenly smiled and said, "This Yen has no connection with this little brother. I only brought him here because of some fortuitous encounters." At this crucial moment, Xianxia made a decision. He could not offend the two great demonic Dao sects for Xiao Chen. The two great demonic Dao sects were horrifying factions with sovereign personages and many holy venerate elders. They were much stronger than 7-star pirate groups. Xianxia could not afford to take this blame. Xiao Chen, who was currently breaking the restrictions, revealed a mocking smile. He was not surprised. It was already very impressive that this cheap big brother of his could act for so long. In that case, why are you still not handing him over? The two demonic Dao sect elders pressed forward with an aggressive aura. Xianxia smiled and said, "I really cannot hand him over. He is the one who opened the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure trove. He is the only one who can break through the faux god might and enter the treasure pillar with the divine flame." What? The moment Xianxia said that, a huge commotion immediately broke out. Some of the people who originally did not care about this matter focused their gazes on Xiaoqin. The person who could enter the treasure pillar with the divine flame and break the stalemate was a major primal core venerate? Or was he the one who opened the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure trove? That was impossible. There were so many of them, older generation holy venerates and outstanding talents of the demonic Dao sections. Who knew how many methods they had tried? All of them returned empty-handed. An insignificant major primal core venerate could enter the treasure pillar with the divine flame? Many questions gathered in everyone's mind. Only one word appeared in everyone's mind: disbelief. The elders of the two great devil sects were also shocked. They didn't expect that after a round of interrogation, they would actually get such a result. Words are no proof. "Captain Yen, you have to prove it," Elder Gao said coldly as he stared at Xianxia. Xianxia felt helpless that the situation had turned out like this. However, at this point, he could not be bothered to overthink it. He only hoped to break the stalemate quickly. Given his and Senior Chai's strength, they still had a high chance of obtaining the faux god flame. Senior Chai's strength was even more terrifying than many people imagined. As long as he was around, Xianxia had a 60% chance of success. It was worth a gamble. However, if this continued and the demonic Dao sect sovereign personages arrived, Senior Chai would not be strong enough, and Xianxia would not have any hope. "Little brother Xiao, this is your only chance to preserve your life. Prove it to everyone." Xianxia took out the Scarlet Blood War banner and handed it to Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin did not turn around or care about Xianxia. He continued to break the restrictions on the superior grade spirit stones. Xianxia showed a somewhat embarrassed expression. Everyone's gazes were focused on this place. However, Xiaoqin still acted like nothing had happened. All he cared about was the superior grade spirit stones. No one knew what Xiaoqin was thinking. "Brat, quickly prove that you opened the Scarlet Blood War treasure trove. Quickly. If you can climb the pillar with the divine flame, I'll give you 10,000 superior grade spirit jades. As long as you can remove the faux god might, I'll give you 100,000 superior grade spirit jades." Although Xiaoqin was not in a rush, the group of holy venerate experts became anxious. Some of the unruly pirates even could not hold back and showed signs of snatching Xiaoqin away. Just as everyone's patience reached its limit, Xiaoqin finally subdued the pile of superior grade spirit jades and slowly turned around. Xiaoqin glanced at Xianxia, then at the anxious crowd. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Since everyone hopes that I can climb the pillar with the divine flame, I will not stand on ceremony." Chapter 1821. Someone needed to break this stalemate, especially someone who was only a major primal core venerate. This was because such a cultivation would not be able to endure the inheritance of the faux god flame. If one's cultivation was too low, their soul would explode. Most importantly, in their opinion, Xiaoqin was a major primal core venerate. So what if he could climb the divine flame pillar? He could still kill him if he wanted to. If it was someone else, such as Xianxia or Elder Chai, the situation would definitely be different. The instant Xiaoqin received the Scarlet Blood War banner, his aura suddenly changed. The war banner flapped loudly, giving off a faint scarlet light. The situation suddenly changed. Xiaoqin's body seemed to be covered by a layer of invisible light, becoming the main character of this space. It made people unable to ignore him and uncontrollably focus their attention on Xiaoqin. Kacha kacha. The flags of the 3 7-star pirate crews started to tremble violently. Cracks even appeared on the flagpoles. He really obtained the acknowledgement of the Scarlet Blood War banner. Quickly put away the Silver Fox War banner. The Silver Fox Holy Venerate's expression changed drastically. Daring to raise his flag before the legendary Pirate King's war flag was undoubtedly a form of mockery. There was naturally a price to pay for mocking the King War banner. Blood Shadow and Violent Gale, the two great pirate groups, also hurriedly put away their war flags. If they persisted, the war banner would definitely be damaged under such pressure. A strong aura spread out from Xiao Chen's body. Standing beside Xiao Chen, Yanzhi, Senior Chai, and the others frowned slightly. With a light tap of his feet, he landed on another stone pillar. At this moment, there was no need for him to prove himself. When Xiao Chen grasped the war banner, everyone believed Yanzhi's words. The scarlet blood treasure was indeed Xiao Chen's. There was indeed only one person who could climb the treasure pillar of divine fire. Haha, Yanzhi, you didn't lie after all. Brat, hurry up and ascend the divine flame pillar. Take out the faux god flame. The Blood Shadow pirate group's captain could not help but laugh loudly. The stalemate continued for a long time. The various holy venerates present all tried countless methods. However, they were unable to climb the divine flame pillar. Now that hope was right before their eyes, they were all extremely excited. Junior, what are you waiting for? Quickly climb the treasure pillar with the divine flame and retrieve the faux god flame for us. Why are you dilly-dallying? Do you want to die? Hurry up or I'll kill you. All kinds of impatient noises could be heard, and all kinds of angry words were directed at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen sneered in his heart. His expression was calm and indifferent. This won't do. Before I go up, I have to leave a restriction on his body. Unlike the others, Yanzhi knew that Xiao Chen was not as simple as he looked. He was not an ordinary major primal core venerate. If he was allowed to ascend the pillar of divine fire, something uncontrollable might happen. It was necessary to leave a countermeasure in case anything went wrong. Xiao Chen's expression did not change, but he frowned slightly. Yanzhi had completely shed his disguise. That's right. It's good to leave a restriction behind, lest that little bastard try anything funny. You, Yanzhi, can leave a restriction in his body. Our Heavenly Eagle Castle. Right after Yanzhi spoke, the Heavenly Eagle Castle's Yang Feng immediately chimed in. Right, that's right. Our Fantasy Cloud sect needs to leave a restriction in his body as well, Ojinyun said coldly as his eyes flickered. That makes sense. Our Fantasy Cloud sect needs to leave a restriction in his body as well. Ha! Of course, our Blood Shadow pirate group needs to leave a restriction in his body as well. Ha! Of course, my Silver Fox pirate group can't miss out on such a thing. After Yanzhi stirred up trouble, he immediately got people to speak up one after another, saying that they wanted to leave a restriction in Xiao Chen's body as well. The four holy venerates and the various true inheritors all looked at Xiao Chen like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. There was no respect in their eyes at all, and their words were impudent. Interesting. All of you are shouting so happily. When did I agree to your request? To ask you to leave a restriction in my body. Amidst the clamor, a bone-chilling voice suddenly rang out. Xiao Chen's gaze swept through the surroundings, passing through the faces of the people making a fuss. As Xiao Chen's cold gaze drifted around, the clamor slowly calmed down. Are you qualified to retort? You are just a mere major primal core venerate, and you dare to be so unbridled before us? Don't forget that your life is still in the hands of our Heavenly Eagle Castle and the Fantasy Cloud sect. When Yang Feng saw Xiao Chen's gaze, he raged in his heart. He continued coldly, "You trash, don't think of playing any tricks. I told you to be obedient, so be obedient. Don't think that you are the reincarnation of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King just because of this." Xiao Chen shifted his gaze and fixed it on Yang Feng. He did not say anything, only looking at him coldly. Seeing Xiao Chen's gaze, Yang Feng felt extremely pleased. What's wrong? Feeling sullen? Here, we are either holy venerates or rank 6 demonic Dao sect true inheritors. In terms of identity, status, and strength, who can you compare to? Just be obedient and listen to me. Yang Feng shifted his gaze and knelt in Elder Gao's direction. Elder Gao, please let me make a move and teach him a lesson. Obediently leave a restriction in his body to show the might of my Heavenly Eagle Castle. Elder Gao's expression turned sullen, feeling extremely upset in his heart. Yang Feng killed so many core disciples of my Heavenly Eagle Castle, yet he still dares to retort. Does he not know what kind of situation he is in? This is too unbridled. Very well. Yang Feng, I permit you to make a move. leave a restriction on my heavenly eagle castle, and teach him to be more obedient. Yang Feng showed wild joy on his face. He could finally teach this fellow a lesson and wash away his previous humiliation. Yang Feng knelt on one knee and performed a cupped fist salute with a smile. This disciple obeys. I will definitely not humiliate my heavenly eagle castle. But before he could finish his words, he saw a blade of grass silently fly over. In the next moment, a resplendent sword light burst out of Yang Feng's body, immediately cutting off all signs of life. Sword holes appeared all over his body, and blood spurted out like a fountain. Yang Feng still maintained his kneeling posture. The joyful smile on his face did not fade away, instead freezing. Yang Feng. Elder Gao showed a startled expression as he looked at Yang Feng. This was simply inconceivable. The late-stage star venerate Yang Feng, a heavenly eagle castle true inheritor, died in the blink of an eye before Elder Gao. Absurd. Absurd. This is simply absurd. Senior brother Yang. Junior brother Yang. Boom! When the many heavenly eagle castle true inheritors and the leading elders called out, Yang Feng finally responded. The sword intent in his body accumulated and exploded wildly. The resplendent sword light soared into the clouds. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, a cruel sight to behold. The scene was dead silent. Everyone had a look of disbelief on their faces. As they looked at Xiaoqin, horror flashed in their eyes. This young man was terrifyingly calm. He had made his move without making a sound. When Yang Feng knelt on one knee with his side facing Xiaoqin, Xiaoqin directly attacked without hesitation. Xiaoqin killed a rank 6 sect true inheritor on a whim. Even if some of the holy venerates among them could kill Yang Feng, they would not dare to do so in front of Elder Gao. It was a little too daring, too lawless. Such decisiveness in killing and boldness were something that many ambitious and ruthless people of the demonic Dao could not compare to. What was a demon? A demon was a person's pride and unyielding character. A demon was innately proud. They were extraordinary. Those who humiliated me died. Those who scolded me died. Those who killed me had to die. As Xianxia looked at Xiaoqin, he was so shocked that he could not close his mouth. It was like at this moment he truly got to know Xiaoqin. This white-clad bladesman before Xianxia was much more terrifying than he had imagined. From the very start, Xianxia could not control Xiaoqin. Xianxia felt some regret in his heart. He should not have brought Xiaoqin here. This is impossible. Elder Gao somewhat lost his rationality. He turned his head and looked at Xiaoqin, his eyes filled with confusion. Xiaoqin's expression remained calm, not showing any fluctuations. It was like everything that happened earlier was not his doing. Elder Gao clenched his teeth and enunciated every word clearly. You killed him. Xiaoqin replied indifferently, if someone wants to kill me, I will definitely kill them. Good. If someone wants to kill me, I will definitely kill them. Heavenly Eagle Castle disciples, heed my orders. Immediately kill this white-clad thief. Roger. The enraged Elder Gao snorted coldly. The remaining 5 true inheritors of the Heavenly Eagle Castle did not dare to attack. Aside from the top true inheritor, Longtime, the others all soared into the air and charged at Xiaoqin. They circulated their demonic Dao cultivation techniques and forcefully absorbed the power of everything in the world. Their auras soared continuously. They soared into the air, looking like a mountain range, a river, or a surging sea. Good timing. Xiaoqin laughed loudly, and his eyes shone with golden light. He instantly activated his great desolate Ian Overlord class bloodline. Xiaoqin reared his head back and roared. A dragon roar spread out in all directions. The terrifying dragon might immediately knocked away the faux god might in the surroundings. I am a true dragon, born with a lofty character and filled with hot-bloodedness. Why would I fear a battle? Chapter 1822. Kill. The Heavenly Eagle Castle's demonic cultivation technique focused on aura. Once they circulated their demonic cultivation technique, the Heavenly Eagle Castle's demonic cultivation technique would explode. Once they circulated their demonic cultivation technique, they would extract the aura of everything in the world at all times. The longer they used it, the stronger their aura would be. They gave off an endless feeling. The cultivators who fought with them would all feel extremely sullen. This was a completely unreasonable fighting method. As long as one took a step back, one could forget about advancing further. This was because the other party's next strike would definitely have an aura that was twice as strong as the previous strike, perhaps even several times stronger. What did it mean to be unreasonable? That was exactly what it meant. However, today this group of people met Xiaoqin, who was even more unreasonable than them. When the 4 Heavenly Eagle Castle true inheritors worked together to charge over, Xiaoqin instantly activated his Blue Dragon bloodline, an overlord-class bloodline of the ancient Great Desolate Aeon. At this moment, Xiaoqin unleashed it without holding anything back. The terrifying aura even temporarily knocked away the faux god might. Without the suppression of the faux god might, the 4 immediately felt their physical bodies relax. However, this relaxation did not last for even a second. In the next moment, a dragon might even more terrifying than the faux god might surged over. Boom! The 4 suddenly suffered a heavy blow, and their expressions changed drastically. They all felt their bodies plummet toward the deep abyss like lead balls. In that instant, these 4 revealed horrified expressions. Once they fell into the deep abyss, they would die without a burial. That would truly be dying without a burial. Even a holy venerate would not be able to escape death, smashed into meat paste. No one could survive. Elder Gao's expression changed slightly, and he immediately wanted to help. However, Longtime stopped him. Elder Gao, this is not a good time to make a move. Those old fellows are watching. The next moment, Elder Gao realized that if he was injured in any way, he would not be able to escape. If Xiaoqin got injured, he would not be a match for the other holy venerates at all. Furthermore, those who can become my Heavenly Eagle Castle's true inheritors are all skilled. How could they fall so easily? A crafty light flashed in Longtinyu's eyes. He shouted, "Junior brothers, don't hold back anymore. Quickly capture that white-clad thief." The moment Longtinyu said that, the people of the other factions could no longer hold back. If the Heavenly Eagle Castle's people really captured Xiaoqin, then the faux god flame would end up in the Heavenly Eagle Castle's hands. The leading elder of the Fantasy Cloud sect said, "Quickly make a move. We absolutely cannot let the Heavenly Eagle Castle's people capture that brat." Roger. Aside from Xiahou Yuan, the 5 true disciples of the Fantasy Cloud sect, including Zhenyun, moved out at the same time. All of you, wait for an opportunity to strike. If there's a chance, snatch him over. A cold light flashed in the Silver Fox Holy Venerate's eyes as he instructed his late-stage Star Venerate subordinates beside him. I guarantee it will be a piece of cake. Immediately, the true inheritors of the 3 demon royal halls and the experts of the 3 7-star pirate groups took action. In their eyes, Xiaoqin had become a delicious cake that they had to fight over. The situation was completely out of control. Yenji's gaze was gloomy as his gaze descended onto Xiaoqin, and his killing intent was like a blazing flame that burned fiercely. The 4 Heavenly Eagle Castle true inheritors finally brought out their trump cards. Under the pressure of Xiaoqin's strong dragon might, they forcefully climbed up the stone pillar where Xiaoqin was. When they looked at Xiaoqin, they did not hesitate to surround him. Thunder Dragon 9 transformations. However, no matter how fast they were, how could they be faster than Xiaoqin, who had been waiting for a long time? The moment the 4 climbed up the stone pillar, they executed their killing moves. However, this time, the Thunder Dragon 9 transformations did not split up. Instead, the attack power of the 81 saber strikes of the 9 transformations all gathered into one move. In that instant, the Scarlet Blood War banner in Xiaoqin's hand pierced through the chest of one of the 4 true inheritors, sending him flying into the deep abyss. Startled cries rang out, but Xiaoqin's hands did not stop moving. The primal chaos veritable essence energy in his 9-star primal core spun, and the Taiji force field instantly formed. With the support of the horrifying dragon might, Xiaoqin's Taiji energy became even more clingy. The 3 true inheritors in the depths could only bring out 60% of their strength. That was already their limit. Ding, ding, ding. One man and one banner, Xiaochen easily dealt with the three's attacks. The dragon might from the ancient blue dragon firmly suppressed the three's auras. This prevented the three from bringing out the characteristics of their demonic cultivation techniques. From start to end, Xiaochen suppressed them. It looked like the experts of the Fantasy Cloud sect and the other factions would charge over soon. Xiaochen did not want to drag this out. He stabbed the Scarlet Blood War banner into the ground and quickly drew the tyrant saber with his right hand. With a saber in hand, Xiaochen was like a different person from without a saber. The saber Dao and the thunder Dao layered over each other. Then, Xiaochen executed an incredibly tyrannical 1,000-army break. With the tyrant saber in hand, Xiaochen could block 1,000 soldiers alone. Break! The strong saber technique materialized a berserk saber wind that blew on the three Heavenly Eagle Castle true inheritors. The saber wind cut the three's bodies, leaving them covered in wounds. The true inheritors did their best to block Xiaochen's killing move. However, after the blue dragon bloodline activated, their auras were firmly suppressed. The true inheritors could not circulate their demonic cultivation techniques. How could they block Xiaochen's saber strike? When the tyrant saber arrived, the might of 1,000-army break burst out, knocking the three out of the stone pillars and into the deep abyss. 10 moves. In less than 10 moves, the four true inheritors of the Heavenly Eagle Castle all lost. This was completely unexpected. Even Longtime, who played a trick, did not expect this. Originally, Longtime thought that these people should be more than enough to last until the experts of the other factions arrived. However, who could have imagined that when facing Xiaochen, who had activated his bloodline and held the terrain advantage? These people couldn't even last 10 moves. How terrifying! Is this the might of an overlord-class bloodline of the Great Desolate Aeon? Truly incredible. The top 100 of the Great Desolate Aeon bloodlines are all demonic geniuses. Among them, the overlord-class Great Desolate Aeon bloodlines are even more heaven-defying. However, I have never heard of such a dragon race bloodline among the 6 dragon race bloodlines. Who cares about the dragon race bloodline or the Great Desolate Aeon bloodline? He cannot last for long. No matter how heaven-defying he is, he will reach the end soon. When the experts of the other 2 demonic Dao sects and the 3 pirate groups arrive, he will have no choice but to surrender. No matter how powerful his bloodline is, he will not be able to last for long. He might be awe-inspiring now, but he will become a dog later. Upon seeing Xiaochen kill the 4 true inheritors in 10 moves, the experts of the various factions felt shocked. However, they were all peerless experts with broad horizons. They could tell at a glance. With one glance, they could tell that Xiaochen relied on the power of his bloodline to suddenly erupt with such strong power. Even if Xiaochen erupted with the power of his bloodline, he would not have been able to kill the 4 true inheritors so easily elsewhere. Once the power of the bloodline was exhausted, Xiaochen would immediately revert to his original form, becoming a major primal core venerate that he could easily crush. He couldn't retreat now. He had to seize this opportunity to capture Xiaochen and control Xiaochen. Xiaochen's eyes shone with a dazzling golden light as he looked at the experts coming from all directions. His gaze was ice-cold, devoid of any emotions. Dragon might surged from Xiaochen's body. After activating his bloodline, he was no longer suppressed by this space. His aura surged violently, and the dragon's roar reverberated in all directions. He watched as these people surrounded him and approached him. Xiaochen was expressionless and didn't move at all. What is this guy trying to do? You know you can't escape death, so you've given up resisting? No matter how much he jumps around, he is still just an evil dragon. He can't possibly overturn the heavens. Seeing that Xiaochen did not take any action, the holy venerate experts observing the situation all started mocking him. However, just as the experts from all directions approached Xiaochen, the situation suddenly changed. Xiaochen's left hand quickly moved, forming a strange hand seal. It was like a lotus flower never touching water or the sun and moon never hanging high in the sky. Buddhist sect's 7-kill seal. In that instant, Xiaochen's already horrifying aura soared 7-fold, turning into a pitch-black, veil-like killing chi that spread into the surroundings. Damn it! I can't move. This killing qi. This killing qi has already infiltrated my internal organs, limbs, bones, and even the depths of my soul. It's all his killing qi. It's over. What should I do? Immediately, fear spread throughout the bodies of the various experts in the depths of the killing qi. This was a fear that was stuck in their throats, unable to express. Horror filled their hearts. This feeling was 100 times more unbearable than suffocating. An expressionless Buddha appeared behind Xiaochen. At this moment, resolving the mundane cut off all emotions and desires, severing all attachments to the mundane world. The Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's second move, resolving the mundane. Boom. An eternal saber light swept out, igniting the killing qi in the surroundings. Kasu. In this instant, the physical bodies and souls of all the attackers turned to dust. Not to mention that being emotionless was demonic, but becoming a Buddha with a thought was even more terrifying. The golden light in Xiaochen's eyes faded, and his great desolate Ian bloodline went dormant once more. Then his aura slowly recovered. However, the surroundings remained silent, not a single sound could be heard. The seemingly thin, white-clad youth standing beside the Scarlet Blood War banner held a saber in his hand as he looked around. It was like he was announcing who was the true ruler of this place. Chapter 1823. He made use of the great desolate Ian bloodline to stay for a final period of time. Xiaochen used the vast dragon might to turn it into a sevenfold killing qi to kill all the true inheritors and star venerate experts who came to attack. His body and soul were annihilated. Such a cruel massacre inevitably stimulated the demonic nature in Xiaochen's body. As his long hair fluttered in the wind, his body emitted a terrifying demonic might. Even without the primordial dragon might, no one dared to underestimate this demonic might. Many of the demonic path experts present looked at the current Xiaochen. None of them dared to say that their demonic might was stronger than Xiaochen's. Yanzhi's expression changed. As he looked at Xiaochen, he exclaimed in shock, "You entered the demonic Tao." He remembered that when he first met Xiaochen, Xiaochen did not have the slightest bit of demonic nature. He cultivated the righteous cultivation technique and absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. His temperament was also upright. But at this moment, Xiaochen was clearly full of demonic nature, and his eyes were filled with the gaze of a primordial beast. This was a gaze similar to the Yazi beasts. The demonic nature that Xiaochen's body gave off was also the result of his physical body and bloodline being modified by the immemorial demon soul formation. It was inevitable for Yanzhi to be surprised. Xiaochen smiled faintly. With this smile, all the demonic aura disappeared in an instant. The swastika on Xiaochen's forehead shone with a golden light. His entire body was bathed in a gentle Buddhist light. The light of the Mahasvara Buddha's Saraira that his physical body had absorbed slowly spread out. Becoming a Buddha with a smile was like a spring breeze. Tell me, am I a Buddha or a demon? Xiaochen looked at Yanzhi and said softly with a faint smile. What a pure Buddhist light. How is this possible? Yanzhi turned pale with fright. His expression changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The holy venerate experts on the other stone pillars, as well as the top true inheritors of the demonic sect, all opened their eyes, dumbfounded. He had never seen a person with two completely different temperaments. Furthermore, they were both extremely pure. Furthermore, they were two completely opposing Daoists. You actually cultivate both Buddhism and demonic Tao. How audacious! Sooner or later, you'll go crazy. Since ancient times, good and evil have always been incompatible. Those who dared to cultivate both Buddhism and demonic Tao never had a good ending. Since ancient times, there has never been an exception. Sooner or later, you will be doomed eternally. That's right, the righteous path cannot tolerate you, and the demonic path cannot tolerate you either. There won't be a place for you in this world, and your life will be filled with calamities. It was unknown which nerve of these people had been angered, but when they saw the demonic might on Xiaochen's body recede and the Buddha's aura appear, they were all shocked. The experts of the older generation started cursing loudly. Xiaochen laughed out loud. Amidst his presumptuous laughter, The Buddhist light on his body disappeared, and the Buddhist mark between his eyebrows quietly faded away. The saber intent all over Xiao Chen's body turned into a move that soared into the clouds, clashing with the faux god might filling the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The crisp hum of a saber resounded in all directions in an instant. That was a pure saber intent, unbridled and proud, free and unrestrained. Xiao Chen laughed loudly and said, "I am not an immortal or a demon, nor am I a Buddha. I am me, the white-robed Xiao Chen. My original heart has not changed, and my original heart has not changed. I look at flowers with tears in my eyes, and the flowers cry. I look at the moon with worry, and the moon grieves. Gods, Buddhas, immortals, and demons are just superficial appearances. The heart has all sorts of appearances. Hence, all things in the world have all sorts of appearances. You see me killing people like flies, so you treat me as the white-robed mad demon. Others see me as pure and untainted, so they call me the white-robed bladesman. However, in the end, I am me. What does what you think of me have to do with me?" At this moment, Xiao Chen did not have any demonic might or Buddhist light. There was only a pure saber intent and the pride of following his original heart. Xiao Chen's words stunned many of the people present. They vaguely felt touched in the depths of their hearts. The voices scolding and cursing Xiao Chen stopped abruptly. None of them could say anything. After a long time, Xianxia startled awake. He looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "What exactly are you trying to do? With your strength, there is no way for you to obtain the faux god flame. Why must you do this, offending all of us?" "That's right. If you are willing, this place is filled with soul tools. As long as you are willing to hand over the faux god flame, we will naturally work together to help you break the restrictions on the soul tools. There is no need to be so stubborn." The moment Xianxia said that, another holy venerate immediately agreed. At this moment, the silver fox holy venerate also said, "Junior, it was our fault for wanting to plant restrictions in your body earlier. We can also forgive you for killing our subordinates. As long as you are willing to hand over the faux god flame, we can fulfill another request." Immediately, all sorts of voices rang out. The various holy venerate experts all said that as long as Xiao Chen was willing, they could let bygones be bygones. They could let bygones be bygones. If Xiao Chen wanted a soul tool, they could even work together to help him break the restrictions. As Xiao Chen looked at the flame on the divine flame pillar, which gave off a divine light, he remained silent. After a while, he suddenly said, "The faux god flame belongs to those who are capable. You can fight for it, so why can't I?" As the saying goes, if one's obsession is not dispelled, it will become a demonic barrier. However, if one does not forget it, there will be an echo. Senior Scarlet Blood Pirate King, am I right? It seemed like Xiao Chen did not hear the various promises and temptations from the surroundings. He only looked at the faux god flame and muttered to himself. However, as though it was responding to Xiao Chen, the faux god flame suddenly dimmed somewhat. The scarlet blood war banner fluttering beside Xiao Chen dropped its aura and slowly lowered. "That's not right." This is the faux god flame's response, telling Xiao Chen that something is not right. After being stunned for a while, Xiao Chen revealed a faint smile as he entered deep thought. At this moment, Xiao Chen remembered his obsession, the moon seeking. After obtaining the faux god flame's response, he suddenly understood some things. There were many things in the world that the more one cared about, the tighter one grasped it. The more one cared about it, the more uncontrollable it was. In the past, Xiao Chen always felt that he had to be as strong as the outstanding talents of the Great Thousand Realms before he could be worthy of meeting Ryua. Hence, Xiao Chen's obsession did not disappear. He could not forget about the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance, treating it as something that he had to obtain if he wanted to meet Lu Ryua. The more Xiao Chen cared about it, the deeper his heart demon became. Even after he obtained the faux god flame, his heart demon still remained. Even after obtaining the faux god flame, he would still feel doubtful, feeling that he was not strong enough and was not worthy of meeting Ryua. Furthermore, he would increase his strength like he was possessed. If that was really the case, Xiao Chen might embark on a path of no return until he truly met Lu Ryua. Perhaps the other party would only see a familiar stranger and not him at all. In the end, it would be like water flowing from his hand. With such a blow, perhaps Xiaochen would end up like the Qing Emperor back then, falling into the demonic Dao, not recognizing his kin, killing his master, killing his lover. This fellow is smiling one moment and frowning the next. Has he turned stupid? That is really possible. It is hard to avoid accidents when dual cultivating Buddhism and demonic Tao. It would not be surprising for him to become a fool. Should we take this opportunity to directly suppress him? Right now, he is distracted. It will be incredibly easy to subdue him. Just when everyone thought that Xiaochen had gone crazy, Xiaochen suddenly started laughing again. However, this time, his laughter was filled with joy and relief. It was a kind of release, a kind of enlightenment after realizing the wrong path. As Xiaochen laughed, he looked at the faux god flame. Then he used all his vital qi and shouted, "My name is Scarlet Blood. My body is scarlet iron, and my blood is burning." His voice was like thunder, echoing in all directions. Everyone was stunned by this, and they were feeling anxious and bewildered. Just as they were feeling bewildered, an even more majestic, resonant, and sorrowful voice rang out in the vast space. This voice was filled with hot-bloodedness as it replied to Xiaochen excitedly, "For half my life, I wandered from place to place, wandering from place to place. For half my life, I was unrivaled, moving about without fear." That voice entered one's blood, bones, and soul. The voice was filled with hot-bloodedness and iron bones. It reverberated in the surroundings, never fading. When Xiaochen heard the echo, his eyes also filled with excitement. He replied with a voice that came from his flesh and soul, "My body is like a sword, filled with pride. My heart is like the sun and moon, shining brightly for 10,000 years. Loud laughter rang out in the reply. "My body is like a mountain, spanning 5,000 kilometers. My eyes are like the many stars, making the sky shine without night." Suddenly, surging demonic clouds gathered in the sky and turned into a gargantuan hand. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King traveled through time and space, and a heavy voice rang out, covering the sky with one hand. Boom! There was no light in the world, pitch black. One could not even see their own fingers when they stretched out their hands. The various holy venerates could not even send out their mental energy. They were completely blind, no different from ordinary people in the dark. However, the voice of "covering the sky with one hand" kept echoing in their ears. Xiaochen's laughter stopped. He only grasped the Scarlet Blood War banner beside him and replied to the words of the surroundings. He said, "Proclaim myself emperor with one hand." Then he raised his hand to the sky, and all the faux god might was drawn over, burning on Xiaochen's body. In the boundless darkness, the faux god might became the only light in the world. Chapter 1824. However, at this crucial moment, a black figure suddenly appeared before Xiaochen at lightning speed. It was not just a clump of flame but also the inextinguishable will left behind by a legendary pirate king. The flame on Xiaochen's body blazed even more intensely, and his faux god might soared. These holy venerates could not block one strike from Xiaochen at all. Bang! Cracks appeared in the stone pillar under Xiaochen's feet, trembling slightly. Xiaochen's voice reverberated in the surroundings. A continuously strengthening faux god might appeared on his body. Xiaochen soared into the air and flew towards the stone pillar with the divine flame. Xianxia flew back while vomiting blood. He roared ferociously and launched himself at Xiaochen again, extremely dissatisfied. A careful look revealed that the first item was a spirit jade. However, this spirit jade flickered with light, looking crystalline and translucent, not tainted by any dirt at all. It looked like a precious star treasure. The entire space seemed to turn into a solid sea. Waves surged, forcing the many holy venerates back several steps. Attack together. Comparisons were odious. After all, Xiaochen was going to inherit the faux god flame before them. To the darkness, Xiaochen was the spark that lit up the night, dazzling and resplendent. Xianxia guffawed like a maniac. He shouted, "However, it is not too late to kill you now." Xiaoqin used his strongest appearance to climb the stone pillar with the divine flame that everyone dreamed of. However, Xianxia could not do anything about it. On the stone pillar with the divine flame, Xiaoqian's faux god might had already reached a terrifying level. Then, he moved his left hand and ferociously pointed at Senior Chai. With just one more step, Xiaoqian would be able to climb the pillar. Even if a sovereign personage descended, that sovereign personage could only watch helplessly like them. "Ha! You trash! You want to kill me?" Xianxia could not move at all, losing control of his soul and physical body. He was at the mercy of others, unable to retaliate. Xiaoqian clenched his teeth and endured. Then, he ferociously swung the scarlet blood war banner in his hand against the immense pressure. Kasi, 8 treasures shining with light appeared in the surroundings. He wanted to extinguish the flame on Xiaoqian's body and suppress his faux god might. Grabbing the war flag, he twisted it lightly. Xianxia's expression was extremely gloomy. When he saw that Xiaoqian was about to fly to the pillar of divine fire like a hot knife through butter, the rage in his heart immediately burned. Many figures flew over from the sky. There were the elders of the demonic sect, the captains of the 7 stars, and various itinerant cultivators. Supreme-grade spiritual jade. When Xiaoqian looked around, he saw many holy venerates lying on the stone pillars, unable to get up. These holy venerates showed hateful expressions as they looked at Xiaoqian. However, now Xiaoqian was burning with flames. The might of a faux god came from all directions like moths flying over. Its entire body was pitch black like ink, and its radiance was restrained. The banner that descended from the sky was embroidered with a primordial ferocious beast. It was the size of an ox, and its appearance was that of a tiger. It wore scarlet fur that was like a porcupine, and a pair of wings were spread open. A single horn grew out from between its brows, and its eyes were extremely vicious and filled with demonic nature. If looks could kill, Xiaoqian would have died more than 100 times already. The holy venerate will layered over each other and turned into a horrifying demonic image that landed on Xiaoqian's head. There were the holy venerate wills of the 3 pirate group's captains, the holy venerate wills of the 3 demonic sect elders, Xianxia, Senior Chai, and the other itinerant cultivators. Xiaoqian continued looking. The second item was a pitch-black ghost pennant. This was an extremely high-quality soul tool. This was a cold light that prevented all of them from obtaining the faux god flame. The fourth item was an exquisite pipa. The fifth item was a secret manual. The sixth item was a mutated fruit. The seventh item was a treasure bow. The eighth item was actually a kasaya. The surging sword intent was like a vast army surging out, kicking up boundless yellow sand. It carried a cold killing intent and turned into a boundless sword intent of storm. Light. The faux god might infused into Xiaoqian's body went from weak to strong, slowly strengthening. Haha, who is your big brother? You son of a bitch. This old man really regrets not smacking you to death back in the grave sea. Not only did he have to risk his life, he could be killed by the sword intent at any time. Xiaoqian sent the various holy venerates flying like sandbags, vomiting blood and tumbling in the air. Xiaoqian held up the scarlet blood war banner. Faux god might continuously poured into his surroundings, burning fiercely as it supported him. The war banner fluttered beside him. Xiaoqian gently waved his hand, and the faux god flame that many dreamed of appeared. The pressure from Xianxia's holy venerate will gradually weakened. In the end, Xiaoqian actually repelled it. Xiaoqian gently opened his hand and did not hesitate to put away the peak-grade spirit jades in his storage ring. How could Xiaoqian endure this? Senior Chai's expression changed slightly. However, before he could react, quickly stop him. Otherwise, no one will be able to stop him. Xiaoqian immediately felt immense pressure. This was the will of soul from a holy venerate. Compared to a star venerate's will of soul, Xiaoqian felt immense pressure. However, in the end, all of this ended up benefiting Xiaoqian. However, this holy venerate will was nothing before Xiaoqian. Under normal circumstances, this holy venerate will alone would be enough to suppress Xiaoqian. Withdraw. Every time Xiaoqian withdrew it, he could hear the sound of his heart shattering. Xiao Chen only took a glance before putting this Qiongqi demonic pennant into his storage ring. Dang! The other holy venerates no longer dared to hold back. Immediately, this place started shaking intensely. The many holy venerates wished that they could swallow Xiao Chen alive. They thought about the soul tools here. Just thinking about the soul tools here, even if many holy venerates work together, they might not be able to break the restrictions. Yanji's boundless sword move was like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves with this thrust, easily breaking. Several holy venerates were so frustrated that they lost their minds. They clenched their right fists and continuously pounded the stone pillars. However, at this moment, Xiao Chen's aura flourished. He held the war banner in his hand and charged forward ferociously. When the Scarlet Blood war banner opened the treasures on the stone pillars with the divine flame, there were no restrictions. Who knew? Xiao Chen gently leaped up and stomped on Yanji's head, continuing to fly towards the stone pillars with the divine flame. Whoosh! Xiao Chen did not rush to summon the foe god flame. Instead, he sized up the surroundings. In that instant, the demonic clouds in the sky churned like a tsunami. Only this flash of light existed in the boundlessly dark and vast space. Boom! Big Brother Yen, you are still unwilling to give up. They were not on the same level at all. However, right now, Xiao Chen's foe god might was flourishing. His strength was no longer on par with his cultivation. This sword wind could destroy a city. Yanjia thought about how much time and schemes Yanjia had put in for the sake of this Scarlet Blood race inheritance. Xiao Chen held the war banner and leaped onto the stone pillars with the divine flame. Xiao Chen said coldly as he looked expressionlessly at Yanjia, who had lost control of his emotions somewhat. Yanjia was on a completely higher level. It was like a sage appearing, reigning supreme. Xiao Chen did not have time to take a closer look. He only sized it up before putting it in his storage ring. The sound of countless hearts shattering rang out. The eyes of the many older generation holy venerates and the top true inheritors of the various demonic Dao sects on the stone pillars in the surroundings nearly popped out. Kasu. About 10 layers of holy venerate wills surged over, putting immense pressure on Xiao Chen. Even the burning flame on his body was suppressed. Who could have imagined that an insignificant major primal core venerate would be able to stand before so many outstanding talents and older generation holy venerates? At this moment, the foe god flame was very close. The gargantuan hand covering the sky above dropped down a finger. In an instant, it knocked Senior Chai into the air and made him vomit blood. It slowly landed in Xiao Chen's hand. However, at this moment, his eyes were calm. It was Senior Chai. He looked at Xiao Chen sinisterly and said, "Junior, you need to use this Scarlet Blood War banner to release the foe god might on you. Now, I am restraining your Scarlet Blood War banner. When the foe god might on you scatter, you will find it hard to escape death." The Scarlet Blood War banner moved like a hot knife through butter. Just as it was about to pierce Yanji's chest, a sword blocked it. "If you want to reach the deity platform, you have to get past me first." To the many holy venerates fighting for the foe god flame, the warm light was like a flash of cold light. At this distance, they could already feel the foe god flame's temperature, its heaviness, and the vicissitudes of history. Damn it! To think that he really went up. That feeling was too unbearable. You are overthinking. The stone pillars were empty. However, there was a groove in the center. However, now Xiao Chen easily collected 8 supreme treasures in front of them. When Yanjia swung his sword, a cold light filled the air. Yanjia's terrifying sword technique turned into a storm surging towards Xiao Chen. These were originally powerful treasures that belonged to them. Now, this white-clad brat collected them just like that. Withdraw! Xiao Chen looked at the Scarlet Blood War banner in his hand. Then, he walked over and inserted the end of the war banner into the groove perfectly. "Break for me!" Foe god might. A skinny hand grabbed the flagpole like a pincer. Yanjia roared hoarsely, and his aura surged out. A holy venerate will surged out of his forehead and pressed down on Xiao Chen. Yanjia's aura slowed, and Xiao Chen's flame, which was about to extinguish, took this opportunity to burn fiercely. Damn it! Damn it! Xiao Chen continued looking. The third item was an extremely strange medicinal pill with an overwhelming bestial nature. It did not look like it was meant for cultivators to consume. Bang, 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 bang. Xiaochen twisted his wrist and gently swung the scarlet blood war banner, striking Yanzhi's face and sending him flying. With the support of the foe god might, Yanzhi swung the war banner, and the entire space surged like the tide. As Yanzhi advanced, the pillar of the divine flame became very close. Yanzhi swung the war banner, and the scarlet blood war banner became like a spear as it charged forward. Foe god might gathered at the tip of the banner as he gently thrust it forward. Great desolate Ian ferocious beast Xianxia. This was once one of the 10 great ghost pennants of the demonic Dao, the Xianxia demonic pennant. To think that it is in the hands of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. Xiaochen swung the Scarlet Blood War banner in his hand and ferociously thrust it forward. Kasu. Yanzhi drew his sword, and a cold light shone. Then he leaped up and stood in front of Xiaochen, blocking him. As long as Xiaochen waved his hand, he could reach out and grab it. Xiaochen recognized it with one glance. This was a powerful treasure known as a subdivine crystal. Its significance already surpassed that of spirit jades. Xianxia wanted to stop Xiaochen from climbing the pillar of the divine flame. Damn it! That is the supreme treasure of my demonic Dao sect. Chapter 1825. Xiaochen held the foe god flame in his palm. He was only one step away from the scarlet blood inheritance. He did not even need to be one step away. With a thought, Xiaochen could refine and absorb this foe god flame. He would obtain the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's valuable experience, the various mysterious sea maps, the treasures of the Forbidden Sea, and the various secrets of the 100,000 Great Peaks. When looking around, all the Dao tools and soul tools on the stone pillar were not worth mentioning compared to this foe god flame. They were not even a drop in the bucket, completely incomparable. Damn it! Why? When Yanzhi saw this scene, he showed a dispirited expression. His eyes turned unfocused like a walking corpse. Yanzhi had planned this for a long time, putting in a lot of effort and time, making all sorts of calculations from start to finish. However, in the end, it was all for naught. The ending was too cruel. Yanzhi, who harbored great expectations, could not take the blow. It was not just Yanzhi. Although the other older generation holy venerates were not as exaggerated as Yanzhi, they showed helplessness on their faces and deep jealousy in their eyes. Even if a holy venerate obtained the inheritance, they would accept their defeat wholeheartedly. However, right now, it was Xiaochen, an ant that they could casually squish to death earlier, who climbed the divine flame pillar and controlled the foe god flame. It looked like Xiaochen was about to receive the inheritance and soar into the sky, becoming resplendent and dazzling. Anyone would find it hard to accept that a junior was stepping on them to rise to prominence. While Xiaochen was on the divine flame pillar, preparing to absorb the foe god flame and receive the inheritance, something strange happened. The foe god flame created a barrier, preventing Xiaochen from absorbing it. At the same time, a thought entered Xiaochen's mind. The thought first sighed, then turned into a sentence. What a pity! You are very suitable to receive my inheritance in all aspects. Unfortunately, you are only missing one thing, and that is the thing that I care about the most. Is that so? Xiaochen was stunned for a moment before saying, I understand. However, Senior, please give me a chance. There is someone in my heart who can receive this scarlet blood inheritance. No matter how you look at it, you are very similar to me. I believe in you for being able to reach this step. However, you cannot receive the inheritance. Your foe god might will not last for long. I hope you can get out of here alive. After the voice projection ended, the foe god flame turned into a mark on Xiaochen's palm. The flames on his body slowly extinguished, and the demonic clouds in the sky receded like a receding tide. What? The foe god might vanished from Xiaochen's body. All the Dao tools and soul tools on the stone pillars flashed with lights and returned to the stone pillars. Only the spirit stones were still piled up on top of it as a consolation. What's going on? Everything had happened too suddenly, surprising everyone. All of the inherited Dao tools and soul tools had vanished. Those who thought that even if they could not obtain the faux god flame, they would still be able to subdue a soul tool. This was a worthwhile trip for the holy venerate. He was shocked. This was a complete loss, with nothing to gain. The white-robed mad demon accepted the inheritance? Yes, but no. The faux god flame is indeed gone. However, there are no changes to his body. The might of the faux god realm disappeared. Strange. How unlucky. To think that even the soul tools disappeared. This trip is a complete loss. Ha! Just at this moment, someone suddenly laughed maniacally. It was the Iron Horn Pirate Group's Xianxia. Xianxia laughed like he had gone mad. Everyone looked at him strangely, not understanding what was going on. However, Xianxia continued laughing. He pointed at Xiaoqin and said, "Ha! This fellow cannot accept the inheritance. He only put away the faux god flame. Look, he does not have dragon might or faux god might on him now. He is so weak that we can ignore him." The others' expressions changed drastically. They all sent their mental energy to Xiaoqin and revealed smiles. Ha! That's true. He did not accept the inheritance. His will of soul did not change at all. Kill him. Kill him. Upon seeing such a change and the faux god flame no longer on the stone pillar, the originally dispirited holy venerates immediately became spirited. As they looked at Xiaoqin, they were like hungry wolves seeing a sheep. Right now, Xiaoqin had many valuable treasures on him. He was definitely a fat sheep. Suddenly, the situation changed once again. Xianxia, who was like a walking corpse, immediately came to life. His eyes shone brightly like a wild beast's. Xianxia took the lead and charged at Xiaoqin, wanting to capture Xiaoqin first to vent the hatred in his heart. On the stone pillar with the divine flame, Xiaoqin's expression remained calm. He did not feel discouraged by losing the inheritance at all. Before climbing the stone pillar with the divine flame, Xiaoqin had proven his Dao heart. In his opinion, that was something even more precious than the inheritance. Of course, it would be for the best if he could continue obtaining the inheritance. However, if he could not, it did not matter. Proving his Dao heart and walking out of the demonic heart were more valuable than anything else. "You are really my good big brother." As Xiaoqin looked at Xianxia, who took the lead and rushed to the front, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Xiaoqin grasped the scarlet blood war banner with both hands. With a thought, a black and white taiji diagram appeared around him. Mottled light flickered in the surroundings. All sorts of mysterious phenomena appeared continuously. The taiji diagram spun continuously. The vast demonic chi veritable essence energy and spiritual energy veritable essence energy in Xiaoqian's 9-star primal core circulated wildly. Xiaoqian's aura soared endlessly. He is going to break through. As Xiaoqian's long hair fluttered and his aura soared infinitely, those with discerning eyes immediately saw some clues. That was right. After absorbing the demonic chi accumulated on Blood Spirit Island for 1,000 years, Xiaoqin could break through at any time. Xiaoqian's cultivation had already accumulated to a terrifying level in the major primal core realm. His foundation was terrifyingly firm. Once Xiaoqin broke through, he would completely erupt. Boom! In that instant, Xiaoqian's aura soared several-fold, instantly breaking through the shackles of major primal core venerates. He became a Cloud Sea Star Venerate. However, Xiaoqian's aura continued to soar, directly advancing to peak early-stage Star Venerate. However, Xiaoqian's aura was much stronger than those late-stage Star Venerate true inheritors. Scram! When Xiaoqian's aura reached its peak, he ferociously swung the Scarlet Blood War Banner. Boom! Boom! Before Xiaoqin waved the war banner, he infused it with an irresistible veritable essence energy that was like seawater. Xiaoqin, who had not expected such a result, was ruthlessly knocked back by Xiaoqin again, causing him to vomit blood. Ha! So what if you broke through? There are so many holy venerates here. In the end, you will not be able to escape death. Xiaoqin, you will not be able to escape death. Although Xiaoqin forcefully knocked Xianxia away, Xianxia laughed endlessly as he looked at Xiaoqin like he had gone crazy. Xianxia was right. The difference in cultivation was obvious. Even if Xiaochen could bring out 120% of his strength, he would only be able to block one holy venerate. However, there were 10 holy venerates here. Aside from Yanzhi, who had a weak foundation, the other holy venerates were either demonic Dao sect elders or 7-star pirate group captains. No matter how one looked at it, Xiaochen could not succeed in breaking through. Where there is a will, there is a way. There is no need for you to care about my life or death. Thank you for your curse. However, Xiaochen saw through everything. His body trembled, and he suddenly turned into a 3-kilometer-tall giant. Xiaochen instantly executed Dermic World. Using the undefeatable aura of his Dermic World, Xiaochen swung the war banner. A huge force directly swept away the many holy venerates that were trying to surround him. Xiaochen raised his leg and leaped over 100 stone pillars. Then, he charged out of the encirclement of the holy venerates and rushed forward. After him, the holy venerates that got knocked away did not suffer much damage. They knew that this was a secret technique that Xiaochen used and could not last for long. These holy venerates used their holy venerate wills to resist the omnipresent foe god might in the sky. Then, they moved quickly, chasing after Xiaochen. As the holy venerates gave chase, they executed all sorts of attacks without holding back. Naturally, the means of a holy venerate were extremely horrifying. Even though Xiaochen turned into a Dermic World giant, he still found it hard to avoid injury. Puxia. When Xiaochen's body reverted to its original form, he vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to one knee. Xiaochen's complexion paled slightly. This was somewhat taxing. Holy venerates were scarier than Xiaochen imagined. If there were only 2 or 3 holy venerates, it would be very easy to escape. However, there were simply too many holy venerates behind. There were also some strong top true inheritors that were not to be trifled with. Brat, let's see what other means you have. When the people chasing saw Xiaochen fall to the ground in a somewhat sorry state, they all laughed loudly, feeling much more confident. Capture him. We must cut him into 1,000 pieces, extract his soul, and torture him ruthlessly. After killing so many people from our 3 great demonic Dao sects, we cannot let him die so easily. Ha! To think that you would have such a day like this. I can only say that you are unlucky, unable to receive such great luck. When the many holy venerates saw Xiaochen fall into dire straits, all of them felt extremely delighted. This was especially so for Yanzhi. He felt his entire body rejuvenated. Seeing Xiaochen in such a sorry state was even more delightful than obtaining the foe god flame himself. Relying on this sickly willpower, Yanzhi charged to the very front once more. Who dares to injure my big brother? Just at this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out. This voice was like divine thunder from the 9 heavens, shaking all the gods and Buddhas in the sky. The tens of thousands of stone pillars in this vast space trembled intensely when this shout rang out. Even the might of the foe god realm trembled, surging like waves. The many holy venerates in hot pursuit immediately stopped in their tracks, forcibly stopped by this shout. When they looked up, there was a piercing silver light in the distance. It was so resplendent and dazzling that no one dared to look directly at it. That was Dao Might, the pure saber Dao's Dao Might. It was much stronger than the Dao Might on Xiaochen's body. Amid the silver light, that person ferociously pointed his saber forward. A boundless saber move turned into a strong wind that filled the air, instantly surging over. It was like an army of thousands of horses, or like a huge wave in the ocean, surging over. Chapter 1826. The person who had just arrived was dressed in monk robes. He had thick eyebrows, large eyes, and an eye-catching bald head. Who else could it be but the little monk Yan Qin? Xiaochen had always heard the little monk say that he was an expert, a very powerful expert. A middle-stage star venerate did not interest him at all. Even his own saber skills were only a little interesting in his eyes, and he still needed his guidance. He didn't believe it. He didn't believe it at all. However, the earlier scene flabbergasted everyone. Yanzhi, who had just advanced to Holy Venerate, could not even catch a single saber strike from Xiaochen. Even though Xianxia had already suffered a series of blows from Lin Fan previously and had sustained injuries that were neither heavy nor light. However, no matter what, he was still a holy venerate. Silver light flickered. Just like that, he was cleaved into two halves, his life force gone and his soul scattered. The three great devil sect elders, the three great pirate captains, the many rogue cultivators, and the chief true disciples of the devil sect were all frightened. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Was he still a monk? He had delicate features, but how could he be so ruthless and heartless? He did not have the slightest scruple of the Buddhist precepts. He killed as soon as he said he would, not showing any mercy at all. He was not afraid of violating the precept of killing. Little monk, you are an eminent monk of the Buddhist sect. How can you collude with this white-clothed mad demon? He is a great villain who has fallen into the demonic path. The Fantasy Cloud sect's elder Gao said shamelessly. He seemed to have forgotten that he himself was a great demon. The refinement of the Fantasy Cloud sect's ghost penance was utterly devoid of conscience and inhumane. But now, with righteous words, he was pointing at Xiaoqin and calling him a demon. It had to be said that the little monk Yan Chen's strength truly frightened them to the point that they even used such an excuse. Yan Chen could not be bothered to say anything more. He pointed with his saber and said sullenly, I don't care about so much. I'll kill whoever kills my big brother. It's not up to you people to tell me who the saber in my hand will be with. His words had completely blocked the path of peace talks. Humph, do you really think you can kill all of us by yourself? Xianxia was just careless. Everyone attack together and kill this bald donkey. Even though the strength that the little monk displayed was frightening, Xiaoqin simply had too many precious treasures on him. Be it the faux god flame or the 8 divine platform treasures, they were worth risking their lives for the little monk. Moreover, they had the advantage of numbers, so they would always have a mental advantage. Yan Chen smiled faintly. His smile was like that of a Buddha, appearing benevolent and benevolent, like the reincarnation of a living Buddha. Every action and every expression contained a supreme Buddhist intent. The dense Buddhist might turned into a pure silver light that shone in all directions. This light is really special. It's rare to hear that the Buddha's might can emit a silver light. Xiaoqin took the opportunity to get up. When he saw this scene, he was secretly surprised. There seemed to be some records of the silver Buddhist light in the incomplete memories of the underground dragon city's faux god flame. Unfortunately, this was not the time to reminisce. Taking advantage of the little monk's appearance, Xiaoqin sat down cross-legged and quickly healed his injuries, recovering his strength. Gotcha. However, just as he sat down cross-legged, he heard a blood-curdling scream. A silver light flashed, and the Buddhist might and horrifying saber intent on the little monk vanished without a trace. When Yan Chen reappeared in the next moment, he landed before a top true inheritor. That top true inheritor was the Fantasy Cloud sect's Longtime. Yan Chen's cultivation was similar to Longtinyu's, similar to his. However, when Yan Chen faced Longtinyu, he broke the ghost pennant in his hand with just one move. The saber intent did not stop there. That silver monk's saber continued descending, directly blasting Longtinyu's physical body into a pool of blood. Not even a corpse remained. Whoosh! After killing one person, Yan Chen landed on a stone pillar. Then, he looked at the holy venerates with stunned expressions and smiled faintly. It will be difficult for you all to catch me. Right after Yan Chen spoke, he spread his arms again. Then he moved like an eagle, and a silver light flashed as he instantly streaked across the sky. The group of people charging at Yan Chen missed. Their expressions changed drastically as they quickly looked in another direction. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was like a game of hide and seek. After repeating this a few times, the many holy venerates could not surround Yan Chen. I'm coming. Yan Chen laughed loudly and suddenly appeared before the somewhat fatigued top true inheritor of the Blood Demon Royal Hall. Without even thinking, he swung his saber. This saber strike gave off a resplendent silver light. The little monk revealed a strange smile. It was like he had lived in the mortal realm for hundreds or even thousands of years. He had seen all sorts of life, seen all sorts of prosperity, only loneliness and vicissitudes remained. Yan Chen's saber light immediately turned incredibly heavy. It was like he had traveled through time and space, experiencing the baptism of thousands of years. Bang! The top true inheritor of the Blood Demon Royal Hall, who met this saber strike, immediately turned to ashes, turning into dust. Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique. A bright light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. He immediately recognized the saber technique that the little monk used. It was the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique, which was forbidden by the Buddhist sections. It should be an incomplete manual. Like Xiaochen, the little monk practiced only a few moves. However, no matter how strong the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique was, it could not be compared to an ordinary killing move. With the little monk's strength, Xiaochen had no choice but to admit that there were indeed people in this world who could bring out their strength many times over. Regular cultivators who could bring out 80% of their combat prowess would be considered pretty good. If one could bring out 100%, one could be called a genius. If one could bring out 120%, one could be called a demonic genius. People like Xiaochen, who could bring out 150% of their peak state, could be counted on one's fingers. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. As for people like the little monk, one could only look for them in ancient records. To think that a late-stage star venerate cultivator could easily deal with 9 holy venerates surrounding him, killing 3 with a wave of his hand. This simply did not make sense. Good timing. Just at this moment, a cold snort rang out. The little monk's figure flickered again, and he appeared before the strongest holy venerate, Senior Chai. Senior Chai did not show any fear. He gently threw a palm strike with his skinny, bone-like hand. Rumble! The sky shook and the ground shook. The nearby stone pillars trembled. This old fellow had lived for who knew how long. As Senior Chai waved his hand, the force he drove was incredibly horrifying. Bang! The little monk vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. This was the first time everyone saw him in such a sorry state. Ha! Senior Chai is incredible. With Senior Chai around, there is nothing to worry about. After seeing Senior Chai's strong strength, the other holy venerate's confidence soared. You are a person who is about to die. Let's see how many more times you can send out such strong energy. Yan Chen wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips. However, he was not convinced at all. A silver light flashed, and he sent out another saber strike. Everyone was somewhat shocked to discover that before Yan Chen's strange movement technique, it was simply impossible to surround and attack him. They could only watch as Yan Chen fought with Senior Chai alone. Yan Chen received each move more effortlessly than the one before. It was clear that Senior Chai was growing increasingly weaker. His lethargy grew heavier. He was too old. If it were 10 years ago, Senior Chai might not care about Yan Chen at all. However, now, Yan Chen's lifespan was approaching its end. Under such a head-on clash, Senior Chai felt his lifespan dwindle pitifully. His lifespan dwindled rapidly, like a lamp running out of oil at any moment. In the mortal realm, an ancient smile appeared on the little monk Yan Chen's face again. The silver saber light that the Buddhist monk's saber gave off instantly turned heavy. All sorts of mysterious phenomena of the mortal realm appeared continuously, layering over each other. With each layer, it looked like a growth ring was carved on the silver saber light. Boom! After Senior Chai's frail body received this saber strike, his lifespan drained. He was like a lamp running out of oil. His body withered like an old tree, falling into the deep abyss like a lead stone. I remember now. Just at this moment, the expression of a demonic Dao sect elder changed dramatically. The finger he pointed at the little monk could not stop trembling. The little monk's eyes filled with horror. At first, he was stunned. Then, he turned somewhat flustered. The Buddhist sect's silver saber, the heavenly eagle demonic monk. Kasu. Right after the little monk spoke, Yan Chen's berserk saber strike struck him, severely injuring him on the spot. As Yan Chen held the Buddhist monk's saber, he could not help feeling regret. Damn it! I was still too late. Quickly leave! Quickly leave! He is the little demonic monk's silver saber. He has an innate body of misfortune and holds the Buddhist sect's Buddhist monk saber. He is not restrained by the abstinence from killing and is the nemesis of the demonic Dao sections. Even if he commits overwhelming sins, he can become a Buddha immediately. After the other holy venerates recognized the little monk Yen Qin, they stopped pestering him and scattered. The little demonic monk Silver Saber? When Xiao Chen, who was recuperating, heard this title, he held back a smile. A corner of his lips twitched involuntarily. This title was indeed tyrannical. No wonder the little monk immediately jumped to it every time the title was mentioned. Chapter 1827. After recognizing the little monk Yen Chen's origins, those demonic Dao sect elders did not think anything else and immediately scattered. It looked like they steeled their hearts and did not want to fight with this person. Given the little monk's movement technique and his horrifying saber Dao cultivation, they could not surround him. The holy venerate will, the only thing that could win, was mostly neutralized by the little monk's Buddhist might. They felt like they could not attack. Not only did numbers not have a positive effect, but they even hindered each other, resulting in a negative effect. Right now, these demonic Dao sect elders already gave up on the idea of monopolizing the treasures on Xiaochen. They only hoped that their sovereign personages would arrive. Only with the overwhelming strength of a sovereign personage could they easily suppress this little monk. It turns out that there is no one who can fight. Yen Chen's lips curled up as he revealed a smile. Then he turned around and leaped toward Xiao Chen. Furthermore, Yen Chen had delicate features and wore monk robes. His charming eyes had not matured yet, making him look young. Such a little monk was known as the little demonic monk Silver Saber. Ha! Big brother Xiao, I told you before. I came as an expert. A monk does not lie. Yen Chen held his Buddhist monk saber and leaped over many stone pillars. The remnant Buddhist might from his body had yet to scatter as he landed heavily. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly, not knowing how to answer. Boom! Suddenly, something strange happened. The moment the little monk landed, the stone pillar under him crumbled, sending him plummeting into the deep abyss. Big brother, save me! All this happened in an instant. Xiao Chen and Yen Chen could not react in time. Anyone, including a holy venerate, would die without a doubt once they fell. The gravity of the deep abyss was not something that ordinary people could endure. Then Xiao Chen thought about the many experts who fell and died without exception. His expression changed dramatically. He quickly leaped up and went to the edge to take a look. Xiao Chen saw the little monk grabbing the hole in the stone pillar with one hand. Occasionally, shattered rocks fell by his side, but there was no sound for a long time. The little monk tried to exert force several times to leap up. However, it felt like there were many mountains on his back. He could not get up at all. Seeing Xiao Chen stretch out his head, the little monk said hurriedly, "Quick, quick, quick! Give me a hand. I can't hold on for much longer. This place is too strange. After the stone pillar fell, I can't use my strength at all." In the darkness, the little monk's bald head was particularly eye-catching. Just a minute later, the little monk was already in such a sorry state. It was indeed true that he was born with the body of misfortune. Xiao Chen laughed involuntarily. He stretched out his hand and said, "Come on up." "He's here." Damn! Who knew that when the little monk stretched out his hand, Xiao Chen would feel a huge suction force. It was so fast that he couldn't react at all. His entire body was pulled down by Yen Chen. Boom! In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, Xiao Chen reached out and grabbed the gap in the stone pillar. His other hand was firmly grasped by the little monk. He felt as if his entire arm was about to be torn apart by the suction force of the little monk. Xiao Chen finally understood what Yen Chen had just said. After falling off the stone pillar, Zhang Xian found himself in a completely different world. Under the pull of gravity, he could not bring out his strength at all. He could not even circulate his veritable essence energy normally. He could only rely on his vital qi to hold on bitterly. Normally, if Xiao Chen were alone, he would be able to get up by circulating all his vital qi. However, now that he had to drag the little monk, he felt somewhat powerless. "Big brother, don't ever let go," the little monk said with a bitter expression as he grabbed Xiao Chen's arm. Xiao Chen wanted to get angry. However, when he looked at the little monk's face and thought about the title that scared everyone away, he got so angry that he laughed. If I have to die, so be it. In any case, if the little monk did not come, I would not be able to escape death. However, Xiaochen clearly could have escaped already. If he did this again, he would feel dissatisfied. No wonder those people wanted to run. Who would not be afraid of such misfortune? Not only would their opponents be afraid, but even their friends would be afraid. Don't worry. I won't let go. I'll just hang on like this. When I run out of strength, we can just fall down together. Xiaochen smiled helplessly. Feeling depressed, Yanchen said, "Why am I so unlucky? Even holy venerates have to retreat when they see me." But Xiaochen smiled and said, "Stop complaining. Think of a way." Complaining was never the way to solve problems. Faced with adversity, Xiaochen was startled for a moment. Then he calmly thought of all sorts of ways to escape. Xiaochen continuously analyzed the situation before him, trying to figure out how it happened. Even when Xiaochen leaped from stone pillar to pillar, he did not feel such a terrifying gravity. Why did it feel like he was in a completely different world when he landed on the stone pillar? After thinking about it, there was only one possibility. The many stone pillars in the vast space might have formed an invisible barrier. The height of the stone pillar was the threshold. Once one jumped over the stone pillar, they would no longer be affected by the barrier. Aside from the pressure of the faux god might, one would also be affected by the gravity of this place. Big brother, I feel that this might not be gravity. It is heart force. I once heard Master say that before the Kasyapa Buddha became a Buddha, he cultivated heart force. Heart force is boundlessly ethereal, extremely profound. Ordinary people cannot comprehend it. Xiaochen felt doubtful as he asked, "Heart force?" Actually, Xiaochen had already noticed it long ago. No matter how horrifying a normal gravity was, it would not affect a person's veritable essence energy. It would not be to the extent where one's abilities could not be brought out. Furthermore, this place happened to be the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's heart. It was possible that it was heart force. However, what exactly was heart force? Xiaochen had never heard of it before. Is there a way to break it? No. The little monk answered straightforwardly. Xiaochen was speechless. After speaking for so long, it turned out that it was all nonsense. This won't do. My arm is about to break. The suction from the little monk is getting stronger. If I persist, my arm will be torn off sooner or later. At that time, although I can save myself by severing my arm, the little monk will definitely die. Given Xiaochen's physical body, cultivation, and resources, reattaching an arm would not be a big deal. Severing an arm to save himself was indeed a pretty good way to escape. Big brother, I think I should let go. It's better for one to die than for both of us to die. The little monk could feel the state of Xiaochen's body. At this moment he was more open to it. However, he felt somewhat guilty. In the end, it was the little monk who implicated Big Brother Xiao. There's no need. Xiaochen directly let go, and the little monk let out a startled cry. Then, the two of them plummeted. They were like shot put. A strong wind blew as they fell faster and faster. Those who fell to their deaths did so because their physical bodies were not strong enough. They directly smashed into meat paste. With his physical body, perhaps he could give it a try and take a gamble. All the bones in Xiaochen's body had already become inferior-grade dragon bones. His meridians had already turned into dragon tendons. In a situation where Xiaochen could not circulate his veritable essence energy, his vital qi could surge through his dragon tendons. Xiaochen immediately brought out his divine dragon war body, and a heavy dragon might spread out on his physical body. It formed an invisible divine dragon artifact armor that protected his body. After spinning around twice, Xiaochen accelerated his descent. Then he placed the little monk on his back. The sound of the wind grew louder by his ears. The wind was already like a knife cutting his body, causing him to grimace in pain. Unfortunately, even moving his mouth was very difficult now. Bang! After some time, Xiaochen landed on the ground. The huge rebound flung the little monk away. Pusia! Blood leaked out of a corner of Xiaochen's lips. His internal organs shattered on the spot. A mouthful of blood containing some of his shattered liver fell to the ground. Cracks appeared all over Xiao Chen's body, spreading continuously in his bones. Just as the cracks were about to multiply, the bones all over Zhang Xian's body came to a stop, just a hair's breadth away from crumbling. The cracks stopped spreading. That's good. Xiao Chen heaved a long sigh of relief. He had already landed. His bones had not shattered. This was truly a blessing in the misfortune. As long as Xiao Chen rested for a while, the self-healing ability of the blue dragon bloodline in his bone marrow would take effect. The self-healing ability of the dragon race bloodline would allow him to recover very quickly. Even if his internal organs were shattered and his mind was shaken, recovering was just a matter of time. Ha! Big brother, I'm fine. To think that I'm completely fine. Only my chest feels a little stuffy. I'm completely fine. Before Xiao Chen could say anything, he saw the little monk Yan Chen rush over excitedly after escaping death. Xiao Chen immediately paled in fright. He hurriedly said, Don't come near me. However, before Xiao Chen finished speaking, the incredibly excited little monk placed his hand heavily on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Crack. Xiao Chen's bones, which were originally on the verge of shattering, shattered with the little monk's strike. All the bones in Xiao Chen's body shattered, and his dragon bones were damaged. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted from the pain, losing consciousness. Before Xiao Chen blacked out, he thought of only one sentence: I'm so unlucky. Unlucky can really kill. Chapter 1828. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes again, 4 hours had already passed. Big brother, you're finally awake. When Yan Chen saw Xiao Chen open his eyes weakly, he revealed a joyful smile. He said, You have no idea how dangerous it was earlier. The sovereign personages of the 3 great demonic Dao sects are all here. Fortunately, they did not sense our presence. This made sense. Many holy venerates chose to leave because their sect's sovereign personages were about to charge over. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and said, It looks like I have to thank you. Otherwise, we would not have been able to survive in the hands of a sovereign personage. Yan Chen smiled awkwardly and said, There's no need to thank me. The merits and demerits offset each other. Big brother Xiao, don't blame me for patting your shoulder earlier. Don't mention it or I'll beat you up. Xiao Chen was just about to move his body, but he didn't expect that he would move his whole body. He was in so much pain that he sucked in a deep breath. His bones were all broken and he couldn't move at all. Now, he was lying on the stone pillar. He could only open his eyes and close his mouth to speak. Yan Chen hurriedly said, Big brother, be careful. I just took a look. Your injuries are rather severe. Your bones seem to have been refined into dragon bones, making it harder for them to recover than ordinary people. What was more serious was that his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were shattered, and his blood and qi were weak. If not for his brother's extraordinary physique, he would have died long ago. Speaking of which, why am I completely fine? Yan Chen rambled on endlessly. However, he did not notice that when he looked up, he happened to meet Xiao Chen's murderous gaze. He quickly smiled apologetically and said, It's my fault. It's my fault. If I don't blame you, who should I blame? If it weren't for your slap, the dragon bone wouldn't have been damaged. After a while, he would be able to recover. After recovery, the blue dragon bloodline could be produced in his bone marrow, and his internal organs would slowly recover. Everything was not a big problem. And he still had the cheek to say that he was fine? If I didn't carry you on my back, how could I be fine? Xiao Chen had never been so unlucky before. He was so injured that he couldn't even move. He couldn't even take out the healing pills from his storage ring. If this continued, his injuries would continue to worsen, forming a vicious cycle. He might really have to give up his life here. When it came to life and death, Xiao Chen had always been very open-minded. Anyone would find it hard to accept such an outcome. It could only be said that life and death were up to fate, and riches and honor were up to the heavens. Xiao Chen sighed softly, expelling all the grievances in his heart. Big brother, why are you sighing? Yan Chen asked, finding it strange. He still could not make out Xiao Chen's current state. Xiao Chen leaned against the stone pillar and smiled casually. Let's not talk about this. Speaking of which, why did you come back? Didn't I chase you away back then? Xianxia scratched his head and said, at that time, I felt that something was off. I felt that Big Brother's tone was somewhat off. When I returned, I happened to hear your conversation with that person. Only then did I realize that you let me go on purpose. I see. Xianxia suddenly understood. That was good too. He didn't have to explain himself. Xianxia was too difficult to deal with. With the little monk's intelligence, he might be tricked into becoming Xianxia's fighter. However, it was hard to say if Xianxia could bear the little monk's luck. Thinking about himself, Xianxia felt helpless. The two chatted casually. Trapped in this place, they could not do anything else. As they chatted, Xianxia understood many things. Why did the inheritance demonic mirror take the initiative to fly to the little monk back then? It was because the little monk had many sins on him. The number of people he had killed was even greater than Xiaoqian's. That was why the demonic mirror took the initiative to fly to the little monk's hand. Normally speaking, those with such horrifying sins were either major figures of the demonic Dao or ferocious demonic beasts. Yet, the little monk lived like that without a care in the world. This was truly an anomaly. The little monk was indeed very strong. However, the price for his extraordinary strength was enormous. Bad luck accompanied him for life. It was as his master had said. The little monk was born with great luck. Or rather, it could be said that he used up all the good luck in his life. The senior and junior brothers in the temple all knew about the little monk's matters. They were definitely unwilling to interact with him. Wherever he went, he would get into trouble for no reason, inevitably blaming himself. If it were an ordinary person like the little monk, they would definitely be extremely reclusive. It would be easy for them to become extreme existences and end up in tragedy. Fortunately, the little monk had a very good master. His master kept smiling and telling Xiaoqian that he was the Buddhist sect's fortune. Furthermore, his mental state was rather open and optimistic, allowing him to live until now without a care in the world. After chatting for a long time, a medicinal pill appeared in Xiaoqian's palm with a thought. Then, he got the little monk to feed it to him. Without a high-grade medicinal pill, the injuries on his body would not be able to heal at all. Xiaoqian could only barely alleviate some of the pain. The crucial thing was how to heal the dragon bones. Only then could he treat the root of the problem. Otherwise, he would never recover. Oh, right, I have something for you. Xiaoqian recalled that among the 8 supreme treasures, there was a soul tool, a kasaya. The little monk received it joyfully. Then he exclaimed in shock, "This is a soul tool. However, I can't use it. My cultivation is not high enough to wear a kasaya." Can't use it? That's good. I can save some money. After all, it is a soul tool. If I exchange it, I can obtain many things. However, my master can use it. Thank you, Big Brother Xiao. The little monk quickly put away the kasaya, not standing on ceremony. Xiaoqian smiled embarrassedly and said, "That's fine. Let me ask you one more thing. Was the saber technique you used earlier the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique?" "That's right." "Big Brother Xiao, how did you know?" Indeed, the one in the little monk's hand should be an incomplete one. However, if Xiaoqian exchanged it with the little monk, he wondered if he would violate the Buddhist sect's rules. Truth be told, I also have an incomplete manual and practice 3 of the moves. Xiaoqian answered honestly. When the little monk heard that, he rejoiced. Indeed, the Heavenly Book scholar said that I would definitely run into a great fortuitous encounter in this ash-gray sea's myriad star mountain. It turns out that it was true. Big Brother Xiao, are you willing to exchange the incomplete manual with me? Xiaoqian was still feeling awkward, wondering how he should bring it up. Who knew? The little monk did not mind at all. Speaking of which, aren't you violating the Buddhist sect's rules by being so direct? The little monk smiled and said, I've broken too many precepts. I can't be bothered to count. Now that I think about it, aside from lust, I've broken almost all of them. Xiaoqian said softly, That's good. I have the same thought as well. However, we will discuss this after I recover from my injuries. At the mention of his injuries, Xiaoqian could not help feeling helpless. All the bones in his body were shattered. He could not move at all, like he was paralyzed. The little monk was right. If not for Xiao Chen's extraordinary physique, he would already be a dead man. Xiao Chen could not think of a good way to recover at the moment. If he were outside, he could seek treatment from a famous doctor. With corresponding medicinal pills, he would be able to recover after lying in bed for half a year or even a year. However, he clearly did not have such conditions here. Actually, Xiao Chen should rejoice. Even holy venerates died when they fell. He was already very fortunate to be alive. You are really stupid. This is the best place to treat your injuries. What are you thinking about? Just at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out in Xiao Chen's mind, making him feel joy. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor. You are finally willing to show yourself. Xiao Chen had said long ago that the next time they met would be the day he broke through to Star Venerate. After breaking through to Star Venerate for so long, Xiao Chen had nearly died several times. I also want to show myself. However, do you think that I will not exhaust your life force if I show myself? I am a remnant soul attached to you, relying on you to exist. In your current state, I really do not dare to casually appear. In the past, you were at your peak. Exhausting a little is nothing. Now, if I casually exhaust a little, you might fall on the spot. Xiao Chen had not thought of this. He said softly, let's get back to business. Why is this place the best place to treat injuries? This place is filled with heart force. To think that you managed to find this place with the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's physical body. This is really surprising. Heart force. It's heart force again. I'll teach you a method to use the heart force of this place to stimulate the damaged dragon bones in your body. When your physical body recovers, I'll explain to you what heart force is. Chapter 1829. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and glanced at Yan Qin, who was beside him. Little monk, go and take a look around. There might be some fortuitous encounters in this place. Fortuitous encounter? That makes sense. This place is filled with heart force. Perhaps we can find the secret to comprehending heart force. Yan Qin thought for a while and nodded. Then he said, in any case, there is nothing else. Even if there is no fortuitous encounter, it is good to see if there is an exit. In that case, big brother, stay here first. After Yan Qin went far away, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's playful laughter rang out in Xiao Chen's heart. Must I wait for this monk to go far away before I can start? The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor disdained the so-called body of misfortune. However, Xiao Chen could not be more cautious. Unable to explain too much, Xiao Chen changed the topic. Let's begin. You can tell me the method now. After a while, a profound incantation appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. This was the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor telling him how to use the heart force in this place to treat his injuries. The incantation looked incredibly profound. However, after comprehending it, Xiao Chen discovered that the principle was incredibly simple. It was like absorbing the spiritual energy of the world. However, spiritual energy needed to be absorbed by the dantian into the body. The absorption of heart force depended on the heart. While it sounded very profound, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor used an extremely simple method. This was because his method was not truly absorbing heart force. It was just absorbing heart force into the body to treat Xiao Chen's injuries. It was not truly possessing and controlling heart force. Xiao Chen's current cultivation and comprehension ability were far from sufficient to grasp heart force. Even if it were sufficient, it was not something that could be comprehended in a short time. By the time Xiao Chen comprehended it, his injuries would have already worsened, and he would no longer show any signs of life. Hence, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's method was very special and ingenious. Following the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's instructions, Xiao Chen continuously emptied his mind. As Xiao Chen recited the incantation, his thoughts drifted. The soul in his soul pool swayed like a candle flame on the verge of being extinguished at any moment. Slowly, Xiao Chen entered a wondrous state. He was on the verge of sleep but did not have any thoughts. His consciousness drifted, like a dead person. However, he could truly feel his thoughts. Shio. Suddenly, the souls in his soul pool went out like candlelight. The entire soul pool turned pitch black. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor, who was hidden in the 9-star primal core, formed a profound hand seal. Xiao Chen's limp body floated up like a sponge in water. The originally formless heart force in the world transformed into thin halos of light that surrounded the surroundings. As the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor continuously formed hand seals, the invisible light continuously poured into Xiao Chen's body and then flowed out. It was like clean water washing away dirt. However, at this moment, it was using the most mysterious force in the world to help Xiao Chen clean the wounds in his body. Under the influence of the heart force, Xiao Chen's shattered dragon bones slowly fused back together. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor gently blew out a mouthful of pure scarlet dragon qi, and Xiao Chen's mended bones immediately stabilized. After the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor blew out this mouthful of pure dragon qi, his figure weakened even further. While the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor said that he was using his heart force to treat Xiao Chen's injuries, in reality, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor himself was the one doing the actual work. The most important thing was still that mouthful of scarlet dragon qi. However, there was no need to tell Xiao Chen about all this. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor looked at the demonic qi veritable essence energy and spiritual energy veritable essence energy in the essence movement pill. His expression appeared uncertain, thinking about something. Xiao Chen had asked him why he had not appeared after breaking through to Star Venerate. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor did not tell Xiao Chen the true reason. Turning into a demonic qi, is this an unavoidable fate for all the experts of my blue dragon race? I hope that you are luckier than me. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Then, he continued to focus on using his heart force to treat Xiao Chen's injuries. 4 hours were enough. The shattered bones in Xiao Chen's body had already fused back together, and his dragon bones had recovered. The rest was not a big deal. By relying on the strong recovery ability of the dragon race bloodline, Xiao Chen's internal injuries would heal quickly. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor stopped, and the surrounding light screen vanished. Xiao Chen's hovering body slowly descended. Big brother, there really is a fortuitous encounter. The unconscious Xiao Chen opened his eyes and saw the little monk rushing over to Xiao Chen in wild joy. Without saying a word, the little monk tried to carry him. Whoosh! This startled Xiao Chen. He gently slapped the ground and stood up. Hey, big brother, your injuries have healed? Xiao Chen also felt surprised. His dragon bones had healed, and his injuries were mostly healed. This was truly strange. Xiao Chen wanted to ask the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor about it. However, he discovered that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor was already asleep. This was truly surprising. Xiao Chen still had many questions to ask the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor. For example, he did not have time to ask about the Black Dragon King suppressed in the underground dragon city. Now that my dragon bones have healed, all I need is time to recover from my remaining internal injuries. What fortuitous encounter did you discover? Initially, Xiao Chen just wanted to send the little monk away. Unexpectedly, the little monk actually found a fortuitous encounter. Come with me. There are actually words carved on a stone pillar. I did not have time to take a closer look before I ran over to inform Big Brother. The little monk turned around and led Xiao Chen forward. The underground filled with stone pillars was like a maze. As the two walked, they came to a stone pillar and stopped. Xiao Chen took a look and saw that this seemed to be a treasure pillar with a divine flame. Big Brother, look, the words are here. When Xiao Chen looked carefully, it was indeed as he had expected. Many words were carved on a string of stone pillars. I studied heart force for 1,000 years. Before my death, I had to admit that heart force cannot be passed down or imparted. Whether one can comprehend it or not depends on fate. However, there are also some comprehensions that I left behind. If you see them, it can be considered fate. After reading carefully, Xiao Chen and the little monk rejoiced. These were actually the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's comprehensions of heart force. As Xiao Chen continued reading, he saw that Xiao Chen was frowning heavily, feeling vexed. It turned out that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's comprehensions were also cryptic and hard to understand. They were extremely profound, like a heavenly book. To think that this is the simplified version of heart force. This Scarlet Blood Pirate King is really incredible. He knew that heart force cannot be passed down, Yet he took another path and left behind this heavenly heart art. After cultivating it, one can use soul energy to imitate the simplified version of heart force. After the little monk finished reading, he felt deeply moved and revealed joy on his face. You can understand it? It's very simple. It's even easier to understand than the ancient scriptures I read in the temple. How could I not understand it? What's wrong, big brother? Could it be that you can't understand it? The little monk showed a strange expression as he looked at Xiaochen, looking like he deserved a beating. Some mockery and some confusion. You can't even understand this? Xiaochen smiled embarrassedly and said, It's all right. I understand a little. Oh, I thought that big brother did not understand and was prepared to share it. It looks like there is no need. Normally, our abbot would come to me for guidance on the annotations of some ancient scriptures. After the little monk finished speaking with a smile, he sat down and started cultivating. The little monk could understand the ancient scriptures that even the abbot did not understand. If Xiaochen had known, he would not have had to worry. Xiaochen felt depressed, but he could not do anything about it. He could only continue reading the scriptures that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind. After reading it 10 times, Xiaochen finally gained some comprehension. He understood where the heavenly heart art came from. After reading it 100 times, Xiaochen revealed an expression of understanding. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King was indeed strong. To think that this heavenly heart art could imitate the simplified version of heart force. After comprehending it in his heart, Xiaochen sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate the heavenly heart art. Xiaochen's comprehension ability was extremely rare in this world. After he comprehended the heavenly heart art from the words on the stone pillars, his cultivation speed was not slow. In merely 1 hour, the heavenly heart art successfully drew out the soul energy in his soul pool. For hours later, he opened his eyes, and a pale white flame could be seen in his palm. This was the heart flame. This was what the Scarlet Blood Pirate King called this simplified version of heart force. True heart force was formless and invisible. However, it was ever-changing and could be used on any martial technique. As Xiaochen looked at his palm, he felt somewhat vexed at this tiny heart flame. How should I maximize the might of this tiny heart flame? Ha! Delightful! Just as Xiaochen felt vexed, he heard the little monk laughing continuously. Then, he saw the little monk leaping around underground and jabbing a finger into the air. With a point of his finger, an illusory figure shot out. The image was a gigantic finger of an ancient Buddha with a faint flame burning inside. This was the heart flame that the little monk just cultivated. When Xiaochen saw this, he felt horrified. What a fellow! To think that he managed to merge the heart flame and the Buddhist sect's martial techniques so quickly. This completely formed a brand new martial technique. Comparing oneself to others would only make one angry. Xiaochen looked at his palm. He had not figured out how to use the heart flame yet. Then, he shook his head and put it away. Originally, this should have been a joyous matter. However, compared to Yanchen, Xiaochen could not bring himself to feel happy. Boom! All of a sudden, the gigantic illusory fingers that were randomly weaving among the stone pillars hit one of the stone pillars by accident. Bang! The ancient stone pillar instantly crumbled, falling towards Xiaochen. Xiaochen did not find this strange. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he got up and retreated, narrowly dodging the attack. If Xiaochen had been struck, his newly recovered physical body would not have been able to endure such a blow. However, he still could not avoid being covered in dust. Ha! Big brother Xiao, how is the might of the heavenly heart finger that I comprehended? Yanchen said with a smile as he ran over excitedly. Just as Xiaochen was about to answer, he suddenly felt a terrifying will of soul surpass the many layers of heart force obstruction and sweep over. Fortunately, with the obstruction of the heart force, this will, which should have been incredibly fast, slowed down significantly. Xiaochen pulled the little monk and quickly retreated, moving behind the stone pillar with the divine flame. Those sovereign personages have not left yet. The little monk whispered with lingering fear in his heart. That is within reason. Xiaochen remained expressionless. He did not find this unexpected as he thought of a countermeasure. How could the sovereign personages of the demonic Dao sects leave so easily with such vast benefits? Not to mention the faux god flame that could make sovereign personages fall out with. Just the 8 supreme treasures were worth a sovereign personage waiting here for half a year. It would be rather difficult to leave now. The only good news was that the terrifying heart force underground deterred sovereign personages from coming down to check. However, the two could not execute their movement techniques due to the heart force, so they could not leave. Chapter 1830. A stone pillar suddenly collapsed, but I didn't see the two of them. Strange, what's going on? Could it be that someone can survive a fall? On top of the stone pillar, the 3 elders from the devil sect looked at each other and felt that it was a little difficult to understand. The sudden collapse of the stone pillar had attracted the 3 of them here. However, after looking around, they did not find anything. As for going down, however, the sovereign personages from the 3 great demonic Dao sects all had their own thoughts. The 2 sovereign personages from the Blood Demon Royal Hall and the Fantasy Cloud sect would definitely not take the risk. Although the 2 were sovereign personages, their physical bodies were not heaven-defying. If they fell, they would not fare much better than those holy venerates. As for the Heavenly Eagle Castle's sovereign personage, Xiaochen was confident that he would not fall to his death. But how to get up was a problem for him. He also had to worry about whether the other 2 people up there would trip him up. If he was trapped for 10 or 100 years, that would be too much of a loss. Brother Hong, the demonic cultivation techniques of your Heavenly Eagle Castle mainly cultivate the physical body. How about going down and taking a look? An old man holding a ghost pennant greeted the Heavenly Eagle Castle sovereign personage rather politely. Bullshit. How is that ordinary gravity? It's clearly the legendary heart force. I might be fine if I go down, but how am I going to come up? The rather stout Heavenly Eagle Castle sovereign personage shook his head, showing no intention of going down. It's probably a mess now. If the 2 of them were really down there, even if they didn't fall to their deaths, they wouldn't be able to come out. If we really want to break this heart force, only if the sect masters of our 3 sects join hands will we have a chance. The Blood Demon Royal Hall's sovereign personage seated on the underworld ghost bird said softly. The faux god flame is sufficient for the 3 sects to work together. However, what if there is no one down there? The 3 sovereign personages discussed endlessly, unable to come to a consensus. In the pitch-black abyss, the little monk and Xiaochen were unable to see or hear the situation above. He could only feel a few terrifying wills piercing through the obstruction of his heart force and scanning the area several times before leaving. Big brother, what should we do? The little monk asked nervously. Xiaochen said calmly, after they leave, we'll split up and see if there's a way out. In fact, even if he couldn't find a way out, Xiaochen still had another risky method to keep as a record. All right. Xiaochen's calmness infected the little monk. Yan Chen's nervousness eased significantly. The vast space was like a labyrinth. To Xiaochen and the little monk, each of the stone pillars was like a heavenly pillar. Looking up, he couldn't see the top at all. Half a day later, the 2 of them met under the divine flame precious pillar. They spread their hands, but neither of them came to a conclusion. I didn't come across any fortuitous encounters. The small monk rubbed his bald head and said gloomily. Xiaochen cursed in his heart. Do you think that opportunities are like cabbages that can be found anywhere? Let's take a break and continue searching. The space was very big. Since the 2 of them had not finished walking, they might still have a chance. Yes. Xiaochen sat down cross-legged and swallowed another healing pill, mobilizing his true essence to speed up the recovery of his injuries. After breaking through to peak early-stage star venerate, Xiaochen had not checked his cultivation properly yet. When he looked inside with his spiritual sense, he saw that the space within the 9-star primal core had expanded significantly. The 9 spots of starlight carved on the primal core had also become increasingly resplendent, vaguely showing signs of breaking out, forming the scene of 9 stars revolving around the primal core. When Xiaochen entered the primal core, the demonic chi veritable essence energy and spiritual energy veritable essence energy maintained a balance. However, they could not fill the entire primal core space like before, being everywhere, leaving no gaps. How to balance the 2 veritable essence energy in the future would be a headache for Xiaochen. Although the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation had a strange origin, it was a bona fide righteous Dao cultivation technique that absorbed spiritual energy. Demonic Dao cultivation techniques also absorbed spiritual energy. However, the origin of demonic Dao cultivation techniques was comprehended from the ancient great desolate Aeon ferocious beasts. Demonic Dao cultivation techniques were completely different from righteous Dao cultivation techniques. They walked the path of being vicious and tyrannical, benefiting only oneself. The demonic Dao cultivation techniques required several times, even 10 times, more veritable essence energy than righteous Dao cultivators. However, when one advanced to the early stages, it was extremely horrifying. Due to the vast amount of veritable essence energy, it was hard to avoid remnant impurities and other energies. The demonic Dao cultivation techniques suppressed the demonic Qi veritable essence energy, pitch black, tyrannical, and horrifying. The pros and cons of such a cultivation method were very clear. It opposed righteous Dao cultivators. It was just like the relationship between humans and great desolate Aeon ferocious beasts. It was unavoidable. Right now, what Xiaoqun needed was a demonic Dao cultivation technique. After withdrawing his spiritual sense, Xiaoqun sent his consciousness into his soul pool. Compared to veritable essence energy, what he valued more was his soul energy. Xiaoqun already understood the importance of soul energy when he was in the major primal core realm. After advancing to the star venerate realm, Xiaoqun's consciousness could easily inspect his soul pool. His soul pool was as vast and boundless as before. The azure-colored dragon seal formed by his soul hovered in the center. The surroundings were vast and hazy, with a layer of white fog spreading. Many bright spots of light in the sky looked like stars, lighting up his soul pool. The star venerate realm was also known as the starry sky realm. This was because the sky in his soul pool was filled with spots of light. This was a mysterious phenomenon that would appear only after one advanced to star venerate. When starlight flickered in one's eyes, it was like the many stars decorating the sky. Then one's will of soul could fly out. The strong could even let their will of soul truly roam the starry heavens. It was like the primordial spirit of an immortal leaving his body. When Xiaoqun opened his eyes again, most of his injuries were already healed. Then, he had a simple conversation with the little monk. The two continued exploring the surroundings. When they met again, they returned empty-handed. 3 days later, "Big brother, it looks like the two of us will really have to grow old alone here." The two had already explored the space at the bottom of the stone pillar. The surroundings were all dead ends. After obtaining the result, the little monk became more open-minded. Being able to die here with Big Brother Xiao is pretty good. After leaving the temple, aside from Master, I met many people. Either they ran when they saw me or they saw that I was young and wanted to cheat me. Yanchen mumbled a lot. At first, it sounded normal. However, as he spoke, tears started flowing out. In the end, the little monk was still young. His eyes had not matured yet, and the childishness on his face had not faded. Thinking about death, he still found it hard to feel happy. "Speaking of which, little monk, how old are you?" "Sob. So, 17. "What's wrong?" the little monk said in a somewhat choked voice. 17, Xiaoqun knew that Yanchen was not yet 20. However, he was surprised. He was not even 18. That made sense. In the end, Yanchen was only 17. How could he let go of the thought of dying here? If it were Xiaoqun, he probably would not be able to do it either. "Wait a minute, 17 years old, silver Buddhist light. Master said that my birth is the greatest blessing. He suspects that I am the reincarnation of an esteemed monk. My comprehension ability and talent are even more terrifying than that of a demonic genius." Suddenly, many scenes flashed in Xiaoqun's mind. The fragmented memories of the dragon race expert's faux god flame suddenly appeared. The silver Buddhist light did not represent the reincarnation of an esteemed monk. Instead, it was the reincarnation of a Buddha, the reincarnation of a Buddha from the previous epoch that rivaled an immortal. 17 years. When Xiaoqun thought about the time, he happened to match up with that Buddha. Mahasvara Buddha. Mahasvara Buddha. Suddenly, Xiaoqun felt somewhat excited in his heart. There was an answer to all these questions. Buddhists talk about fate and believe in karma. I saw some Buddhist-ine essence in you. Perhaps we can meet again. In that instant, Xiaochen recalled the words of the Mahasvara Buddha before he passed away. This fate has not been extinguished, and karma still exists. The little monk's body was covered in killing and sin. One could say that he was covered in filth. However, his heart was pure, clean, crystalline, and transparent. Great freedom. Everything about the little monk was now firmly in line with these three words. Buddha is in my heart, and Buddha is a true Buddha. If there is no Buddha in my heart, how can I find a true Buddha? With Buddha in one's heart, even if one committed overwhelming sin and killed boundlessly, one can still be free and unfettered. Xiaochen pressed his palms together and solemnly bowed to the little monk. This fate has not been extinguished, and karma still exists. Venerable, you are right. Thank you. Whether it was the Adumbra Buddha on the Emperor's Road, you saved my life, Xiaochen. Or the Buddhist sect's magic skill, Dermic World, which allowed me to escape dangers several times. Or the various instructions you gave me before you passed away. Or now, when the Saraira entered my body and suppressed the demonic nature in my body. Both of them received a bow from me, Xiaochen. Chapter 1831. Xiaochen's inexplicable bow immediately confused the little monk. He smiled between tears and said, "Big brother, I am not an esteemed monk or a Buddha. It is useless for you to bow to me. The two of us will still be trapped here until we die." However, right after the little monk spoke, he saw the image of a large Buddha behind Xiaochen. This Buddha pressed his palms together and smiled, exuding a supreme Buddhist might. This was not the strangest thing. The strangest thing was that the little monk actually felt that this large Buddha image was smiling at him. Who said that the two of us will die here? Xiaochen looked up at the little monk and smiled faintly, feeling a sense of familiarity. That's not it. Big brother, I saw a Buddha behind you earlier. The little monk felt incredibly shocked. Fearing that Xiaochen would not believe him, he emphasized, "It's true. It really is a large Buddha. It even smiled at me." Of course, Xiaochen believed it. However, he would not tell the little monk the reason. Illusion, illusion. Illusion? However, that is clearly not the case. That's right. Big brother, you said earlier that we don't have to die here? The little monk exclaimed in pleasant surprise as he suddenly recalled something. Xiaochen nodded. I never said that we will die here if we cannot find the way out. We just have to take some risks. What method? The little monk asked curiously, feeling interested. Xiaochen did not answer. He only took out the scarlet blood war banner and held it tightly with both hands. Then, he closed his eyes and sensed the black cutlass cruising the vast sea. His essence, blood and soul had already merged with the immemorial demon soul formation. No matter where the black cutlass was, as long as he focused, he could sense it. This was because the black cutlass was already a part of him. I see it. I see it. Slowly, a scene appeared in Xiaochen's mind. In this scene, Xiao Sua and the others were cruising the sea on the black cutlass. People came and went on the ship. The strange black cutlass gave off a layer of scarlet mist as it bobbed up and down in the waves. Xiaochen's consciousness slowly sank in. Soon, he saw the immemorial demon soul formation in the compartment. There was a terrifying heartbeat in the depths of the scarlet demon soul formation, thumping continuously. Within the hazy blood mist, one could vaguely see an extremely terrifying evil and ferocious beast grinning. The little monk who was standing on Xiaochen suddenly felt a terrifying demonic aura coming from his body. Xiaochen's long hair danced wildly in the wind. His eyes were pitch black and full of devilishness, causing others to not dare to look directly at him. Slowly, this wave of demonic might continuously strengthened. If it wasn't for the heart force here stopping it, it might have already rushed into the heavens and caused a great phenomenon. Not good. The little monk's keen senses told him that something was wrong. He rolled on the ground. With a loud bang, a demonic ship shrouded in a bloody mist appeared out of nowhere. As Xiaochen stood at the bow of the ship, Xiao Sua and the others rushed out of the deck, putting up their guard and feeling suspicious. When Xiaochen, who was at the bow of the ship, saw him, his expression relaxed. Young Master Xiao, what is going on? Elder Tang and the others asked in confusion. We'll talk about it later. Xiao Sua, come here for a moment. Xiao Chen turned around and withdrew his demonic might, returning to normal. Then, his gaze fell on Xiao Su. Xiao Sua felt that something was wrong. His intuition told him that something big was about to happen to him. Big brother, what's the matter? Xiao Sua asked as he looked at Xiao Chen, showing a nervous expression and feeling somewhat nervous in his heart. Xiao Chen did not say anything. He opened his palm, and the faux god flame that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind slowly appeared, hovering in the air. Senior, what do you think of this person? This is the person you chose for me? His talent is ordinary, and he is rather old. Just when Xiao Chen thought that it was hopeless, the faux god flame changed the topic. Its voice rang out in his mind again. However, he does have a pure pirate's heart, something that you do not have. However, this is what I value the most. Back then, my talent was also ordinary. As long as one maintained a pure pirate's heart, one could become a legendary pirate king. That would not be incredible no matter what era it was. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Indeed, it was as he expected. Back then, when the Scarlet Blood Pirate Kings said that he lacked something, Xiao Chen recalled that he lacked a pirate's heart. He realized that what he lacked was a pirate's heart. Xiao Chen's ambition was not this. How could he have a pirate's heart? This was very normal. Xiao Sua, this clump of flame represents the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's inheritance. Today, I will pass this fortuitous encounter to you on behalf of Senior Scarlet Blood Pirate King. I hope that you will not bring disgrace to the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's name in the future and persevere in your pirate's heart. Xiao Chen enunciated every word seriously as he looked at Xiao Sua. Big brother, this fortuitous encounter is too great. I cannot accept it. I'm not too ambitious. I just want to drift on the sea for the rest of my life. Big brother, you're... Xiao Sua still wanted to say something, but Xiao Chen interrupted him. Xiao Chen smiled and said, don't say any more. Back then, even I misjudged this Scarlet Blood War banner at the auction. It was you. You were the one who personally won this war banner. This is the will of the heavens. This fortuitous encounter was prepared for you, Xiao Sua. Before Xiao Sua could reject, the faux god flame in Xiao Chen's hand directly entered Xiao Sua's forehead. A fierce flame immediately blazed on Xiao Sua's body. An incredibly vast aura surged out from his body. Without exception, Xiao Chen and the others on the deck were all knocked back by this aura. The Iron Hand Yama and Elder Tang, who were more knowledgeable, immediately petrified on the spot, feeling startled. Faux god flame. This is the legendary faux god flame. The Iron Hand Yama muttered, it really is a faux god flame. Furthermore, it is the faux god flame left behind by the legendary pirate, the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. Suddenly realizing something, the Iron Hand Yama looked at Xiao Chen and asked, Xiao Chen, did you snatch this from Xianxia? Xiao Chen shook his head and said, no. Indeed, Xiao Chen had taken it from under the noses of 10-odd holy venerates, including Xianxia and the many demonic Dao sect true inheritors. What about Xianxia? Elder Tang and the Iron Hand Yama looked around, feeling cautious and fearful. Clearly, Xianxia left too great an impression on them, nearly leaving a barrier in their hearts that they could not overcome. I killed him with one saber strike. The little monk Yenchen said with a cocky expression as he ran over with a smile. Where did this little bald donkey come from? Just chant the scriptures properly and stop messing around. The Iron Hand Yama looked over speechlessly, not believing Yenchen at all. If it were in the past, he would have directly pushed the little monk away when he was in a bad temper. Xiao Chen said softly, I did indeed die at his hands. Without him, I would not have survived until now. Let me introduce you. This is Yenchen, a Buddhist sect expert from the Central Great Realm. He is known as Cough. The little monk coughed and Xiao Chen recalled. He smiled and said, his nickname is not important. What is important is that Xianxia did indeed die at his hands. You don't have to worry about Xianxia appearing again in the future. The Iron Hand Yama and Elder Tang showed shocked expressions as they looked at the little monk in disbelief. However, since this was what Xiaochen said, it was absolutely true. It was nothing much. Seniors, there is no need to be too shocked. The little monk Chen smiled faintly, showing the demeanor of an expert. Just at this moment, Xiao Sua's aura on the deck suddenly withdrew. In the next moment he opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flashed in them. Xiao Sua did not open his cultivation. However, his gaze was deep and calm. Everyone could sense that Xiao Sua was no longer the same as he was in the past. Envy flashed in the eyes of the Iron Hand Yama and Elder Tang. Of course, the two would not hold any grudges. Xiaochen had risked his life to obtain this faux god flame. The two would not mind who Xiaochen gave the inheritance to. However, they could not help but feel disappointed. Big brother. Xiao Sua leaped into the air and landed before Xiaochen. Xiaochen nodded slightly. I already obtained the complete memories of the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. Although the treasures in this stone pillar are very difficult to take out, the entire Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body is filled with vast treasures. However, the entire Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body is filled with vast treasures. What we have seen now is just the tip of the iceberg. Xiao Sua's aura turned much steadier. While he spoke of shocking matters, he was now incredibly calm and steady. Xiaochen was not surprised by Xiao Sua's words. In his opinion, the entire 100,000 Great Peaks were the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body. Just this body alone was already so valuable that it was immeasurable. Right now, Xiaochen was not concerned about this. He nodded and said, right now, there are still some sovereign personages in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body. We are trapped here, unable to get out. Xiao Sua smiled calmly and said, that is simple. Xiao Sua gently snapped his fingers, and a mark appeared in the bodies of Xiao Chen and the others. In the next moment, Xiao Sua snapped his fingers again. He smiled and said, it's done. I have already sent out all those without the scarlet blood mark in their bodies. The cave entrance is also closed. They have inherited the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's will. Even if sovereign personages gather here, they will have to obey the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's will. Come, let's go to the blazing sea of blood. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King's warship is there. Chapter 1832. After inheriting the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's will, Xiao Sua was like a monarch in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's physical body. He could easily do many things that were unimaginable in the eyes of ordinary people. For example, with 2 snaps of his fingers, he could easily move those sovereign personages away. With a thought, the black cutlass carried everyone into the blazing scarlet sea like it teleported. The problem that had troubled Xiao Chen and the small monk was easily solved just like that. How miraculous! I came out just like that. On the deck, the little monk stood at the bow of the ship. As he looked at the boundless blazing sea of blood, he sighed ruefully. Boom! 10,000 li ahead, the scarlet flame waves parted, revealing a majestic scarlet pirate ship. With a tremendous pressure, it rode the wind and broke through the waves. Scarlet Blood Warship. The pirate crew of the Black Cutlass immediately felt excited. However, when the Scarlet Blood pirate ship got closer, they discovered that the ship was in ruins. It looked old, as if it had gone through a heaven-shaking battle. It had already been tens of thousands of years, and they hadn't had the time to rest. Xiaochen saw it clearly. Not bad, the skeleton is still there, and the formation is not damaged. You just need to repair it slowly. I don't think you can afford to give you a legendary battleship all at once. Xiao Sua nodded. Before the Scarlet Blood Pirate King died, he seemed to have purposely arranged this. Regardless, it's not too bad. It has a solid foundation, and with enough resources, it will become a legendary battleship sooner or later. Xiao Chen sighed lightly, and only after a long time did he say, it's time to part ways. Both of you can enter closed-door cultivation here for a while. There are still many fortuitous encounters in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body. After cultivating here for half a year, he will definitely gain a lot. Xiao Sua knew what Xiao Chen meant. The moment the Black Cutlass completely demonized, it was no longer suitable for the crew to remain. Big brother, thank you. Xiao Sua said solemnly as he looked at Xiao Chen. For a moment, he did not know what to say. Xiao Chen smiled casually and said, Don't stand on ceremony with me. It's settled then. What about you, big brother? Do you need to go into seclusion here? There's no need for that. The biggest thing I've understood here is that I've broken the demon barrier in my heart. I've already wasted too much time, and I can't delay any longer. I have to go to the place I want to go. Take care. Xiao Suo did not force Xiaochen to stay. He called out, and everyone on the Black Cutlass came over to say goodbye to Xiaochen. After this parting, he really did not know when they would have the chance to meet again. Luo Nan and Fi, the young couple, Elder Tang, and the Iron Hand Yama were much more saddened than the others. Big brother Xiaochen, take care. Or will miss you too. Fei was still the same as before. Every time they parted, her eyes would be filled with tears. On the other hand, Luo Nan appeared rather calm. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, Big brother Xiao, although I do not know what you are going to do, I can sense it. This trip of Big brother Xiao's was not easy. Xiaochen was very satisfied to have such a group of friends to send him off when he was leaving. Goodbye, Xiaochen said with a cupped fist salute. He felt some reluctance in his heart. He did not know when they would meet again. At the bow of the Scarlet Blood warship, Xiao Suo held up the Scarlet Blood war banner and ferociously waved it. Then, an irresistible force sent the Black Cutlass out. This was because Xiao Chen had specifically instructed the Scarlet Blood warship to be sent as far as possible, lest they ran into the people of the three great demonic Dao sections. When the Black Cutlass reappeared, Xiao Chen did not know where it was either. Looking at the little monk beside him, Xiao Chen smiled and said, It's just the two of us again. Speaking of which, big brother, are you going to the Central Great Realm? Yes. Where exactly? The Central Great Realm is incredibly vast. There are 4 dynasties, 8 empires, many tribes, and all sorts of desolate places. It is simply too big. The dragon race. That is the Divine Dragon Empire. That is a good place. However, I have never been there before and am not very familiar with it. Xiaochen felt excited. The little monk before him came from the Central Great Realm. He could ask the little monk for advice on how to get to the Central Great Realm. But, little monk, I still have not asked why you came to the Ash Gray Sea? Xiaochen asked out of curiosity. The little monk scratched his head and smiled. There is a heavenly book scholar in the Yanwu dynasty. He is good at divination and knows the dragon-seeking art. He is known as the Book of All Things. There is no fate that he cannot divine. Many people seek him out to divine their fortuitous encounters. I was curious, so I sought him out as well. Then, he said that the greatest fortuitous encounter of my life is in the Myriad Star Mountain. Then I came here in a daze. The Heavenly Book Scholar? The Book of All Things? Interesting. If there is a chance, I should see for myself. I can get him to divine for me and see if he is really that divine. However, the Ash Gray Sea should be very far from the Central Great Realm. How did you get here? Compared to the Heavenly Book Scholar, Xiaochen was more concerned about this. How to get to the Central Great Realm. There are trans-realm transportation formations. The Ash Gray Sea has them as well. However, they require a lot of spirit jades, and there is a limit to how long they can be activated. They are all ancient transportation formations that require frequent maintenance. Bring me to the trans-realm transportation formation. That should not be a problem, right? Leave it to me. Although I am rather unlucky, I don't think I have ever gotten lost. Xiaochen entered deep thought. As he looked at the little monk's confident expression, he thought to himself, I still have to prepare another backup plan. I cannot place all my hopes on the little monk. In the next moment, Xiaochen's figure vanished and reappeared in his cultivation room. With a casual wave, the 8 supreme treasures that he obtained from the stone pillar with the divine flame appeared one by one. That's not right. There are only 7 now. I gave one of them to the little monk, the Kasaya. After subduing these supreme treasures, Xiaochen had not had time to look at them. Actually, Xiaochen had been anticipating them for a long time already. Then, he looked around and fixed his gaze on the peak-grade spirit jades. Xiaochen thought to himself, the value of the peak-grade spirit jades already surpasses that of spirit jades. They are treasures of the world. Even a sovereign personage would desire them. Everything else aside, just the spiritual energy contained in the peak-grade spirit jades could allow Xiaochen to break through to middle-stage star venerate without any difficulty. The most important thing was that the spiritual energy in it was exceptionally pure and dense, not containing any impurities. If Xiaochen relied on it to advance, he would not need to spend time consolidating his veritable essence energy. However, it was too much of a pity to use it now. Furthermore, he could not maximize its value. After putting it away, Xiaochen's gaze landed on the medicinal pill that was clearly for ferocious beasts to consume. This medicinal pill was about the size of a chicken egg. It was bright red, and a flame burned on its surface. One could easily feel its ferocious and tyrannical medicinal energy without even consuming it. Clearly, Xiaochen had no use for it. If the demon blood vulture were here, he could consider letting it consume it. After all, it had followed him for a long time. Unfortunately, Xiaochen did not know where it ran off to. He could only put it away for now and think about it in the future. Next was the pipa. As Xiaochen gently plucked it, a melodious sound rang out, sounding exceptionally clean. This was also a soul tool. It was very valuable, but Xiaochen could not tell how valuable it was. After all, Xiaochen was not proficient in everything. He knew very little about musical instruments. Suddenly, Xiaochen thought of a person, and his lips curled up in a smile. It was not headliner Ling Long but his martial nephew, Ling Yu. Didn't Ling Yu already admire headliner Ling Long for a long time and even set a 5-year time limit with her? Xiaochen decided to keep it for Ling Yu. When Ling Yu went to ask for her, he would use it as a betrothal gift. The remaining items were a ghost pennant, a treasure bow, a secret manual, and a mutated fruit. These were the 4 supreme treasures that Xiaochen valued the most. These 4 items were of direct help to Xiaochen's strength. With a wave of his hand, Xiaochen grasped the treasure bow. Then, he looked at it carefully and saw 3 words carved on it. God's Shadow. It turned out that this bow was called the God Shadow bow. Did it mean that the arrows it fired were like the afterimages left behind by a god? Just this name inspired Xiaochen's anticipation and excitement. In the past, Xiaochen also liked using bows. Back in the Sky Dome realm, that Soul Slayer had helped him kill many strong enemies. There was a bow but no arrows. However, there should be some arrows in his storage ring. After searching, Xiaochen found many arrows. However, they were all high-quality arrows forged in the Sky Dome realm. He did not know if they could be used with the God Shadow bow. Suddenly, Xiaochen thought of something. He circulated the heavenly heart art, and a strand of heart flame soared up from his palm. This was a simplified version of heart force formed from soul energy. Xiaochen thought back to when the little monk easily shattered an ancient stone pillar with the heavenly heart finger. The might of the heart force was still fresh in Xiaochen's mind. At that time, he had been worrying about how to use this heart flame. Now that he had a bow and arrows, Xiaochen immediately thought of how to use them. A smile appeared on Xiaochen's face as he put away the God Shadow bow. Then, he went to look for the little monk, Yan Qin, with a smile on his face. "Big brother, why are you smiling so happily? What's the matter?" The little monk asked out of curiosity, not knowing that danger was approaching. "After you comprehended the heavenly heart finger, you have not had an opponent to practice with. I thought about it and decided that since I have nothing to do, I might as well help you practice with it." Xiaochen showed a calm expression, not showing any fluctuations as he spoke softly. The little monk smiled and said, "Ha! Big brother really understands me. My hands have been itching for the past few days. After I comprehended my unique secret technique, I could not find an opponent to practice with. It was very frustrating. However, the heavenly heart finger is very mighty. Furthermore, I just comprehended it. I will not take responsibility if I accidentally injure Big Brother." Xiaochen smiled and said, "Don't worry. Just do your best." The two went to the deck and pointed to the sea. Then, the little monk leaped off and flew 1 kilometer. A little further. The ash-gray sea moved like it was flat ground. The little monk flew 5 kilometers away and shouted, "Is that enough?" Still not enough. After moving 100 kilometers, Xiaochen verified that the little monk's vision was somewhat blurry. Then he took out the God Shadow bow and knocked an arrow. Why does it feel like something is wrong? The little monk said, feeling it was strange as he scratched his head. Chapter 1833. On the deck, Xiaoqun knocked an arrow on the god shadow bow. Then he grasped the bow handle. In that instant he felt a connection with the bow. Suddenly, a mysterious perception came from the god shadow bow. Xiaoqun's field of vision zoomed in. This was the power of the god shadow bow. He did not circulate any veritable essence energy or open his heavenly eye. The instant Xiaoqun grasped the bow, his field of vision zoomed in. It felt like he was only 1 kilometer away from 50 kilometers away. He was so close that he could see everything clearly. The perception from the god shadow bow was still searching for its target. When the god shadow bow saw the little monk hundreds of kilometers away, the god shadow bow's perception quickly searched for its target. When it saw the little monk hundreds of kilometers away, a vague question immediately appeared in Xiaoqun's mind. That was the god shadow bow's consciousness, asking Xiaoqun if he was the target. This was probably the feeling of being connected by heart and flesh. After the god shadow bow obtained Xiaoqun's confirmation, the perception in front instantly focused on the little monk's body. The little monk, who felt that something was wrong, moved quickly, flashing about. The little monk's movement technique was so terrifying that even a regular holy venerate would not be able to catch him. However, no matter how the little monk moved, Xiaoqun could see all the trajectories clearly. A formless line shot out from the god shadow bow, firmly locking onto the little monk. Between the 2 points and the line, Xiaoqun, you do not need to do anything else. You only need to draw the bowstring. Even if you hide to the ends of the world, it will be useless. Buzz. Xiaoqun slowly drew the bowstring. He immediately felt his soul energy flow into the bow like flowing water. However, the bowstring did not move at all, showing no intention of moving at all. I can't draw it. Xiaoqun immediately felt startled. He felt that he had gone overboard. He had underestimated the might of a soul tool. Furthermore, the bow in his hand was no ordinary soul tool. The 8 supreme treasures that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King had purposely collected were all very special. It was very likely that the little monk would really die after this arrow was shot. Not to mention using the heart flame, just shooting this arrow made Xiaoqun's heart pound. However, there was no turning back. Little monk, I can only let you down. After draining 1/3 of Xiaoqun's soul energy, the god shadow bow's bowstring finally drew back by 1 centimeter. Boom. Just as Xiaoqun was about to let go, the arrow knocked on the bow exploded, unable to withstand the immense force. A huge hole instantly appeared on the deck of the demonic ship. The huge force sent Xiaoqun flying on the spot, and his body directly crashed into the observation deck. With a bang, Xiaoqun spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. His face was extremely weak. Wang, the bowstring was still vibrating slightly, and the remaining energy exploded in all directions. Bang! Bang! The defenses of the black cutlass appeared extremely weak before this power. One after another, huge holes were blasted open. Waves rolled in all directions, causing the entire ship to shake violently. A moment later, the entire demonic ship was blown up, leaving only its skeleton. Xiaoqun struggled to get up. He let out a bitter laugh when he saw this scene. This time, he had indeed gone too far and played himself. There was a reason why soul tools were called soul treasures. No wonder only rank 6 demonic sects knew of them. Ordinary people could not control them as they pleased. The price of a mistake would not be as simple as death. Big brother, what are you doing? Why don't I understand? The little monk heard the terrifying explosion and rushed over. The scene before him stunned him. The completed black cutlass was riddled with holes. Xiaoqun's complexion was pale and weak. For an instant earlier, I felt death approaching. No matter what I did, I could not shake it off. That nearly scared me to death. Big brother, quickly tell me what martial technique you used the heavenly heart art to research. I really do not understand at all. The little monk said excitedly, not understanding what was going on. He thought that Xiaoqun had used the heavenly heart finger to comprehend an extremely terrifying martial technique like him. In the end, the little monk did not grasp the degree of control, resulting in failure. Xiaoqun said indifferently, if you can understand it, am I still your big brother? Quickly go and capture a ferocious beast for me. The more ferocious, the better. Xianxia scratched his head and left to carry out the order. How unlucky. As Xiaochen looked at the black cutlass, he felt like crying, but no tears came out. However, after being with the little monk, his heart had already become very strong. He was mentally prepared for any misfortune. Fortunately, this black cutlass was now a demonic ship. It only needed one ferocious beast. After the immemorial demon soul formation absorbed flesh and souls, the ship could slowly recover. There was no need to worry. Holding the god shadow bow, Xiaochen carefully put it away. He made up his mind not to use it unless he had no other choice. The god shadow bow was a great killing tool. He could not test the might of the heart flame. Instead, he might as well use an ordinary bow to test it. After rummaging through his storage ring, Xiaochen took out the dust-covered Soul Slayer bow. Then he gently patted the bow to get rid of the dust. When he saw this bow, he could not help thinking about the past in the Sky Dome realm. He remembered that this bow could bring out a lot of might based on how much vital chi one had. Its origins were very mysterious. One could draw this bow only with pure vital chi. However, Xiaochen knew that there was no such thing as a limit in this world. The Kunlun realm had not tested this bow's limits yet. Now was a good time to test it out. Boom! Xiaochen knocked an arrow, drew the bow, and drew the bowstring. When Xiaochen used one cauldron force, it startled him slightly. To think that he did not draw the bow to its fullest. Xiaochen continued to pour in more vital chi. Soon, it reached 10 cauldron force. Xiaochen discovered that the more vital chi he infused, the more horrifying the resistance he faced. He could not help feeling startled. What exactly was the origin of this bow? Now that he was in the Kunlun realm, he still could not draw it to its fullest. After thinking about it, there was only one possibility. Xiaochen could only say that when forging this bow, the formation he infused in it might have been an immortal Dao formation from the previous epoch. The strength of the formation made up for the bow's inferior material. By the time Xiaochen used 20 cauldron force, the bowstring was still not drawn to its fullest. Dragon roars rang out endlessly in his body. As Xiaochen drew the Soul Slayer bow, his aura soared continuously. An item from the Sky Dome realm gave him a pleasant surprise. The heavenly heart art slowly circulated, and a strand of heart flame appeared at the tail of the arrow. Then, it spread out and merged with the entire arrow. Whoosh! Xiaochen let go, and the arrow infused with heart flame soared into the sky. The arrow immediately pierced through a late-stage star venerate ferocious beast in the sky. It cried out miserably as it fell into the sea. The black cutlass pounced over like a hungry tiger. The immemorial demon soul formation activated, and scarlet demonic chi spread out, quickly swallowing up the ferocious beast. As the black cutlass swallowed up the ferocious beast, the blood mist spreading out thickened. The holes in the black cutlass slowly healed. Xiaochen stood upright while holding the bow, entering deep thought. It seemed to be weaker than the little monk's heavenly heart finger. However, it was much faster. Furthermore, the drain was negligible. Xiaochen took out another arrow. However, this time, he knocked 3 arrows at the same time. The 3 arrows infused with heart flame tore through the sky. In the next moment, 3 miserable cries came from the sky as 3 ferocious beasts fell into the water. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, "Without a doubt, this simplified version of heart force is the most perfect combination with the bow and arrow." Then, Xiaochen knocked another arrow. Using only 1 cauldron force, he drew the bowstring and opened his heavenly eye. Immediately, Xiaochen's vision expanded. Using his heavenly eye, he allowed the Soul Slayer bow in his hand to reach a level similar to the God Shadow bow. Xiaochen wanted to test the limits of the heart flame's range and might when infused with an arrow. Soon, his vision extended to 500 kilometers. Then, Xiaochen locked on to a towering mountain. Boom! The instant Xiaochen let go, that towering mountain turned into dust and vanished from the vast sea. This development stunned Xiaochen. In the next moment, he startled awake. What fast speed! This was already a power that the Soul Slayer bow could not achieve. Heart Force, even the simplified version of Heart Force, had a flabbergasting might. The faster one's heart was, the faster one's arrow would be. The farther one's heart was, the farther one's arrow would be. Suddenly, Xiaochen gained some comprehension of heart force. He vaguely felt like he had touched something. Heart force is indeed unfathomable. Back then, when I saw those stone pillar spaces in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's body, I felt that they were boundlessly vast, comparable to the starry heavens. Perhaps they were influenced by the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's heart force. Xiaochen collected his thoughts and muttered to himself, no matter what, he had figured out how to use this simplified version of heart force, just like the little monk. The little monk was the reincarnation of a great Buddha. His horrifying comprehension ability could not be judged by the standards of ordinary people. The heavenly heart finger was not created by just anyone. Even without Xiaochen's comprehension ability, he could still find a way to use heart force that was not inferior to the little monk's. It was already something to be proud of. Satisfied, Xiaochen put away the Soul Slayer bow. There were still 3 supreme treasures that he had not looked at carefully. One was a secret manual, one was the Qiongqi Beast Ghost Pennant, and one was a wondrous mutated fruit. Just by smelling the mutated fruit, Xiaochen felt a comfortable chill. He felt an urge to burn his bloodline. This was a mutated fruit that strengthened the physique and improved the power of one's bloodline. Its ability was the same as the life juice source that Xiaochen once obtained. However, its effects should be vastly different. It was not time to consume it yet. Xiaochen put away the mutated fruit and looked at the ghost pennant. Since Xiaochen had the experience of using a soul tool before, he took a quick look at it. Then, he only left his mark in the ghost pennant before placing it in his storage ring. Just thinking about the god Shadow Bao, he knew that the ghost pennant's might was not far from it. Finally, there was only one secret manual left. The words, Demonic Cloud Heaven Swallowing Art, were written on the cover. Xiaochen gave it a cursory look. This was an extremely tyrannical demonic Dao cultivation technique. The demonic clouds that lingered in the starry sea formed because the Scarlet Blood Pirate King cultivated this demonic Dao cultivation technique. After flipping through it, Xiaochen carefully put it away as well. Indeed, he lacked a demonic Dao cultivation technique. Although this demonic Dao cultivation technique was tyrannical, it did not require one to eat humans or absorb souls. It was directly comprehended from the ancient ferocious beast, the demonic cloud bird. Its origins were extremely ancient. Then, Xiaochen made up his mind. The demonic Dao cultivation technique that he would cultivate in the future would be this demonic cloud heaven swallowing art. However, speaking of which, the little monk has been gone for so long. Why is he not back yet? The black cutlass had swallowed a few ferocious beasts and had already recovered. Haha, big brother, I'm back. I found a huge bird for you. It is definitely very ferocious. I nearly let it run away. Just as Xiaochen was thinking, the little monk's familiar laughter came from the distance. He saw the little monk in a somewhat sorry state, with some horrifying wounds on his body. However, he had a smile on his face. The little monk dragged a huge scarlet bird as he walked on the surface of the sea, slowly heading towards the black cutlass. Nearly all the feathers on that huge bird had been plucked clean, looking very miserable. He struggled ceaselessly and let out miserable howls, but he just couldn't break free. Xiaochen frowned slightly. Why did this bird's voice sound somewhat familiar? Furthermore, that figure and silhouette seemed familiar. Chapter 1834. Big brother, this bird is very ferocious. It is really foolish. Ha! It purposely fled a few times and then turned back to sneak attack. Did it think that I did not know? The little monk was very ruthless. He forcefully folded the wings of the huge bird together and tried to grab it. Just like that, he dragged it over the surface of the sea. Whoosh! Xiaochen found this somewhat familiar. His figure flashed, and he landed on the surface of the sea to observe it closely. Aside from the feathers on its tail, the scarlet bird had lost nearly all its feathers. It was bald, and its huge body now looked pitifully thin and weak. This startled Xiaochen. To think that it really was the demon blood vulture. Initially, he only found it somewhat familiar. After careful observation, he finally confirmed it. Upon seeing this scene, Xiaochen could not help laughing loudly. Where did you catch it? The little monk answered honestly, it charged over on its own. I did not go far before I saw it flying in our direction. Its entire body was filled with killing qi and a strong demonic nature. I felt that it would not be easy to deal with, so I was about to give up. Who knew? This despicable bird pecked me on the head and left with a strange smile. I really could not endure it. Look, you nearly got pecked through. With one look, there was indeed a clear mark on the little monk's shiny bald head. The demon blood vulture, which the little monk caught, wept in its heart after it completed the trial of its race. After completing the experiential training of its race, its strength had soared again. Without even thinking, it immediately came out to seek revenge on Xiaochen. After wandering around for a long time, the demon blood vulture sensed the aura of the black cutlass and gave chase. Along the way, the demon blood vulture saw a bald head on the surface of the sea. Out of curiosity, it pecked at the bald head. Unexpectedly, it caused such huge trouble. Even after using all its tricks, it could not defeat this monk. After being caught, the demon blood vulture was in a sorry state. The little monk, whose head had never been injured before, plucked out all its feathers in a fit of anger. The more surprising thing was yet to come. The little monk actually brought the demon blood vulture to Xiaochen. This was a great humiliation. Originally, the demon blood vulture wanted to appear awe-inspiring and teach Xiaochen a lesson. Who would have thought that he would turn into a general 5 hairs, appearing in such a sorry state? This made the vengeful demon blood vulture want to find a hole to hide in. Its pitiful reputation was ruined just like that. Let it go. It's my familiar. Xiaochen could not help smiling as he looked at the demon blood vulture's appearance. The little monk exclaimed, "This is Big Brother's demonic pet. How is this possible? I am the king blood vulture, the king blood vulture. How could it be someone else's magic pet? Don't listen to it." The demon blood vulture cried out in its heart, "Don't let me go. This great me is not anyone's demonic pet." Naturally, Xiaochen and the little monk would not care about what it was thinking. The small monk stammered, "Big brother, I'm really sorry for stripping your demonic pet." Xiaochen smiled casually. "It's fine. Go and rest first. I have something to say to the demon blood vulture." Hee, Big brother is really magnanimous. Then I'll leave first. He had accidentally left Xiaochen's demonic pet in such a state. He was too embarrassed to continue staying here. Feeling as though a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, the little monk quickly left. Now, only Xiaochen and the featherless demon blood vulture remained. One man and one beast watched quietly. The demon blood vulture was the first to give in. It continuously cursed Xiaochen in its heart. When it saw Xiaochen's eyes, it always felt fear. This was especially so in its current weakened state. When it flapped its wings weakly, it discovered that it could not fly at all. Xiaochen stepped forward, and the demon blood vulture retreated in a fluster. Then, it advanced again and retreated again. Plop! The demon blood vulture stumbled and nearly fell, nearly getting swept away by the waves. Strange, what's wrong with this silly bird? I'm just treating its injuries. Why did it get so agitated? Xiaochen rubbed his chin, feeling somewhat confused and suspicious. Did it really become stupid? It looks like I have to reconsider the mysterious beast list that I intend to give it. Don't move. Boom! Xiaochen extended out his will of soul and finally used a forceful method to restrain the demon blood vulture. The demonic nature in Xiaochen's body activated, and the demonic nature veritable essence energy in his primal core spread throughout his body. His eyes turned pitch black. It's over. It's over. It's really going to eat me. The demon blood vulture was frightened into trembling. However, in the next moment, Xiaochen used his demonic qi veritable essence energy to treat its injuries. Black demonic qi entered the demon blood vulture's body, and its injuries slowly healed. Feathers quickly grew back all over its body. What a strong recovery speed. What fortuitous encounter did this demon blood vulture encounter? Xiaochen felt startled. Although his demonic qi veritable essence energy was vast, it could not produce such a great healing effect. It looks like this demon blood vulture must have encountered something when it disappeared. When the demon blood vulture's wings were fully feathered, Xiaochen took a closer look and discovered that the changes were rather great. First was the tail feathers. There was a golden line in the middle of the scarlet tail feathers. Then, there was a faint golden light flickering in the demon blood vulture's eyes. This fellow's bloodline is mutating. Xiaochen felt startled. Fortunately, it was the little monk who ran into it. If it were anyone else, it would have eaten them already. Suddenly, Xiaochen recalled the little monk's words. The demon blood vulture had taken the initiative to fly towards him. Furthermore, it had come in a ferocious manner, radiating killing qi. With this thought, Xiaochen stopped what he was doing and looked at this demon blood vulture with a strange gaze. Could it be here to seek trouble for me? The demon blood vulture, which was plotting in secret, suddenly saw Xiaochen's suspicious gaze. It was startled and quickly lowered its head. Boom! Just at this moment, a demonic might swept out in all directions. Demonic clouds churned in the sky and quickly covered the sky above the black cutlass before stopping. Big brother, a sovereign personage expert is here, the little monk said anxiously from the deck. He was somewhat worried that the sovereign personages of the three great demonic Dao sects had caught up. Xiaochen frowned slightly. He ignored the demon blood vulture and returned to the demonic ship. Who knew, when the demon blood vulture saw the demonic clouds in the sky, it became even more afraid than Xiaochen. The demon blood vulture flew up in a fluster and hid in the spirit beast platform of the black cutlass. Something's wrong with the ore. It feels like a ferocious beast, Xiaochen said softly. The one that came did not seem like a demonic Dao cultivator but more like a terrifying ferocious beast. The little monk said softly, a ferocious beast is also a sovereign personage ferocious beast. It will die an even more miserable death. This was true. The means of ferocious beasts were much more brutal than cultivators. Xiaochen did not say anything. He only took out the god shadow bow and knocked an arrow. This time, he learned from the previous lesson and merged the heart flame with the arrow in advance, preventing it from exploding from the god shadow bow's strong force. The soul tool. The little monk exclaimed in sudden understanding. Big brother, were you trying to use this soul tool to shoot me earlier? I was wondering why I could not shake off the feeling of death looming over me. Xiaochen's expression did not change as he countered indifferently, how can that be? Am I that kind of person? You are. The demon blood vulture thought to itself as it peeked its head out from the spirit beast platform. The little monk scratched his head, wondering if he had wronged his big brother. Young man, put away the soul tool in your hand. It cannot injure me. I do not have any malicious intent either. Suddenly, a thought appeared in Xiaochen's mind, startling him. What a terrifying ferocious beast. The thought broke through his heart's defenses and forcefully appeared in his mind. Cannot injure me? That is hard to say. However, I believe that you do not have any malicious intent. Xiaochen put away the god shadow bow and did not prepare to attack. He saw a pair of terrifying eyes at the limits of his vision. The owner of those eyes was also a demon blood vulture. However, this demon blood vulture possessed terrifying strength, far greater than the one on the black cutlass. This demon blood vulture gave Xiaochen the vague feeling that it surpassed sovereign personage, appearing somewhat unfathomable. However, this was not surprising. The demon blood vulture was a special ferocious beast in the first place. As long as it absorbed enough demonic nature, its strength could increase infinitely without any special bottlenecks. Of course, this was not the reason why Xiaochen stopped. The main reason was that Xiaochen felt a bloodline connection between the demon blood vulture and the demon blood vulture. The demon blood vulture hiding on your ship is my youngest son. It has a mischievous nature and does not like to live in groups. After disappearing for half a year, it suddenly returned to participate in the sovereign trial. To think that it managed to defeat its older brothers. Its bloodline even mutated, something unprecedented in the history of my demon blood vulture race. However, after it ate my race's holy fruit, it slipped away again. So, that is the case. After understanding the cause and effect, Xiaochen asked, so? I want to see who exactly is the human who caused it to change so much. Xiaochen said indifferently, since you have seen it, then you should know that I do not have any malicious intent toward it. I did not sign a blood contract with it or forcefully tame it. If you want to take it away, I have no objections. However, if you want to attack me, I will not just stand there and wait to be captured. No. You misunderstand. I wanted to stay by your side. I will help you form a blood contract with it. When the Blood Vulture King heard Xiaochen say that he wanted it to take away its youngest son, it became anxious, saying no 3 times in a row. This reply stunned Xiaochen. He did not know what to say. What kind of father would give his descendant to someone else to sign a blood contract with? Why are you not willing? In that case, I can give you some benefits. What do you want? A demonic Dao cultivation technique? Or a demonic Dao treasure? Or a divine item at the bottom of the sea? Or the essence blood of ferocious beasts? We can discuss it. Seeing Xiaochen remain silent, the Blood Vulture King thought that Xiaochen was unwilling. Xiaochen's lips twitched involuntarily. Is this fellow's biological son? There's no need. Subduing a demon blood vulture with a mutated bloodline would be a great help to me. Xiaochen felt somewhat embarrassed. Giving him a demon blood vulture for free was already a great gain. He was too embarrassed to ask for other treasures. Unexpectedly, there is such a good person like you in the human race. In that case, I will let this unfilial son follow you for 100 years. The mysterious Blood Vulture King in the distance seemed to execute some secret technique. Then, the demon blood vulture in the spirit beast platform cried out miserably. The demon blood vulture in the spirit beast platform released its demonic nature and turned into a beam of red light soaring into the sky. In the next moment, the demon blood vulture quickly descended towards Xiaochen. Then this beam of red light turned into a ring on Xiaochen's index finger. Xiaochen vaguely felt an additional appendage to his soul. This attachment was placed on the scarlet ring on his finger. Goodbye. The horrifying demonic clouds in the sky came quickly and left even faster, going far away like the receding tide. What are they doing? They left again? The little monk asked, feeling it was strange as he rubbed his head. Xiaochen looked at the ring on his finger. Then he looked into the distance and said, "They are here to sell their son." Chapter 1835. What? Since the Blood Vulture King only communicated with Xiaochen, the little monk could not figure out what was going on. What does he mean by selling his son? Xiaochen smiled faintly and did not say anything more. His gaze fell on the scarlet ring on his index finger, and he revealed a playful smile. Finally, Lin Fan had some means to control the Blood Demon General. As long as he wanted to, he could turn the Blood Demon General into a ring at any time and lock it in his hand. He could boldly increase the Blood Demon General's strength without worrying about a backlash. Where's my dad? Just at this moment, a young but aged voice rang out in Xiaochen's mind. That was the Demon Blood Vulture's voice. Previously, he had not signed a blood contract with it, so he could not communicate with it. Now, he could use his thoughts to communicate. This was the first time Xiaochen heard the Demon Blood Vulture's voice, which surprised him. Your dad left. Left? That scared this old man to death. I thought that old bastard would take me back and lock me up again. Xiaochen's expression immediately turned petrified, not knowing what to say. What's going on? Why can't I move? What's going on? Xiaochen patiently explained what happened earlier to the Blood Vulture King. Damn, that old bastard even sold his own son. Is there any justice in this world? Does he still have a conscience? Send me back. Xiaochen entered deep thought. He seemed to understand why the Blood Vulture King was willing to sacrifice himself to give this demon blood vulture away. The Blood Vulture King was simply a little demon king. To put it nicely, he was unruly. To put it bluntly, he was a fool. Ignoring the demon blood vulture's hooting, Xiaochen asked the little monk, "How much longer will it take for us to reach the trans-realm transportation formation in the Ash-Gray Sea?" The little monk took out the sea chart. After studying it for a while, he replied, "It is still far away. When we were sent out from the Myriad Star Mountain, we deviated too much. It will take at least 3 to 4 months. 3 to 4 months? That was acceptable. The Ash-Gray Sea was vast, and the Myriad Star Sea was just a corner. Xiaochen recalled that when he went to the Starlight Sea, it took him 2 months. This time, it would only take him 3 or 4 months to reach the trans-realm transportation formation. Furthermore, Xiaochen indeed needed 3 to 4 months to consolidate his strength. Now, it is time to discuss the matter of exchanging the incomplete Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique with me. The two of them each had an incomplete manual. Only by exchanging it would they be able to maximize their profits. It was beneficial to both of them. The little monk giggled and said, "All right, I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. I was just waiting for Big Brother to speak. I have grasped a total of 3 moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. In the mortal realm, 3 life flower, and merciless killing. But so far, I've only focused on 1 move in the world. It's better not to bite off more than I can chew for a saber technique of this level. You have to choose a move and understand it thoroughly before connecting it with other moves. Then your progress will be very fast." Xiaochen couldn't agree more. Right now, he was only focusing on severing the mundane, and was in the process of turning simplicity into complexity. This move was broken down into a set of dreamlike mundane world saber techniques. There were a total of 3 moves: creating dreams with the saber, entering dreams with the saber, and using dreams as saber. After thoroughly comprehending this saber technique, he would be able to comprehend breaking the mundane by simplifying it. As for the other moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, he would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. However, the prerequisite was that he had sufficient saber manuals. The two exchanged saber manuals and immediately grasped 6 moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique. After Yanchen obtained Xiaochen's saber manual, he said joyfully, "I heard from Master that this saber technique has a total of 11 moves. This way we can find most of them in one go. In the future, we might be able to collect the complete saber technique. If we trace it back to its source, we might be able to practice the foundation of all the martial techniques of my hidden spirit temple, the 3rd move of the Gautama divine palm." Xiaochen found this strange. He asked, "Could it be that we cannot directly practice the 3rd move of the Gautama divine palm?" The little monk shook his head and said, "A primogenitor grade cultivation technique is simply very difficult to directly practice. There is only 1 move, and it is as vast as smoke, materializing the many powerful techniques of the hidden spirit temple. You can imagine how difficult it is to directly practice it. The foundation of all the martial techniques in the world is the 3 primogenitor grade cultivation techniques: the Buddhist sect's Gautama divine palm, the Daoist sect's true martial divine sword, and the demonic sect's primal chaos demonic scripture. Even though many cultivation techniques that rival primogenitor grade cultivation techniques appeared later, they cannot be called primogenitor grade cultivation techniques, as they are unable to shake off the shadow of the 3 primogenitor grade cultivation techniques." Feeling confused, Xiaochen asked, "In that case, even if we create our own cultivation techniques, we will not be able to shake off the shadow of the 3 primogenitor grade cultivation techniques." "That is natural. Without the 3 primogenitor grade cultivation techniques, there would be no martial epic. That is the source. Since you and I are in the martial epic, we cannot shake off this restriction. This is rather interesting. The little monk truly lives up to being from the central great realm. There are many things that Xiaochen has never heard of before." "Then, which of the 3 primogenitor grade cultivation techniques is the strongest?" The little monk quickly replied, "Without a doubt, the primal chaos demonic scripture is the strongest. Don't ask me why. That is what the ancient books agree on. However, there is no point in thinking so much. The primogenitor grade cultivation techniques are no longer complete, having vanished in the long river of time. There is no way to make up for them. For example, the Buddhist sect's Gautama divine palm only has 4 palm strikes left. The 4 great Buddhist temples each have 1 palm strike. Only 3 of the true martial divine sword remain in the hands of the 3 Daoist sections. As for the primal chaos demonic scripture, it is even worse off. I heard that it is already completely destroyed, not even a complete move remaining. Think about it. Not a single move of the primal chaos demonic scripture remains, but the entire demonic Tao is already boundlessly strong. If someone grasps every move and reorganizes the demonic Tao, the world will experience a great calamity. Hence, there is no doubt that the primal chaos demonic scripture is the strongest. A thought occurred to Xiaoqun. Could it be that the loss of the demonic Dao's primogenitor grade cultivation techniques caused the demonic Dao to deviate from its original meaning? The little monk continued smiling. As long as we find the remaining 5 moves of the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique, we can learn the Gautama divine palm and move unhindered in the great thousand realms. The little monk fell into some sort of fantasy, a boundless fantasy. Xiaoqun asked, "Has anyone collected all of them?" "I don't think so. Has anyone practiced the complete Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique?" The little monk scratched his head. It seems like aside from the creator, no one has succeeded. Did he rely on the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique to practice the Gautama divine palm? "I don't think so. The creator of this saber technique has always been a taboo in the Buddhist sections. There are no records of when the saber technique was formed. Once it was formed, it suffered many setbacks. It was lost several times and it is now completely lost. I have never heard of anyone restoring it." Xiaoqun smiled and said, "Hence, it is not realistic to rely on this to practice the Gautama divine palm. It is more reliable to directly cultivate and comprehend it. Even if one cannot successfully cultivate it, one can rely on the Gautama divine palm to comprehend a cultivation technique or martial technique that suits one." This blow dealt the little monk a heavy blow. He stopped thinking. Then, he took the incomplete manual that Xiaoqun wrote for him and went back to study it. Like the little monk, Xiaoqun returned to the cultivation room and started studying it. Although he would not immediately start cultivating it, he still needed to read it. He would more or less gain some comprehensions. In the mortal realm, 3 life flower, kill without mercy. As Xiaoqun read, he felt the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber technique's vastness and heaviness. He felt somewhat curious. What kind of genius was the creator of this saber technique? However, Xiaoqun had too many things to do now. He did not have time to think too much or spend too much time thinking about it. He needed to consolidate his cultivation. It was time to cultivate some of the cultivation techniques that were previously restricted by his cultivation realm after breaking through to the Cloud Sea realm. First was the Ice Feather Divine Incantation. This ice-attributed medial grade earth-ranked cultivation technique could already be cultivated to a higher level. The Ice Feather Divine Incantation had a total of 6 layers. Xiaoqun, who already cultivated the 3rd layer, prepared to cultivate it to peak consummation of the 6th layer in one go. He wanted to see if he could merge the 6 layers and cultivate it to the hidden 7th layer. However, since this was a medial grade earth-ranked cultivation technique without any restrictions, it was best to cultivate it to consummation as soon as possible. Xiaoqun took out spirit jades and placed them in the spirit gathering formation under the prayer mat. Then he started cultivating. 3 days later, Xiaoqun successfully broke through and cultivated the Ice Feather Divine Incantation to the 4th layer. After another 7 days, Xiaoqun successfully cultivated the 5th layer without any difficulty. He discovered that his physical body could cultivate the Ice Feather Divine Incantation rather quickly. However, he exhausted a lot of resources. In less than half a month, he had exhausted 1 million medial grade spirit jades. The 6th layer took longer. He spent half a month before he managed to open all his meridians. After successfully cultivating the Ice Feather Divine Incantation's 6th layer and completing a major cycle, Xiaoqun opened his eyes. He slowly spat out a mouthful of turbid qi. His black hair had already turned white. Vaguely, Xiaoqun felt that the additional ice-attributed energy in his body had a good suppressive effect on his demonic nature. No matter what, he could maintain a clear mind, like ancient ice, unaffected by the various negative emotions. When Xiaoqun looked into the average-sized cultivation room, he saw a chill. Crystalline ice feathers drifted down like snowflakes. It looks like this Ice Feather Divine Incantation has some tricks up its sleeve. It is not as simple as I thought. Xiaoqun muttered to himself. He did not say anything more, preparing to give it a try before continuing his closed-door cultivation. He wanted to merge the 6 into one and break through to the Ice Feather Divine Incantation's hidden 7th layer. That would be of great help to his comprehension of the Ice Tao. Half a month later, the little monk, who was playing with the demon blood vulture on the deck, suddenly felt a horrifying chill. His expression changed slightly, and he quickly soared into the air. The demon blood vulture, which was too slow, was very unlucky. Before it could react, the cold chi struck it. In an instant, the entire black cutlass and the demon blood vulture were sealed in ice, turning into ice sculptures floating on the surface of the sea. What a strong will of ice! Big Brother's improvement during this period is somewhat terrifying. The little monk in the air felt flabbergasted. Personally witnessing Xiaochen's rapid improvement in the ice-attributed energy was indeed shocking. Whoosh! A figure charged out of the ship. This figure had white hair, white robes, and white robes. It was Xiaochen. Congratulations, Big Brother. You are one step closer to grasping the Ice Tao, the little monk said with a smile. Xiaochen shook his head and said, although I have cultivated the Ice Feather Divine Incantation's hidden 7th layer, I am still far from the Ice Tao. However, my improvement during this period is real. How about we exchange a few moves? Fighting spirit flashed in the little monk's eyes. He smiled and said, that is exactly what I was thinking. The two instantly exchanged moves. However, they forgot about the demon blood vulture, which was still sealed in ice. Chapter 1836. On the surface of the sea, the rumbling sound did not stop. Xiaochen and the little monk exchanged blows quickly. Both of them did not draw their sabers and only fought with their fists and feet. They fought back and forth, competing with each other. It was obvious that the little monk was holding back. He did not use the movement technique that he was proud of or the horrifying might of the way. He felt that since he could even kill holy venerates, he should not need to use his full power to deal with his big brother. But thinking like that caused him to suffer greatly. Xiaochen raised his hand and waved. A chill filled the air, and ice feathers fluttered in the air like snowflakes. The surrounding temperature plummeted. Even the surface of the sea was covered in a layer of cold air. At first, the little monk did not pay much attention to it. However, he soon discovered that the chill in his body was growing stronger and stronger. Even his blood felt like it was going to freeze. His speed suddenly decreased by a lot. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, Little Yanqin, this Ice Feather Divine Incantation 7th level is not that simple. The chill may seem harmless, but in reality, it is accumulating at every moment. It is not easy to expel. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaochen closed in on him step by step. The little monk fought head-on. However, Xiaochen forced him back step by step. After a while, he was horrified to discover that the cold qi in his body actually turned into ice crystals, solidifying into something solid. They looked crystalline, translucent, and beautiful. However, they were like ice spikes that constantly hurt him. Great Diamond Fist. The little monk roared angrily. He activated the true essence in his body, and for the first time, his Buddhist might burst out completely. Boom! As he punched out, his entire body shone with golden light, and all the ice crystals in his body were shaken out. The surface of the sea surged, and a huge wave surged towards Xiaochen like the roar of a tsunami. Xiaochen smiled faintly. He had finally used his full strength. Swinging his palm left and right, he stirred up the chill around him. Then he unhurriedly sent out a palm strike. The ice quintessence in Xiaochen's body surged out. Boom! The surging wave that contained the rage of the Buddhist sect's guardian deities shattered under Xiaochen's palm strike. The seawater instantly solidified into ice. Big Brother, looks like I've really underestimated you. As Yanqin stood on the huge, frozen wave, he looked at Xiaochen. The fighting spirit in his eyes blazed like fire. Xiaochen gently took 3 steps back and stood upright with his hands behind his back. Then he smiled faintly and said, Don't forget that your true strength only rivals that of a holy venerate. Back in the stone pillar space, Yanqin relied on his movement technique to prevent the many holy venerates from surrounding him. From the beginning to the end, he had been fighting one-on-one. In the end, he had relied on the little devil monk Silver Saber's fame to scare away the group of demonic sect elders. Although his combat prowess was already extremely horrifying, Xiao one did not overestimate. However, Big Brother, you are only a peak early stage star venerate. I don't believe that Big Brother can last 3 moves against my full power attack. The little monk felt strong confidence. His Dao might appeared, and a silver light soared into the sky. Then he pointed the Buddhist monk's saber at Xiaochen. Now that Xiaochen was an early-stage star venerate, he wanted to know what his current combat prowess was. Xiaochen's battle hunger soared in his heart. He looked forward to the little monk's next attack. One saber strike. The little monk laughed loudly and spread his arms. A silver light flashed, and the instant his figure vanished, he suddenly appeared in front of Xiaochen. A horrifying saber might instantly burst out. Although Xiaochen had 2 kinds of Dao might supporting him, he still could not block it and ended up at a disadvantage. Clang! Xiaochen's arm trembled. This saber strike forced him to take a few steps back, causing him to lose his footing. Boom! 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 With every step Xiaochen took, huge cracks appeared on the surface of the sea. After 10 steps, the seawater under Xiaochen's feet shattered and surged in all directions. Another saber strike. A silver light flashed, and the little monk tore through the sky like a heavenly eagle. Xiaochen used his consciousness to check but could not catch the little monk's figure. Xiaochen could only sense some blurry trajectories, unable to make an accurate judgment. Dang! Xiaochen only managed to circulate his veritable essence energy and block this saber strike when the little monk suddenly charged to his side. This saber strike directly knocked Xiaochen into the air, nearly knocking the tyrant saber out of his hand. Interesting. After landing, Xiaochen wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and revealed a faint smile. Now, he finally understood how sullen the holy venerates who fought the little monk were. Such a strange movement technique speed was simply terrifying. The explosive Dao might was also very troublesome. The little monk's Dao might was simply too strong. The little monk's understanding of the saber Dao surpassed Xiaochen's. With just the pure saber great Dao, the little monk managed to suppress 2 of Xiaochen's great Dao. One more saber strike. The little monk giggled. Then he pushed off the ground and sent a final saber strike at Xiaochen. Heavenly Eye. Xiaochen quickly opened his heavenly eye, and his vision immediately became 100 times stronger. He could even see the microscopic particles floating in the air. I see it. I see it. With the help of the heavenly eye, Xiaochen finally captured the little monk's movement trajectory. The little monk's movement trajectory was extremely fast, making it very hard for one's vision to grasp. Xiaochen attacked decisively. He could not guarantee that he could lock onto the little monk in the next moment. Divine Lightning Eye. Suddenly, rapidly spinning purple petals appeared in Xiaochen's heavenly eye. 10 bolts of tribulation lightning instantly gathered from all directions. Then, they gathered above the little monk's head before raining down a thick bolt of tribulation lightning. Electric light flickered, and the little monk's body went flying amid an explosion. This is the moment. Xiaochen shouted coldly. Then he infused the Thunder Great Dao into the Tyrant Saber, instantly bringing out the Tyrant Saber's full might. The Tyrant Saber in Xiaochen's hand changed shape, and a layer of purple lightning fire spread out on its surface. Boom! When Xiaochen swung his saber, it triggered a bright electric light. The little monk, who just got blasted away, appeared somewhat confused. The saber strike that Xiaochen quickly followed up sent the little monk flying. A wound appeared on his chest as he fell somewhat miserably to the sea. Ha! Big Brother is indeed Big Brother. I really did not expect this move. After the little monk stood up, his fighting spirit soared as he laughed without end. Xiaochen sheathed his saber and said indifferently, "Let's fight again tomorrow." Don't. Yanchen immediately vomited blood. He had just suffered a great loss, and now Xiaochen actually said that he was not going to fight anymore. Naturally, Xiaochen would not continue fighting. He had already seen the little monk's strength, which made him understand his many weaknesses. Coincidentally, Xiaochen thought of several perfect ideas that he needed to digest and comprehend. Furthermore, he should stop while he was ahead. The first time the Heavenly Eye and the Divine Lightning Eye merged, Xiaochen obtained miraculous results. However, that might not be the case if he continued fighting. 3 moves are over. Remember not to boast next time. An existence that could instantly kill a holy venerate was indeed extraordinary. This made Xiaochen feel somewhat troubled. The little monk walked over with his head hanging low. Xiaochen consoled him, "We'll continue tomorrow." "It's a deal." And Yanchen immediately perked up. His eyes lit up as he giggled. Youths were indeed driven. However, Xiaochen did not know that he already had a vague idea on how to curb Yanchen's speed. One day was sufficient to change many things. "Big brother, we seem to have forgotten something." Yanchen suddenly thought of something. The two arrived at the still ice-sealed black cutlass. Only then did they discover that the pitiful demon blood vulture had already fainted from the cold. Finding it strange, Xiaochen asked, "What's going on?" The little monk scratched his head and said, "I dodged too quickly. When I left, I seemed to have been careless and kicked it. I don't remember it clearly." Xiaochen melted the ice and checked it. Then he relaxed and said, "It won't die. Take care of it." "There's no need. Master, I'll just stay in the spirit beast platform." Upon hearing that Xiaochen wanted Yanchen to take care of it, the demon blood vulture dragged its stiff body and stumbled into the spirit beast platform. After spending some time together, the demon blood vulture had no choice but to acknowledge Xiaochen as its master. Then, the demon blood vulture tragically discovered that compared to Xiaochen, staying with the little monk was clearly more unlucky. "Stupid bird! How dare you look down on me? How could the little monk endure this?" He roared ferociously and chased after the demon blood vulture into the spirit beast platform. When Xiaochen saw this scene, he smiled faintly and sighed in his heart. He did not know how long such peaceful days could last. The closer he got to the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation, the closer Xiaochen got to the Divine Dragon Empire. What kind of changes had happened to the dragon race? Would he be able to meet Ryue? Would his identity as a blue dragon bloodline cause trouble? What were his chances of becoming the Dragon Emperor? Xiaochen's future was destined to be bumpy. After entering closed-door cultivation for one night, Xiaochen started to diligently cultivate the Divine Dragon Body Tempering Art. The Divine Dragon Body Tempering Art's first layer cultivated the dragon veins. The second layer cultivated the dragon bones. The third layer cultivated the dragon blood and tempered vital qi. The fourth layer cultivated the dragon wings. After cultivating it to perfection, one could sprout dragon wings on one's back. With a thought, the blue dragon divine wings would spread out. At that time, the little monk's speed would no longer pose any trouble to Xiaochen. The fourth layer was the Star Venerate Realm. It was much more difficult than the Ice Feather Divine Incantation. Xiaochen did not think of succeeding in one go. He only wanted to cultivate it to small perfection before arriving at the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation. The sun rose in the east. As promised, Xiaochen and the little monk fought again. This time, Xiaochen did not use his heavenly eye or the divine lightning eye. However, the little monk was shocked to discover that when he approached Xiaochen, his speed slowed uncontrollably. A strange force field surrounded Xiaochen. It looked gentle but was actually incredibly ferocious. It was like he was stuck in a quagmire. The more he twisted his body, the deeper he sank. The little monk, who came into contact with the Taiji force field for the first time, suffered greatly. After 10 moves, he still could not gain an advantage over Xiaochen. The little monk took the initiative to give up and return to closed-door cultivation to study how to break Xiaochen's Taiji force field. The little monk truly lived up to being the reincarnation of a Buddha. On this day, he managed to think of a way to break it. The little monk infused his Buddhist might into the surroundings, forming a similar force field. When he approached, he used his Buddhist might to clash head-on with Xiaochen's Taiji force field. Although the little monk did not break the Taiji force field the instant they clashed, many openings appeared in the Taiji force field. Seizing this opportunity, the little monk attacked 3 times, successfully sending Xiaochen flying. Just like that, the two exchanged blows, fighting every day and discussing after the fight. As Xiaochen continuously perfected the Taiji force field, the little monk did his best to think of various ways to break it. Both of them improved rapidly. This continued until one day, when Xiaochen suddenly spread out the 30-meter-long blue dragon divine wings on his back and executed thunder dragon steps. After beating up the little monk no longer brought up the matter of challenging Xiaochen to a fight. Xiaochen's blue dragon divine wings reached small perfection, and he was only 3 days away from the trans-realm transportation formation. Chapter 1837. Just as Xiaochen thought this, a huge wave surged over from the bottom of the sea, carrying a terrifying force. The wave instantly tossed the black cutlass high into the sky. The world spun around. The little monk and Xiaochen felt their qi and blood surge. Xiaochen released the arrow, and the bowstring trembled slightly. The demonic hell trembled and crumbled bit by bit, rumbling endlessly. The Black Lotus demonic Buddha statue, which was chanting scriptures with its eyes closed, suddenly opened its eyes and roared ferociously. Then, it ferociously threw a palm strike. "Big brother, what are you thinking about?" However, the mask in his hand did not hold back at all. Everything had a limit. Xiaochen originally wanted to see how many batches of these boundless evil spirits could come out. Xiaochen found it somewhat difficult to calm down. He fiddled with the mysterious mask that he obtained from the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure trove, the exquisite white mask that looked like porcelain. The third secret technique was the mask clone. It could create a perfect clone. Even a sovereign personage would not be able to tell the real from the fake. A Buddhist proclamation resounded in the sky, echoing over the vast sea. A Buddha statue appeared in the clouds, sitting on a black lotus throne. Many Buddhist halos appeared behind it, filling the sky with a black Buddhist light, spreading over the vast sea. Xiaochen looked around. It was like a small world had appeared out of nowhere. There were no signs of illusions at all. Layers of Buddhist light layered behind it. A horrifying Buddhist might spread out, appearing boundless. The resentful spirits and evil spirits here were simply the best food for the Yazi beast demon soul. "Little monk, help me buy some time. I have a way to destroy him." Before the Buddha became a Buddha, evil spirits came to stop him. The Buddha did not get angry, sad, joyful, or hurt. He touched the ground with his hand and turned the evil spirits into ashes. That's not right. The aura of the ship feels somewhat familiar yet strange. It is very strange. I have never had such a feeling before. Soul tools were known as soul tools. Xiaochen had already experienced the price of failing to use them rashly. Both of them vomited a mouthful of blood, significantly injured. There must be a way to break it. There must be a way to break it. He had collected nearly all the spirit jades that few people cared about in the Scarlet Blood Pirate King's treasure trove. Xiaochen took out the God Shadow Bow, and his soul energy poured into the bow like a flood. The number of medial-grade spirit jades in his storage ring was even more horrifying. Xiaochen and the little monk drew their sabers in an instant. Saber lights flew everywhere, and tens of thousands of evil spirits were turned to ashes on the spot. Boom! It was his bad luck that brought such a strong enemy to Xiaochen. However, the Sea of Misery was a vast sea of vengeful spirits and evil spirits. It gathered countless negative emotions, and it was impossible to kill them all. The two of them were in unbearable pain from the burning, unable to retaliate at all. In the sea of bitterness, they were like evil spirits, causing the resentful spirits in the surroundings to laugh. Amidst the pain, Xiaochen transmitted his voice with great difficulty. Yan Chen's thoughts raced as he thought of all sorts of methods. This was a Buddha statue and not the real Black Lotus demonic ancestor. The blue dragon divine wings reached the small success stage. Xiaochen's speed increased by more than 10 times after he unfurled it. Returning to the divine dragon empire was perfectly normal. The little monk's expression changed drastically, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. "Big brother, this is the demonic world's hell. The Black Lotus demonic ancestor personally created it. To think that someone could summon the Black Lotus demonic ancestor. It must be the Black Lotus sect venerate personally coming." The little monk suddenly appeared beside Xiaochen. When he saw Xiaochen in a daze, he asked softly, "Now is the time." Xiaochen slowly discovered that this thought was somewhat naive. There were still 3 more days before they arrived at the trans-realm transportation formation. The little monk Yan Chen's expression changed slightly, revealing a confused expression. A fierce flame blazed in the two's hearts, burning them to the point of pain, causing them to wail in anguish. However, during this period, the little monk had been in closed-door cultivation, thinking about how to defeat Xiaochen again. Xiaochen found this strange, but he did not overthink it. Perhaps the scriptures on the mask were just random additions. More importantly, after the divine dragon war body spread out its wings, it reached a mental state. The piercing Buddhist light forced the Black Lotus demonic ancestor to close his eyes, not daring to look directly at it. Some ancient scriptures were carved on the mask. The two fought to the point of exhaustion on the ship, sinking into an endless massacre. Xiaochen glanced at it and did not care. There are ships coming and going on the ash-gray sea. This is not strange. A huge black palm rushed over on the vast sea, looking like it wanted to crush both the two and the ship. Xiaochen carefully sensed that the mask covered up all of his aura. This included all of his vital signs, allowing all sorts of information to enter his mind. Now, Xiaochen understood that the various incredible functions of the mask were exceptionally miraculous. The Black Lotus demonic ancestor's strength actually more than doubled in an instant. No matter how many came, there was no need to fear. The Black Lotus demonic ancestor's gaze locked on Xiaochen and the little monk. With just one look, the two sins started burning. This mask was called the Death God Mask. It had 3 secret techniques. The first secret technique was Void Shadow. It allowed the wielder's physical body to immaterialize once a day, blocking all attacks. The wielder's martial techniques would be useless. Xiaochen, who was preparing to go down, entered deep thought when he heard that. Then he stopped. Without even thinking, he formed a hand seal with his right hand and touched the ground with his left. However, he found it hard to calm down. Xiaochen kept having a bad feeling in his heart that he could not get rid of. The mask was different from other soul tools. It was not an offensive mask. One did not need to be strong to wield this mask. All the aggrieved spirits and malicious spirits were instantly extinguished. Burning karmic flame. The little monk blamed himself in his heart. It's me again. I harmed Big Brother again. Black Lotus demonic ancestor. The little monk made up his mind. He did not hesitate to glare at the Black Lotus demonic ancestor. Your sins are boundless, and you are not sincere in your devotion to Buddha. Only the Black Lotus Buddha can pardon you ignorant, filthy people. The cultivators who died at the hands of the two were vaguely visible in the fire, turning into aggrieved spirits and laughing malevolently in the surroundings. With a thought, the great desolate Ian ferocious beast, the Yazi beast demon soul, appeared in the black cutlass. It opened its mouth and sucked in the countless aggrieved spirits and malicious spirits. The little monk smiled in shock. That can't be. Big Brother always looks calm and collected, unfazed in the face of danger, giving others the feeling that he is unfathomable. Do you also have moments of confusion? The amount of sin on the little monk's body was far greater than Xiaochen's. At this moment, his sin was burning, and he was in even more pain than Xiaochen. Standing in the sea of bitterness, Xiaochen looked at the Black Lotus demonic ancestor. He truly did not know how to face the enemy. Unfortunately, the scripture was written in an ancient language of Buddhism, which Xiaochen did not understand. In addition to the 3 secret techniques, the mask also had many auxiliary functions, such as immunity to illusions and mental attacks, waiting for Xiaochen to slowly explore them. His cultivation was stable, and he could break through to middle stage star venerate at any time. His combat prowess rivaled that of a holy venerate. Xiaochen held many soul tools, a mutated fruit for improving his bloodline, and a beast core for strengthening his demonic pet. As the chanting sped up, the horrifying Buddhist might grew stronger. Even Xiaochen and the little monk found it hard to endure. No matter how one looked at it, Xiaochen now possessed the capital to head to the Divine Dragon Empire. However, he still found it hard to calm his heart. When Xiaochen's left hand touched the sea of bitterness, he extinguished the karmic flames covering his body, and a golden swastika appeared on his chest. A resplendent and dazzling Buddhist light burst forth from his body, instantly illuminating this dark space. Demons subduing ground imprint. With a thought, the karmic flames descended. The scene around them changed. Xiaochen and the little monk felt like they were in hell, surrounded by layers of illusions. The black cutlass charged at the huge palm. The countless malicious spirits in the sea of bitterness suddenly showed ferocious expressions as they pounced at the two from all directions. The little monk suffered from this. Buzz. I'll do my best. As I heard, the dead are already dead. Why bother about the mundane world? There are many things in the mundane world, the past. However, reality did not give the two a chance to catch their breath. The little monk said quickly. A look of despair flashed in his eyes. He had not expected that he would meet such a terrifying enemy. Death God Mask? Is there such a thing as a death god in Buddhism? Compared to the god Shadow Bao and the Qiongqi Beast Ghost Pennant, this was simply inconceivable. The Black Cutlass was from the Abandoned Lands Blue Dragon clan. Returning to the dragon race was like returning a dragon to its homeland. As the Black Cutlass flapped its wings, his bloodline surged. He could feel the surging power and ancient dragon might of the Blue Dragon bloodline. All the filth of the world cannot live forever. The Black Lotus demonic ancestor hovering in the air seemed to be separated from Xiaochen by a boundless distance. He was right before Xiaochen but also far away, unable to attack. As the scriptures purified the formless Yazi beast demon soul, the scarlet light on its body slowly separated. Xiaochen said indifferently, "It's not that I'm confused. I'm just feeling somewhat rueful." When the advantage of a great desolate Aeon bloodline reached a certain cultivation realm, cultivators without a bloodline would be at a disadvantage. Amid a loud sound, the Black Cutlass broke through that huge black demonic hand like a sharp knife. After putting away the mask, Xiaochen went to the lookout. He looked at the vast ash-gray sea and looked into the distance, letting his thoughts wander. Xiaochen somersaulted and landed on the deck. Then he stomped heavily on the deck, and a scarlet mist gathered on the ship. Xiaochen allowed his heart to roam the boundless sea. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent and the shore is at hand. Xiaochen said honestly, I feel anticipation and nervousness in the divine dragon empire. It is somewhat complicated. I don't know what I'm thinking either. Xiaochen and the little monk's figures flashed wildly. The shockwaves could not avoid knocking them back. At this moment, the sea for 5,000 kilometers around turned into a sea of bitterness filled with vengeful spirits and hungry ghosts. When Xiaochen put the mask on his face, he instantly felt like the mask had merged with his flesh and blood like a piece of human skin. Just at this moment, the Black Lotus demonic ancestor in the sky suddenly chanted scriptures to purify the Yazi beast demon soul. The second secret technique was the Grim Reaper Scimitar. It could summon the mysterious Grim Reaper in the mask to attack, turning his will of soul into the Grim Reaper Scimitar. Xiaochen's body ached, but his heart ached even more. The Black Lotus demonic ancestor sat cross-legged on the lotus platform, looking at the two coldly without any expression on his face. Xiaochen knocked an arrow, and the heart flame merged with the arrow. Then he slowly pulled the bowstring back. With the help of the god Shadow Bao, the Black Lotus demonic ancestor, who felt boundless, instantly locked onto him. Yenchen looked into the distance and said with a frown, "It seems like a ship is heading towards us. Perhaps I should ask the little monk for guidance. Could it be the Black Lotus Church? Whoosh. I have to think of a way. No matter what, Big Brother cannot die here." The gigantic Yazi beast demon soul shattered on the spot. In that instant, all the vengeful spirits and malicious spirits that the Yazi beast demon soul swallowed earlier turned into scarlet light and soared into the sky. Familiar yet strange? In that instant, Xiaochen's crystalline heart of 7 apertures, devoid of any filth, burst forth with a pure Buddhist light. Compared to before, it was a completely different matter. Boom. Chapter 1838. It was just some peak major primal core cultivators. Even if he had less than half of his strength, he would still be able to deal with them easily. Master your body, Xiaochen thought to himself. Although he was severely injured and could bring out less than half of his strength, he did not fear anyone on this demonic ship. However, he did not fear anyone on this demonic ship. Xiaochen, my master is coming personally. Do you think you still have a chance to flee? The Holy Sun Mingxian prepared to attack again. However, the Black Lotus sect venerate said indifferently, "Let him come." The Black Lotus sect Venerate had a special Black Lotus mark on them that could dodge the Black Lotus sect Venerate's attack. Little monk. The Holy Sun Mingxian stepped forward from the bow of the ship and appeared before Xiaochen. Whoosh! Now he was even more injured, his survival unknown. A gloomy look flashed in the Black Lotus sect Venerate's deep, black eyes. The Black Lotus sect Venerate formed 9 hand seals in an instant. Each hand seal turned into a different demonic Buddha image that appeared before Xiaochen. The demonic bone relic was left behind by the sacred ancestor when he passed away. Why would it appear on him? The Black Lotus sect Venerate no longer had many trump cards to use. The Buddhist light continuously extended forward. In a few breaths, it would catch up to Xiaochen's black cutlass. All the outstanding talents and older generation heroes of the Kunlun realm died in the demonic calamity. Damn it. It's fine. It is just life and death. Master has already seen through it. As long as we obtain the demonic bone relic, my Black Lotus Church can rise again at any time. Xiaochen looked into the distance and saw the Black Lotus Church's banner at the bow of the ship. He could even vaguely make out some figures standing at the bow. To think that a peak major primal core cultivator could not even block a palm strike from him. Surprise flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. He recalled that he had clearly killed this fellow in the fiendish demon battlefield. The first one held a demonic trident, had 2 legs, and had only 1 eye. Pooh! With a wave of his hand, Xiaochen threw a palm strike. Primal chaos veritable essence energy surged out. The first thing the little monk said when he opened his eyes was to ask if the trouble had been dealt with. The little monk, who had fallen on the surface of the sea, was very weak. On the deck, Xiaochen was fighting with the 4 Vajra protectors. He was covered in wounds and his aura was weak. He could not unleash his full strength. Set the formation. The bowstring vibrated and space collapsed. However, the 4 guardian deities were not injured at all. They landed firmly on the surface of the sea. Master. A soul tool was on a completely different level from an inherited Dao tool. Black Lotus Church. On the throne, the Black Lotus sect Venerate Xiaochen remained expressionless, not surprised at all. I already said long ago that the best opportunity to kill him would be when he first arrived in the Great Thousand Realms. Once you miss it, the longer it takes, the more troublesome it will be. In the short span of 2 years, Xiaochen had actually grown to such a terrifying level. The little monk who executed the touching demon subduing imprint burst out with a Buddhist light that did not belong to his realm and cultivation. Xiaochen locked his gaze on the Black Lotus sect Venerate, who sat on the throne. Then, he snorted coldly and quickly charged over. Worry appeared on the Black Lotus sect Venerate's face. The other guardian deities and the black-clad Arhat all showed anxious expressions. This disciple has failed. The cold mask obscured Xiaochen's expression. Only his eyes shone with a terrifying golden light as he looked at the surroundings. When the vertical eye opened, a demonic light shot towards Xiaochen. The strong palm wind swept through the deck like a hot knife through butter. The black-clad Arhat immediately shattered all the bones in his body, unable to put up any combat prowess. Master? The karmic flame had already extinguished. However, the injuries inflicted would not recover in a short time. Stubbornness flashed in the Black Lotus sect Venerate's eyes. It seemed like flames flashed in his pitch-black eyes. Even this Black Lotus sect Venerate was much weaker than the Black Lotus demonic ancestor of the demonic world. Xiaochen turned his head back to look. When he saw this scene, his expression changed slightly. He looked around and saw that he had already returned to the ash-gray sea. The activation of his great desolate Aeon bloodline had a limit. After the limit, his injuries would worsen. Good timing. Damn it. I'm about to die and you still ask this? In that instant, the Black Lotus sect Venerate unleashed the might of a sovereign descending upon the world. A terrifying Buddhist seal instantly surged out, and the black cutlass exploded into pieces. However, at this moment, it was not worth mentioning to Xiaochen. It's you! The expression of the Holy Sun Mingxian, who was beside the Black Lotus sect Venerate, changed slightly. Incredulity appeared in his eyes. However, The Holy Sun Mingxian only had 3 seconds. He had to kill this Black Lotus sect venerate in 3 seconds. Purple flames burned on the tyrant saber. When Xiaochen swung his saber and thrust, the one-eyed demonic figure instantly exploded. It's not your fault. This time, no matter what, he will not be able to escape. The Holy Sun Mingxian still remembered that these black-clad arhats were all boundlessly strong back in Purple Sun City. The Holy Sun Mingxian felt ashamed as he quickly lowered his head. With injuries piling on top of injuries, he would fall on his own before the Black Lotus sect venerate even made a move. Without a sound, the terrifying Black Lotus demonic ancestor exploded into countless pieces, turning into black lotuses that floated in the air. The Black Lotus demonic ancestor nearly shattered the Yazi beast demon soul with a palm strike, and the ship suffered damage in many places. Xiaochen clenched his teeth, hatred burning in his heart. He did not hold back and fully activated his blue dragon bloodline. The Holy Sun Mingxian frowned slightly and stepped forward, wanting to make a move. The divine concealment arrow had already entered the Black Lotus evil ancestor's body and exploded instantly. The Black Lotus sect venerate's eyes were as pitch black as ink. He gave off a terrifying aura, but he was extremely weak, looking like he would be blown away by the wind at any moment. Moreover, he was extremely weak, much weaker than Xiaochen himself. However, he didn't have any time to waste. Once the effect of the bloodline power wore off, he would be killed. As Xiaochen looked at the Black Lotus sect venerate on the throne, old and new grudges surged forth. Boundless murderous intent flared in his eyes. He looked around and found the little monk floating on the surface of the sea. The little monk had already fainted. Boom! Xiaochen remained calm and unperturbed. When Xiaochen looked around, he saw a black ship blocking the way to the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation. However, Xiaochen could not wait any longer. When he saw a rather large crack, he carried the little monk and leaped out. Xiaochen could place all the blame on Xiaochen. The rebound from the god shadow bow reverberated in Xiaochen's body, causing him endless pain. What was even more unbearable was that he had drained most of his soul energy, making him look incredibly weak. Xiaochen unleashed a peak strike with his weakened body. The 4 great guardian deities before him were not worth mentioning at all. Sect venerate. The moment the two leaped out, a wave came crashing over from the surface of the sea, crashing into them. The Holy Sun Mingxian led the way. A faint white Buddhist light spread out from his body, making him stand out among the black Buddhist lights. The Holy Sun Mingxian took the risk of drawing the god shadow bow, draining his soul energy. The god shadow bow rebounded, injuring his physical body again. 7 kill seal, resolving the mundane, die. After putting down the little monk, Xiaochen could not be bothered to repair the ship. He turned the ship around and quickly fled far away. Now, Xiaochen actually appeared alive again. Capture him. The 4 great guardian deities and 100 black-clad arhats soared into the air and charged towards the black cutlass. The Holy Sun Mingxian asked worriedly. To think that he can break through the demonic world's hell. After him. We must catch up to him. This is the last chance to capture him. Otherwise, there will never be another chance. Black Lotus sect venerate. After the many black-clad arhats boarded the ship, they immediately launched themselves at Xiaochen. I can't escape. However, the Black Lotus sect venerate pulled him back. That ship is somewhat strange. The ship moved amid the treasure light, completely ignoring the influence of the ash-gray sea's huge gravity. It moved like a beam of light, moving quickly. Xiaochen turned around and protected the little monk, using his back to block the heavy strike of this wave. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiaochen took out the death god mask and wore it. When the demonic light shot over, a ripple-like black light appeared on the mask and dissipated it. Right after the Black Lotus sect venerate spoke, he suddenly made a move. He lowered his right hand and stuck his thumb and middle finger together, forming a miraculous hand seal. As the Black Lotus sect venerate chanted scriptures, a beam of Buddhist light suddenly descended from the sky, illuminating a treasure path in front of the ship. After the god shadow bow fired the arrow, Xiaochen ignored his weakness and immediately leaped towards the little monk. After all, The weakest of the 4 guardian deities was a peak early-stage star venerate. The strongest guardian deity was a late-stage star venerate. Guardian deities, black-clad arhats, bring him over. Oh no! Quickly attack. In the demonic world's hell, that horrifying Black Lotus demonic ancestor used karmic flames to burn Xiaochen to death. Xiaochen blamed himself as he looked around. The demonic world's hell was crumbling bit by bit. Everything was fated to gather on this person. However, every Black Lotus had a layer of heart flame that could not be dispelled, preventing them from reassembling. Xiaochen swung his saber, appearing eternal and inextinguishable. In one breath, he killed the 4 guardian deities. A golden light flickered in Xiaochen's eyes, and his declining aura instantly soared to the limit. However, even when the 4 guardian deities worked together, they were at a disadvantage from the start to the end, completely suppressed by Xiaochen. The thousands of Black Lotuses continuously gathered, trying to reassemble the Buddha image. Puxi. The sudden killing move caught Xiaochen off guard, sending him flying. Big brother, is the demonic ancestor destroyed? Xiaochen was just about to get up anxiously when the 4 guardian deities appeared and surrounded him again. The expressions of the 4 guardian deities changed drastically. They quickly charged at Xiaochen, not holding back their killing moves at all. Puxi. Xiaochen vomited a few mouthfuls of blood on the surface of the sea. Only the skeleton of the black cutlass remained. With a wave of his hand, Xiaochen collected it into his storage ring. Xiaochen's figure flickered on the surface of the sea. Then, he leaped and landed on the dilapidated black cutlass. When he formed a hand seal, he slowly pushed it forward. That is, wearing the death god mask, Xiaochen activated the tyrant saber's full might and broke through the 9 demonic images before landing on the ship. With just a slight pull of the bowstring, Xiaochen shattered the Black Lotus demonic ancestor's Buddha image. Puxi. Xiaochen vomited a mouthful of blood as he tumbled a few times in the air. On the Black Lotus Church's ship, a withered old man on a lotus throne held a cracked Black Lotus demonic ancestor sculpture and vomited a mouthful of blood. The Black Lotus Church's sect venerate revealed a strange smile on his throne as if he had seen through all of Xiaochen's trump cards. Doubt flashed in the holy Sun Mingxian's eyes, but he did not ask. There were many things that his master would not say. Even if he asked, it would be pointless. Blood flowed on the saber's tip and slowly dripped down. A terrifying demonic nature flickered in Xiaochen's golden eyes. Then, the fragments turned into a blood mist spreading in the air. The blood mist could only scatter in the surroundings, slowly being consumed by the heart flame. Right now, the little monk's fate was unknown. If something happened to him, he would blame himself for life. Chapter 1839. 3. One of the Death God Mask's secret techniques, Void Shadow, appeared. The attack that the Holy Sun Mingxian had been preparing for a long time struck the immaterialized Xiaochen's body with terrifying demonic might. The Holy Sun Mingxian revealed a horrified expression as he passed through Xiaochen's body. This peak strike did not stop Xiaochen for even a moment. The Black Lotus sect venerate's smile did not fade as he continued to look at Xiaochen coldly. He did not make a move, nor did his expression change. 2. One of the Death God Mask's secret techniques, Mask Clone, appeared. A masked clone appeared in the air. When the secret technique was executed, Xiaochen felt like his body split in two. No matter which one was destroyed, the other one would retain its strength and consciousness and continue living. Xiaochen finally understood why sovereign personages could not distinguish the real from the fake. It was because both were real. 2 seconds passed. After passing through Mingxian's obstruction, Xiaochen was only 100 meters from the Black Lotus sect venerate on the throne. Xiaochen locked onto Xiaochen's aura, drove his veritable essence energy, and layered his great Tao energy. His dragon might soared to its peak. Xiaochen waited for the final second to arrive. Under the mask, Xiaochen showed a grave expression, revealing a pair of great desolate divine eyes. However, there was only a cold murderous intent and a strange demonic nature, nothing else. How long could 1 second be? 1 breath, 1 blink. The moment one raised one's head, the moment one took a step, the moment one opened one's mouth, The moment one thought, 1 second passed by. However, in the eyes of experts, 1 second was enough to do many things. One could soar into the air and flee far away. One could swing 100 times. One could kill countless people. One could think of many things. One could do many things. The Black Lotus sect venerate only did one thing. He stood up from the throne. Some people stood up because they were tired. Some people stood up because they wanted to leave. Some people were simply restless. However, some people stood up for only one reason. They wanted to fight. Boom! Just as the Black Lotus sect venerate stood up again, a strong battle hunger surged out of his body and soared into the clouds. Then, it turned into a fierce flame that burned half the sky. The clouds were burning, and flames filled the sky. This battle intent was pure and simple, domineering and direct, and it caused the entire space to be locked down. The two clones were forced to a halt in front of him. Xiaochen's thoughts froze. He couldn't move, he couldn't speak, and he couldn't think. The Black Lotus sect venerate slowly stretched out his hand. However, just as he was about to touch Xiaochen, his hand slowly approached Xiaochen. However, just as the Black Lotus sect venerate was about to touch Xiaochen, the lower half of his body suddenly ignited. His hand stopped before Xiaochen's forehead forever. The Black Lotus sect venerate revealed a bitter smile as he said softly, "In my life, I have fought sovereign emperors, sovereign personages, and killed countless holy venerates. However, I have never fought a star venerate before. You should be proud. Master!" When the holy son Mingxian saw this scene, he cried out hoarsely in pain. He quickly ran over, wanting to grab the Black Lotus sect venerate's hand. However, before the Black Lotus sect venerate could touch the remnant warmth in his hand, he turned into ashes. Then he silently glanced at Mingxian. The Black Lotus sect venerate's gaze was filled with anticipation and love. However, he could not continue looking. He only glanced at the Black Lotus sect venerate, who once moved unhindered, able to escape unscathed under the suppression of the 4 Buddhist temples. The Black Lotus sect venerate vanished from this world forever. Only the blazing fire that burned half the sky proved the Black Lotus sect venerate's glory and past. The two clones landed on the ground and merged back into one. The great desolate Ian bloodline ended, and Xiaochen vomited a mouthful of blood. Injuries piled on top of injuries, Xiaochen weakly fell to the ground. He did not know whether he won or lost. The holy son Mingxian knelt on the ground and silently chanted scriptures. His spotless, untainted body gave off an incredibly pure Buddhist nature. Xiaochen held a stalk of sword monarch grass in his hand. If he attacked at this moment, the sword monarch grass's might would not allow him to escape. With the sword monarch grass's might, the holy son Mingxian would definitely die. In the end, Xiaochen did not make a move. Then he slowly stood up and left this place, landing on the surface of the sea. When Xiaochen looked around, the surroundings were a mess. The corpses of the Black Lotus Church's protectors and arhats floated on the surface of the sea. Their blood mixed with the seawater, forming a pungent smell. That smell was tragic and stirring. The Black Lotus sect was a declining sect, a faction that once stood on equal footing with the 4 Buddhist sections. Now, only 4 star venerates and more than 100 major primal core venerates remained. Then they all died here. That person fought his entire life and died standing. Yi Zifeng's senior brother had said clearly not to make a move for 10 years. That person had staked everything on one throw and ended up in such a state. The blazing flame in the sky continued to roar. The waves surged and roared endlessly. The holy son Mingxian piously chanted scriptures, and Buddhist sounds drifted out. The blazing flame was the Black Lotus holy venerate's laughter after he broke free. The waves were the cries of the souls of the sect's heroes. The Buddhist sounds were blessings and prayers for the next life. Some people were laughing, some people were crying, and some people were chanting scriptures. Xiaochen ignored them. He slowly walked towards the little monk's body in the seawater. Xiaochen's weak body swayed as he held the tyrant saber. His footsteps were slow as if he would drown in the huge waves at any moment. However, even though this heart had been hurt by parting, it did not fear death. Wearing white robes and holding a saber, he would let the wind and waves surge through this life. When a cold wind blew, Xiaochen's thin body felt somewhat cold. When he looked up, sunlight shone down, welcoming his footsteps. Xiaochen glanced back and saw that the wind had stopped and the waves were gone. The bodies of the Black Lotus Church members floated quietly on the desolate sea. The blazing flame in the sky extinguished. On the ship, the white-robed Holy Sun Mingxian looked coldly at Xiaochen. New grudges and old grudges would be settled today. However, Xiaochen did not feel any joy or sorrow at this moment. He only glanced at the person at the bow of the ship before silently turning around. Xiaochen raised his leg and did his best to leap up. Then, he landed beside the little monk and picked him up. The scarlet ring on Xiaochen's finger turned into a flash of red light. The demon blood vulture carried the two over the ship, continuing towards the trans-realm transportation formation. Xiaochen held the little monk's right hand and checked his pulse. His aura was weak, and his life force was indistinct. The little monk's life force was slowly fading. The demon subduing ground-touching imprint was a horrifying Buddhist sect secret technique. It was the strongest seal that the Gautama Buddha left behind before he became a Buddha. Only the abbot or holy monk of the 4 great Buddhist temples could use it. Xiaochen did not know where the little monk found the courage to execute it. Furthermore, he succeeded in doing so. However, the little monk had not expected that the price was not something that an insignificant novice monk could bear. The little monk also forgot that his physical body was already extremely weak from the torment of the karmic flames. The sins on the little monk's body were even more terrifying than Xiaochen's. Holding the Buddhist sect's monk saber, he was destined to spend his life living in sin. Xiaochen showed a helpless expression as he took out the mutated fruit that he obtained from the stone pillar with the divine flame. Originally, he had been saving it for when he went to the Divine Dragon Empire. Now, he had no choice but to use it. I really owe you in my previous life. After opening the little monk's mouth, Xiaochen muttered and fed the little monk this strong and mysterious mutated fruit. The instant the mutated fruit entered the little monk's body, his blood immediately surged. The originally weak signs of life became like that of a ferocious beast. The little monk's pale complexion also turned red. The better the effects, the more heartache Xiaochen felt. Originally, he should have consumed it. However, it did not matter. It was sufficient as long as he could survive this tribulation. It was good that he was alive. Only by being alive would there be hope, only then could he have everything. When Xiaochen looked back, the flames in the sky had already completely vanished. The burned clouds gathered once more. The final traces of the Black Lotus sect venerate in the world were gone. However, just at this moment, a Buddhist might surged out from that direction and soared into the clouds. Countless black lotuses descended from the sky, and Buddhist chanting spread in all directions. Even when it reached Xiaochen, he could still hear it lingering. After a moment of comprehension, he became insufferably arrogant. Xiaochen knew that the Black Lotus sect venerate was already dead. However, he now had an enemy even more terrifying than the Black Lotus sect venerate. Xiaochen also understood why the Black Lotus sect venerate looked at the Holy Sun Mingxian in the end. More importantly, the Black Lotus sect venerate did not want the Holy Sun Mingxian to make a move, as Xiaochen still had means to perish together with the Black Lotus sect venerate. Only by living would there be hope. Chapter 1840. Xiaochen shifted his gaze to the back. The Black Lotus sect venerate was already dead, leaving only the Holy Sun Mingxian. However, the doubts in Xiaochen's heart had not been resolved yet. Why did the Black Lotus sect spend so much effort to capture him? Furthermore, that Black Lotus sect venerate clearly had many old injuries. 1 year ago, Yi Zifeng left him with new injuries, preventing him from fighting for 10 years. However, the Black Lotus sect venerate still forced himself to fight. First, he summoned the Black Lotus demonic ancestor. Then, he destroyed his Black Saber demonic ship. Finally, when the Black Lotus sect venerate was forced to stand up, he exhausted all his life force and would definitely die. Under the suppression of the righteous Tao, the Black Lotus sect, which was like a stray dog, did not hide its strength and bide its time. Instead, it chased after Xiaochen. Why did the Black Lotus sect spend so much effort and time to lay a trap in the Kunlun realm? Perhaps this mystery would forever remain a secret. However, there was good news. The Black Lotus sect venerate was already dead. In that case, there might not be any more restrictions on the Kunlun road in the Kunlun realm. It would probably be easier for Xiaoqun to return in the future. Even if his old friends in the Kunlun realm wanted to come out, they would not end up like Senior Xiao did, dying 9 times out of 10. Xiaoqun collected his thoughts and checked the little monk's condition. After Xiaoqun consumed the mutated fruit that he obtained from the stone pillar with the divine flame, his complexion gradually improved. It seemed like he had even undergone some sort of transformation. This little monk seems to be getting more and more inexperienced. Xiaoqun found it strange that the originally inexperienced little monk's eyebrows and eyes had yet to fully open had undergone a startling change. In just a short moment, the little monk's face actually started to grow in the opposite direction. What a strong mutated fruit! It was likely that this was the heavenly treasure that Elder Chai dreamed of using to extend his life. That was not right. It was not extending his life. It was growing in reverse. While it improved his bloodline, it also changed the foundation of his physical body. This was truly astonishing. How unfortunate. If Xiaoqun had consumed it himself, his strength would have improved further. However, it would have been best if the little monk was still alive. Compared to becoming stronger and exchanging for the little monk's life, Xiaoqun was very clear on what was better. Seeing that the little monk was safe, Xiaoqun relaxed and started treating his injuries. The karmic flame burned his sins, injuring the foundation of his physical body. His soul energy was greatly depleted and would be hard to recover in a short time. He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. 6 hours passed, and his true essence revolved in a large circle. Xiaoqun's spirit improved slightly. Opening his eyes, Xiaoqun exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His injuries would probably take some time to recover. The main problem was that the karmic fire had damaged the foundation of his physical body. He was already lucky to be able to survive. Karmic fire was not something that ordinary people could control. It was similar to the faintly discernible objects in myths and legends. Furthermore, it did not have much power against ordinary martial artists. The sins of ordinary people would not be able to ignite their sins. Xiaoqun and the little monk were 2 exceptions. Hey! When did I get a kid? Xiaoqun was shocked to discover a child on the demon blood vulture's back. He looked to be about 6 or 7 years old. He was bald and wore a large monk's robe. After being stunned for a moment, Xiaoqun reacted. It was the little monk, Yanqun. His fleshly body returned to its childhood. However, the feeling he gave Xiaoqun was that he had become even stronger. Yanqun's aura was very deep and heavy. This is too heaven-defying. Xiaoqun felt incredibly shocked. Although Xiaoqun did not know what benefits the little monk obtained, just this change alone caused him to regain his youth. Regaining his youth. Even a sovereign personage, no, even a divine vein realm sovereign emperor could not do it. If this happened to them, they would wake up laughing even in their dreams. Xiaoqun thought about the Black Lotus sect venerate. If he obtained this mutated fruit, not only would he be able to get rid of all his old ailments, but his physical body and bloodline would also be strengthened. His physical body and bloodline could also be strengthened, and the reversal of his physical body's origin was equivalent to being reborn. Just thinking about it made one tremble in fear. If Xiaoqun auctioned this mutated fruit, he would immediately obtain a divine vein realm sovereign emperor who surpassed sovereign personages as a helper. The loss was too great. Xiaoqun could not bear it. However, when the sky turned bright, Xiaoqun woke up. After being stunned for a while, he revealed a playful smile. There was no more. The loss was too great and his heart ached. A tender baby appeared on the demon blood vulture's back. The baby appeared sleepy, with delicate facial features and a shiny bald head. It was as cute as it could be. Fortunately, I did not eat it. Otherwise, I would not know how to face Lu Ryu. This scene was too beautiful. Xiaoqun smiled bitterly and shook his head, not daring to think about it. Xiaoqun checked the little monk's body and noticed that the reverse growth finally stopped. Otherwise, if it continued to grow in the opposite direction, it would be quite troublesome. However, it seemed like the problem was already very big now. How should I explain it to him after I open my eyes? What a headache. Boom. Suddenly, the demon blood vulture seemed to be greatly shocked. It shook intensely, nearly flinging Xiaochen and the little monk off. Damn. Don't scare me. Master, you gave birth? Suddenly, the demon blood vulture's voice rang out in Xiaochen's mind. It turned out that it wanted to slack off. Xiaochen closed his eyes and flew for an entire night. As he flew, he fell asleep. When the demon blood vulture opened its eyes, it discovered a baby on its back. It nearly fell off in fright. Xiaochen's lips twitched involuntarily. He asked coldly, "Could your father have given birth to you?" "How can that be? How could my father have given birth to me?" The demon blood vulture did not even think about it, decisively denying it. Xiaochen could not help laughing. Indeed, it was a silly bird. It turns out that you are not his. No wonder your father sold you to me. That's not right. That's not right. My father gave birth to me. My father gave birth to me personally. When the demon blood vulture heard that, it immediately retorted. This matter concerned the dignity of its bloodline and could not be spoken carelessly. Ha! Xiaochen smiled but did not say anything. That's still not right. My mother gave birth to me. It has nothing to do with my father. Ha! Xiaochen guffawed endlessly. This silly bird was so silly that it was cute. Stop laughing. My father gave birth to me. It has nothing to do with my mother. That's right, right? The demon blood vulture paced around, thoroughly confused. It spoke until it nearly cried. When Xiaochen saw the situation, he smiled softly and said, "Your father and mother gave birth to you." Right. That's right. Ha! This great me is really smart. I figured it out in an instant. When the demon blood vulture heard that, it immediately beamed with joy and roared ferociously. However, Master, you still did not say who gave birth to this baby. Xiaochen was still thinking about how to explain to the little monk. He felt that this silly bird was incredibly stupid. He said helplessly, "There are only the three of us here. Who do you think I gave birth to?" "Just the three of us." Suddenly, horror filled the demon blood vulture's heart. "Aside from the little monk, there is only me. Could it be that while I was asleep, what are you thinking about?" Xiaochen heavily patted the demon blood vulture's head. "This is the little monk. He ate a mutated fruit, which is why he became like this." That's good. That's good." The demon blood vulture heaved a sigh of relief. Then, it suddenly recalled that the little monk had turned into a baby. Then, it started cackling strangely again. "Master, I'll help you take care of him, go to the side." After another day, an island appeared below Xiaochen's vision. According to the little monk, the trans-realm transportation formation was on the island. Given the little monk's condition, Xiaochen could only send him back to the temple first. Xiaochen gently pushed off the demon blood vulture's back, turning it into a ring and restraining it on his back. Xiaochen looked at the baby-like little monk. Then he stretched out his hand, and a few saber lights shot out. Then he turned the little monk's originally large monk robes into a small backpack. Then he hung the other party around his neck. Xiaochen descended from the clouds and looked down at the island below. Soon, the island appeared in his vision. The city on the island was vast and large. When Xiaochen probed it, he could sense the auras of many experts. There were many star venerates and holy venerates. He could even vaguely sense the auras of sovereign personages lying dormant. Whoosh! Xiaochen landed firmly at the city gates of this city. When he looked up, he saw the words, "Withered Leaf City," above the city gates. In that instant, several gazes immediately landed on Xiaochen. They pointed at him and whispered to each other. "Ha! There are so many strange things these days. To think that he is traveling around with a child. Is he not afraid of the dangers of the world?" There are many demonic Dao sects and demonic Dao powerhouses who collect infants to refine ghost penance. This person does not look like a demonic Dao cultivator. Interesting. The people whispering did not have any fear. Xiaochen heard all of it. He did not think too much about it as he headed straight for the city gates. After paying the entrance tax, The leader of the city guards could not help giving Xiao Chen another glance. "Sir, please wait a moment." Xiao Chen maintained his vigilance. He turned around and asked, "Milord, what's the matter?" The leader smiled amiably and replied, "It's nothing. It's just that I rarely see people bringing children to my withered leaf city. I have one more question. Would you like to leave your name?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly and retorted, "If I don't say it, you won't let me in?" "That's not necessary." In that case, there was naturally no need to say it. "Goodbye." Xiao Chen turned around and left. He entered deep thought. This leader of the city guards was somewhat strange. After Xiao Chen went far away, the leader's expression changed slightly. He called someone over and whispered, "Send people to monitor this bladesman at the highest level. Do not alert him and expose him." After the subordinate left to carry out the order, the leader left the city gates and rode his horse, heading for the city lord's residence. When the leader arrived at the city lord's residence, he took out his medallion and quickly entered. Along the way, he passed many checkpoints. Finally, he arrived at a heavily guarded pavilion in the city lord's residence. "Please inform City Lord Lu that the leader of the city gates, Bai Feng, has something important to report." Someone passed on Bai Feng's message. After a while, the leader received permission to enter. In an elegant room in the pavilion, a gray-robed old man sat and drank tea. He exuded a dignified might, exuding might without being angry. "Bai Feng, if there is nothing important, you would not have come personally to report. Speak, what is the news?" The gray-robed old man asked calmly as he put down the teacup with a gloomy expression. Reporting to City Lord, this subordinate just discovered someone suspected to be the white-robed bladesman at the city gates. Bai Feng performed a cupped fist salute and reported respectfully. The eyelids on the gray-robed old man's calm face twitched. "Is it the white-robed bladesman Xiao Chen who suppressed the 3 great demonic Dao sects and obtained the scarlet blood race's inheritance?" This subordinate does not dare to be sure. He was carrying a baby on his back, which is somewhat different from the rumors. "I only sent people to monitor him carefully and did not act rashly." The gray-robed old man waved his hand and said, "Quickly withdraw them. If it really is that white-robed bladesman, it will be hard for you not to give yourself away." "That's not right. It's already too late. That's all. I will remember your contribution in this matter. Leave the rest to me." "Thank you, City Lord." After Bai Feng withdrew, the gray-robed old man revealed a smile. "Interesting. The entire demonic Dao sects of the Ash-Gray Sea are searching for you. To think that you actually came to my place. You are probably here for the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation." Chapter 1841. However, he didn't care too much about it. In his hands, it was only a matter of time before the imprint was dissolved. His joy was indescribable. In the City Lord's mansion, there should be even more powerful existences in seclusion. But right at this moment, something unexpected happened. He looked at Xiao Chen and said with a smile, "Young Master Xiao is indeed a straightforward person. You are also a smart person. This old man admires your boldness. Even if he knew that he was going to die, he would still fight for it. Otherwise, how unwilling would he be?" It made him feel extremely comfortable, and his entire body felt refreshed. He felt that his strength had instantly increased by quite a bit. The Withered Leaf City Master casually flipped through the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing technique, then solemnly closed it and casually put it aside. To be able to confirm his identity so quickly, the Withered Leaf City Lord manner was indeed impressive. In the next moment, thousands of holes appeared on his body, and dazzling sword lights shot out from every hole. Only Bai Feng, Xiao Chen, and himself were left in the room. For a moment, not only was he overjoyed, but he was also incomparably proud of himself. He was the youngest leader of Withered Leaf City and the most trusted subordinate of the City Lord. He was in charge of one of the city's 3 main guards, the City Guards. This untalented Bai would like to ask young Master Xiao to bestow a treasure to me. Therefore, you still have to give me a supreme treasure to make up for the pressure I've endured and the losses I've suffered. Furthermore, he also vaguely felt that he had gone too far. He felt somewhat guilty for bullying a junior like this. The moment this person appeared, it immediately caused a wave of low exclamations in the inn. With an excited expression, Zhang Xian quickly flipped through the secret manual. The more he read, the more shocked and excited he became. One could clearly sense that the style of this city was completely different from the other cities. After confirming Xiao Chen's location, Xiao Chen immediately brought him over. This was to avoid trouble if the other factions found out about Xiao Chen's whereabouts. Dong dong dong. The demon blood vulture's belly swelled up, and demonic qi surged from its body. It cackled strangely as it continuously refined the withered leaf city lord in its belly. The little monk in the bag had yet to wake up. Xiao Chen did not know why. I bet he's going to suffer. They truly lived up to being supreme treasures left by the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. Every one of them was so mesmerizing. It had to be said that it was a little dreamy, and he was a little ethereal. It was a treasure that no one had managed to obtain, but Zhang Xian easily obtained it with just a few words. The withered city lord's eyes lit up. What a domineering beast core! If a magical pet were to consume it, it would immediately undergo a complete transformation. He was overjoyed as he thought about how the three demon sects had spent so much effort and lost so many people. All sovereign personages would fight to the death to obtain the supreme treasures they possessed. Once, there was a middle-stage star venerate expert of the demonic Dao sect who behaved atrociously in the city. After 10 moves, that middle-stage star venerate expert died. Demonic Dao cultivators had always been arrogant and unruly. If there was even the slightest conflict, they would start fighting. However, the order in the city was rather stable. There were practically no signs of fighting. What a grand lineup. He doesn't look like a demonic sect martial artist. Could he be a righteous Dao martial artist? He's actually carrying a baby. The withered leaf city lord still hadn't opened his eyes. Seeing that Xiao Chen didn't say anything, he added. Xiao Chen was deep in thought. He took off the blood-colored ring in his hand and handed it to Withered Leaf City Lord. Although Withered Leaf City was called a city, it could be seen as a strong rank 6 demonic Dao sect. Life was full of ups and downs, and not everyone could withstand it. Xiao Chen remained expressionless as he stepped forward and put away the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art, the Xianxia beast ghost pennant, and the blood-colored beast core. Originally, Xiao Chen had thought that the news would not spread very quickly after leaving Myriad Star Mountain. On the other hand, Xiao Chen remained expressionless and calm. Such boldness was indeed admirable. Xiao Chen's strength was unfathomable, even stronger than the leading elders of the 3 great demonic Dao sections. Xiao Chen remained expressionless and did not say anything. Then he decisively tossed down the Xianxia beast ghost pennant. It could only be said that Withered Leaf City had an extremely strong city lord's residence that managed it very strictly. Withered Leaf City's city lord opened his eyes and stretched out his hand to receive the Xianxia beast ghost pennant. Then he revealed a smile. You are indeed incredible, unlike those pedantic seniors who lost their lives for wealth, only regretting it when death approaches. Seeing Xiao Chen's attitude, the other customers in the hall all showed expressions of anticipation for a good show. After the matter was over, that cultivator's sect did not dare to say anything more. Before that cultivator could react, the demon blood vulture opened its jaws and swallowed him whole. However, Withered Leaf City's city lord changed the topic and continued. However, activating the trans-realm transportation formation is not something that can be done overnight. If you want to activate it now, it will be somewhat difficult. The cost of repairing it after the matter is too high. This old man would like to ask young Master Xiao for a supreme treasure to offset the cost of repairing it. However, the method of operation was somewhat special. One could directly teleport to a Starry Heaven relay station. Then, using a small Starry Heaven relay station as a springboard, one could continuously teleport to the Central Great Realm. By phone. At this moment, when Xiao Chen walked on the street, he found it surprisingly bustling. However, the people walking here were all demonic Dao cultivators. Xiao Chen was stunned for a moment. After some thought, he took out the remaining 6-sword monarch grass from his storage ring. Treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. The people from the city lord's mansion would probably arrive soon. However, there was one thing that left a deep impression on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen said indifferently, not saying anything more. Xiao Chen remained expressionless. He casually waved his hand and handed over the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art, the cultivation technique that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King cultivated. There were also those people who had been following Xiao Chen in secret since he entered the city. He did not know what they were planning. Withered Leaf City's city lord rejoiced at obtaining another treasure. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he found that he could not think of any good excuse. Withered Leaf City's city lord said indifferently with his eyes closed when he saw Xiao Chen, not exchanging any pleasantries at all. This was Xiao Chen's first time in the Ash-Gray Sea, so he did not have any enemies or grudges. Unexpectedly, he was still one step too late. Withered Leaf City's city lord said directly after arriving before Xiao Chen. Hence, the majestic group followed behind Xiao Chen and Bai Feng, heading for the city lord's residence in a spectacular manner. White-robed King Xiao Chen, come with me. Even the items sold in the shops were all sorts of tools and materials that demonic Dao cultivators used to cultivate or food containing a demonic nature. How should Xiao Chen deal with this? This was a difficult problem. Goodbye. With these, Xiao Chen's strength would soar. Breaking through to Holy Venerate and advancing to Sovereign Personage was just around the corner. Just as Xiao Chen was thinking about this, a person entered the inn. It was the city gate commander, Bai Feng, whom Xiao Chen had met earlier. Bai Feng's eyes were wide open as he looked at Xiao Chen, dying with a remaining grievance. Bai Feng had watched for a long time but did not gain any benefits at all. He felt somewhat upset. At such a young age, Bai Feng already won the trust of Withered Leaf City's city lord. Furthermore, his cultivation was unfathomable. The six-sword monarch grass flashed with light and entered Bai Feng's body. A murderous intent flashed in Xiao Chen's heart. However, his expression did not change, and he did not say anything. It was like Bai Feng did not want others to know what happened in the room, even the city lord's residence's people. Withered Leaf City, how shrewd. Although this place was quite far away from the 10,000-star mountain and he wouldn't meet people from the three demon sects, what he had hoped for in his life was easily realized in a single day. However, he had purposely left a restriction in this room, isolating all information from the outside world. Bai Feng was initially unhappy, but he revealed a trace of joy when he sensed the sword intent contained in the imperial sword herb. Here. Along the way, he attracted the attention of everyone, and they discussed and pointed at him. The Withered Leaf City Lord's eyelids twitched as he received the ring. He could sense that the demonic nature contained within the ring was extremely shocking. The Withered Leaf City Lord, who was flipping through the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art, was completely immersed in it. Who is this? How dare he speak to Commander Bai like this? But so what? He ran to Withered Leaf City like an idiot and was spat out all the same. The city lord of Withered Leaf City took the demon cloud heaven-swallowing art, and his hands trembled slightly. His eyes, which had been closed all this time, also opened wide. Without saying anything, Xiao Chen handed over the mysterious beast core in his storage ring. Aside from the rank 7 demonic Dao sects, only 10 cities in the entire Ash-Gray Sea had trans-realm transportation formations that led to the central Great Realm. Eat your fill before you leave. Xiao Chen vaguely felt like he could continuously devour the demonic nature in the surroundings to strengthen himself. Xiao Chen and Bai Feng left the room. However, who could have imagined that Bai Feng would show a good attitude, smiling as he sat across from Xiao Chen? To think that I took the initiative to enter this wolf's den. Indeed, if I had such a supreme treasure, I would be in Xiao Chen's position. Thinking of this, Bai Feng could not help feeling happy. He looked at Xiao Chen with a gloating expression. The Withered Leaf City Lord was a swift and decisive person. It did not matter. Xiao Chen had already survived the tribulation of the Black Lotus sect venerate. He was not afraid of this tribulation. Any of the treasures that Xiao Chen handed over was a supreme treasure. After sensing for a while, Xiao Chen discovered that the Qiongqi Beast Ghost Pennant already had Xiao Chen's spiritual mark. It is probably not enough. The white-robed Xiao Chen slaughtered the true inheritors of the 3 great demonic Dao sects before the 3 holy venerates, Bai Feng said casually, revealing all the information about Xiao Chen, expressing his purpose for coming here. Xiaochen said indifferently, revealing a mocking smile on his face. Then he took out a medallion and handed it to Xiaochen. Take my medallion and go to the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation in the residence. You can activate it and leave immediately. This old man will keep his word. I will take one of your supreme treasures and guarantee your safe departure. Aside from this, if you want to go to the Central Great Realm, you can go to the Central Great Realm. Or, if you do not agree, I will kill you and search for it myself. However, the world was vast. Sleeping came first and eating second. The Withered Leaf City Lord received the Scarlet Beast Core and placed it beside the Xianxia Beast Ghost Pennant. Then he said indifferently, right now, all the great demonic Dao sects in the Ash-Gray Sea are searching for news of you. Who knows how many people want to kill you? If I let you go, I will inevitably be criticized. After you leave, there is no need to care about anything. However, I will have to endure a lot of pressure. After casually choosing an inn in the city, Xiaochen found out that the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation opened in the middle of every month. Xiaochen casually ate and drank a table full of food and wine as he muttered to himself about his fortuitous encounter. Withered Leaf City was one of them. How troublesome. Xiaochen frowned slightly. After thinking about it, he could only assume that his experiences at Myriad Star Mountain had spread. Xiaochen saw that more than 100 Star Venerate experts had already gathered at the inn's main entrance. Their clothes were uniform, and their eyes gleamed with killing chi. These were the elites of the army. This was how fate played with people. No matter how overwhelming one's luck was, if one was not careful, the situation could turn around in an instant. It had to be said that Xiaochen was very astute and thoughtful. Then he casually set it aside and continued, I believe that you are here for the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation. This Xianxia Beast Ghost Pennant can spare your life. However, if you want to use the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation, you will have to give me a supreme treasure. This old man will get straight to the point. I cannot take the inheritance of the faux god flame. However, you have to give me one of the 8 supreme treasures that you obtained on the stone pillar with the divine flame. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for you to leave Withered Leaf City. The transportation to the Central Great Realm was not like the transportation between other great realms. Only extremely ancient transportation formations could allow direct transportation. 1 hour later, under Baifeng's lead, Xiaochen met with Withered Leaf City's city lord. Xiaochen had just received the medallion when Baifeng, who was at the side, turned anxious. It looked like Xiaochen was about to leave. Baifeng, who was fiddling with the sword monarch grass, showed a startled expression. Just as he was about to say something, Xiaochen stood up and performed a cupped fist salute. Withered Leaf City's city lord's heart was already set on the supreme treasure that Xiaochen gave him. He did not even raise his head as he said, Take care. I won't send you off. This was a peak early-stage holy venerate. It was opened only once a month, and it required an astronomical price of spirit stones. Baifeng's gaze swept through the hall before landing on Xiaochen. Then he walked over with a smile. Xiaochen did not know much about Withered Leaf City. This was all he knew. Immediately, he put it on his hand and immediately felt an overwhelming demonic aura spreading throughout his body. Baifeng's eyelids twitched as he watched from the side. He could not hide the greed in his eyes. The white-robed bladesman carrying the infant instantly became a mysterious person in Withered Leaf City. Chapter 1842. There was only one transboundary teleportation formation in the entire Soaring Dragon County, and it was located in a palace in the central plaza of Soaring Dragon City. The Trans-Realm Teleportation Formation here was not owned by the Soaring Dragon Marquis. The cross-border dimensional portal was a strategic resource. All the cross-border dimensional portals in Dynasty were controlled by the imperial family. The Yen Emperor Palace controlled, protected, and maintained them. At this moment, on the Dao platform in the Soaring Dragon City's Interrealm Teleportation Formation, countless turbulence surged everywhere. The Daoist gate formed by the circular light screen was extremely unstable. It was on the verge of collapse, as if it would shatter at any moment. Looks like there's a problem. The platform on the other side is in trouble. The few elders of the Waywood formation discussed in low voices, but did not panic. This kind of matter was not strange at all. It was not strange at all. The Transrealm Teleportation Array was a teleportation array that could cross countless great realms and directly teleport one to the central great realm. They were all ancient Dao platforms that were extremely unstable. They needed to be maintained frequently and carefully looked after. Even so, there were still a few failures every 10 years. I wonder which unlucky bastard encountered a malfunction in the Dao platform. How unlucky! A Saint Venerable would have a 30% chance of surviving. If it is a sovereign personage, there is an 80% chance. An old man asked, "What if it's a Star Lord?" "He's definitely going to die." The old man leading the group said with absolute certainty. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, a white-robed man with a weak expression walked out from the broken Daoist door. He was carrying a baby on his back. Star Lord, it really is Star Lord. The eyes of the old men surrounding the platform were wide open. Each and every one of them was filled with disbelief. Xianxia wiped off the blood on his lips. Then, he looked around and fixed his gaze on the leading old man. "Might I ask, Senior, if this is the Yanwu dynasty's soaring dragon Mark 8? "Exactly." The red-robed old man was stunned for a moment before he nodded. Xianxia breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Ignoring the confused gazes of these old men, he walked straight out. After Xianxia left the palace, the group of old men collected their thoughts and began to discuss among themselves. "It really is a Star Venerate. He managed to come out. This is too incredible. How did he survive the spatial reversal? That is something that even holy venerates do not dare to face." The most frightening thing is that he actually successfully arrived at the Soaring Dragon County and was not transported to any other place. The leader of the group entered deep thought. Then he said, "We need to investigate this person. Immediately use the royal family's darknet to find out everything about him." Xianxia walked out of the palace and looked at the sky, sighing. It wasn't easy to escape from death. In retrospect, it was truly thrilling. However, things were different now. They had arrived at the Soaring Dragon Margate, the central great realm. That was, birds flying in the vast sky and fish leaping in the vast sea. Is this the central great world? Xianxia looked around. Apart from being more prosperous, he didn't feel anything different. The only difference was that there were more experts in the city. Star venerates like Xianxia, who could move about the Grave Island Sea without fear, were not common on the streets. But from time to time, he would run into one or two. Let's find a place to rest. After spending time with the little monk, his luck hadn't been good, and he kept getting injured. Xianxia would not believe that the little monk's body of misfortune did not affect him at all. After casually finding an inn in the Soaring Dragon Margate, Xianxia locked himself in and started to recuperate. This time, Xianxia needed to return his body to its peak, to recover from all his injuries. Time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, 1 month had passed. Xianxia opened his eyes, and many stars flickered in them. A certain shackle in his body had been broken. His spirit, qi, and energy had improved by another level. The number of stars in his soul pool had doubled. I broke through. Xiaoqian's cultivation, which had been stuck at early-stage Star Venerate, broke through to middle-stage Star Venerate without any bottlenecks. It was not strange for him to break through unintentionally. Xianxia had been stuck at peak Major Primal Core realm for too long. His foundation was incredibly firm. The moment he broke through, he reached peak early-stage Star Venerate. After that, he experienced several calamities. Taking advantage of the situation to break through was reasonable. After reaching middle-stage Star Venerate, advancing to late-stage Star Venerate was somewhat difficult. Xianxia walked out of the cultivation room and arrived at the guest room. The little monk on the bed still had his eyes tightly shut. The little monk showed no signs of waking up. Xianxia could tell that his bloodline was undergoing some kind of rebirth. It was hard to say when the little monk would wake up. Perhaps he would wake up in the next moment. Perhaps he would not wake up for 8 to 10 years. Anything was possible. It's just a small problem. Xianxia smiled bitterly and pinched the little monk's cheek. Then, he placed the little monk in his backpack and left the guest room. It was time to go. I had to make good use of the time to send the little monk back to the hidden spirit temple. Carrying the little monk on his back, Xiao Chen left the room. Then, he found the innkeeper and paid for the room before leaving. Xiao Chen glanced around and showed a slightly stunned expression. Then, his gaze landed on a handsome bladesman. However, Xiao Chen did not remember this person. What a familiar aura. This person has the dragon race bloodline and is also a bladesman. It's him. It's that Jiang He who stole the dragon race's supreme treasure and the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's fairy basket in the Soaring Dragon Great Realm. It was a small world. What a coincidence. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen ran into the other party here. Xiao Chen walked over with large strides and suddenly appeared. Then he sat down across from Jiang He and placed his saber on the table. Then he picked up a wine cup and poured wine for himself. "Friend, I never treat strangers to wine," Jiang He said casually. When he inadvertently raised his head and saw Xiao Chen's appearance, he was stunned for a while. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Brother Jiang He, we meet again?" After Jiang He recovered with much difficulty, his trademark mischievous smile reappeared. Come. It has been 2 years since we last met. Let me see our white-robed bladesman. What improvement did you make? How scary! Your cultivation actually reached middle stage star venerate. You really chased after me with all your might. Hey, you even have a son now. Jiang He turned around and stood behind Xiao Chen. When he saw the baby-like little monk, he immediately felt joyful. Come. Let me carry you. Jiang He carried the little monk out and sat down again. Then he exclaimed in surprise, "He does not look like you, little brother Xiao Chen." Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and said, "Whatever you say." Slowly, Jiang He noticed something strange. His expression turned increasingly strange. This child is a little strange. How can he have such terrifying sins at such a young age? Xiao Chen looked around and put down his wine cup. This is not the place to talk. Let's go somewhere else. Jiang He nodded. Let's go to the courtyard I rented. Alright. After a while, the two arrived at Jiang He's courtyard. Xiao Chen gave a simple explanation of the little monk's origins. Damn. This is the little demonic monk's silver saber? I'll return it to you. After learning about the little monk's origins, Jiang He was startled. He quickly placed the little monk on Xiao Chen's back. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. It looked like the little demonic monk's silver saber was indeed famous. To think that even Jiang He feared him. He is not just famous. There are too many things about him. In the Yanwu dynasty, people might not know who the crown prince is. However, everyone knows about the little demonic monk's silver saber. Jiang He still felt some regret. He kept muttering to himself like a god of misfortune already haunted him. That's enough about me. Let's talk about you. Why did you come to the Soaring Dragon Market? You even used a disguise. Are you here to steal again? Xiao Chen was rather calm. He was already used to the little monk's existence. He did not care much about the so-called misfortune. When Jiang He heard that, he sighed. The matter of stealing the fairy basket was exposed. Now, the Soaring Dragon Marquis and the Smiling Daughter Pavilion are chasing me. That's impossible, right? Xiao Chen felt incredibly shocked. After that, he went to the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, but the other party had no clue. Jiang He frowned helplessly and said, "It's the Heavenly Book Scholar." The Smiling Daughter Pavilion spent a lot of money to hire the Heavenly Book Scholar to perform a divination in the Heavenly Mystery Tower. Originally, I had already erased the heavenly mysteries of that time. However, I ran into the Heavenly Book Scholar, who calculated all lives. I could not do anything about it, and I was discovered. So, Jiang He showed a smile on his face. He nearly caused me to die a few times. Of course, I have to get back at him. I heard that the Night Cloud fan in the Heavenly Book Scholar's hand was his most prized possession, so I stole it for him. I showed him how great it is to scheme against me. Could the Heavenly Book Scholar be in the Soaring Dragon Market? Of course. Otherwise, why would I come all the way here? How about it? Do you want to meet this person with me? Jiang He urged as he looked at Xiao Chen's face, a hidden smile on his face. Xiao Chen wondered what Jiang He was thinking. Chapter 1843. These old bones are really unpalatable. The demon blood vulture said with some dissatisfaction as it spat out a storage ring. A holy venerate, withered leaf city lord, was gone, just like that. The demon blood vulture swallowed him whole, not even leaving scraps. He was truly pitiful. This pitiful person definitely had something hateful about him. He was so greedy, his desires inflated. Such an outcome could be said to be his own doing and could not be spared. If the demon blood vulture only extorted a Xianxia beast ghost pennant and then sent Xiaochen away, this would be a fair deal. The Xianxia beast ghost pennant was a superior grade soul tool carefully selected by the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. Its value was very high, and the demon blood vulture profited greatly. Upon seeing the medallion, the guards looked at Xiaochen, and their expressions changed. This was a rare VIP medallion. Without an extraordinary background, one would not be able to obtain it. "Young master, this way please." One of the guards respectfully led Xiaochen to the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation in the City Lord's residence. After killing Withered Leaf City Lord and Baifeng, Xiaochen showed a calm expression, not showing any openings. Instead, he even got the Withered Leaf City Lord's guard to respectfully lead him to the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation. It had to be said that this kind of psychological quality was not something an ordinary person could achieve. If an ordinary person killed a holy venerate, it would be impossible for it to not cause a commotion. The moment Xiaochen stepped out of the City Lord's residence, he would be discovered. The result would be death. The City Lord's residence had many experts, far more than ordinary people imagined. The guard led Xiaochen to a place in the City Lord's residence that was heavily guarded with many checkpoints. As this was not the time for the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation to open yet, there was no one here aside from the City Lord's residence experts. "Senior Ma, someone is carrying the City Lord's VIP medallion and is going to use the Trans-Realm Transportation Formation." The guard called out when he stopped at a checkpoint. "Medallion." A cold voice came from behind the checkpoint, sounding simple and forceful. Xiaochen took out the medallion and got the guard to bring it over. Soon he was invited over. After passing the checkpoint, a huge Dao platform appeared before Xiaochen. It was made of ancient divine materials and gave off a faint glow. Flickering superior-grade spirit jades filled the gaps of the Dao platform. The entire platform had a circumference of 1,000 meters, and its surface was carved with mysterious runes that formed a complicated formation. There were many experts near the Dao platform. The scariest ones were the 8 gray-clad old men guarding the surroundings. Without exception, they were all peak late-stage star venerates, existences comparable to holy venerates. A heavy aura floated in the air. Standing in front of this transboundary teleportation array, it made people feel an extremely uncomfortable pressure. The gray-robed man addressed as Senior Ma stood up. He was a holy venerate expert. He walked toward Xiaochen and said, "The token is real. However, you are just an insignificant star venerate. Why did the City Lord give you the VIP token?" Xiaochen's eyes burned like torches as he stared straight at Xiaochen. The might of a holy venerate spread out indistinctly. The pressure it gave off was extremely strong. Xiaochen did not feel pressured at all. He retorted indifferently, "Why don't you go and ask the City Lord yourself?" Senior Ma snorted coldly and tossed the token to Xiaochen. "Humph! Don't give me that. In our eyes, the City Lord is just a representative. Quickly tell us where you want to go. We will send you there directly." Senior Ma had only asked casually, not truly suspecting Xiaochen. When he saw Xiaochen's unyielding attitude, he dropped the matter. Xiaochen thought for a while before replying, "The Yanwu dynasty." The Yanwu dynasty is boundlessly vast. Aside from the dynasty's capital, there are 118 provinces. Each province is as large as half a great realm. "Which province or county are you going to?" Senior Ma asked somewhat impatiently. Xiaochen did not know which province to go to. If he went directly to the hidden spirit temple, that was unlikely. A demonic Dao city definitely did not have a transboundary transportation formation that led directly to a large Buddhist sect. The two of them were sworn enemies. Soaring Dragon Province, Soaring Dragon County. After thinking for a while, Xiaochen mentioned the only address he knew of in the Yanwu dynasty, the soaring dragon marquis conferred land. Xiaochen recalled that Lan Luo's father, the soaring dragon marquis, was the master of that province. No matter what, he would be completely safe after going to the Yanwu Great Realm. He could go anywhere he wanted. At that time, when the little monk woke up, Xiaochen would not have to worry about him anymore. Xiaochen wanted to go directly to the Divine Dragon Empire. However, given the little monk's situation, he could only send him back first. After all, it would be much more convenient to go to the Divine Dragon Empire after arriving in the Central Great Realm than to the Divine Dragon Empire from the Ash Gray Sea. Send him over, Senior Ma said expressionlessly. Old Ma said expressionlessly. The 8 old men started forming hand seals together, and the magic arrays on the Dao platform activated one after another. A mysterious pillar of light soared into the clouds. After a long time, sweat continuously dripped down the 8 old men's foreheads. A circular door of light appeared in the center of the Dao platform. The light screen looked like smooth water, glowing like a mirror. Xiaochen knew that he could reach his destination after passing through the door of light. Xiaochen pushed off with his feet and gently drifted into the door of light. Just as Xiaochen entered the door of light, someone suddenly rushed over with a flustered expression. "We can't let him leave." The city lord's life medallion shattered. Senior Ma's expression immediately changed. He turned around and said, "Quick! Stop the trans-realm transportation formation." It's too late. The 8 old men had weak expressions as they spoke with great difficulty. "Damn it!" Senior Ma roared, and his holy venerate will surged out and crashed into the door of light. Tiny cracks immediately appeared in the water curtain-like door of light. Boom! Senior Ma was not done yet. His aura soared as he threw a palm strike. The palm strike shattered the door of light, turning it into countless figures of light. Pusi. The 8 old men maintaining the formations all vomited a mouthful of blood. They immediately suffered a huge backlash and fainted on the Dao platform. "Speak. What's going on?" Senior Ma shouted coldly, making the person who came to report tremble. The city lord and commander mysteriously invited this person in today and even laid a restriction. When he came out, he brought the city lord's distinguished guest medallion. At that time, the city lord's life medallion shattered, but we did not immediately suspect him. After all, he is just a star venerate. Furthermore, Commander Bai was there. The person who came trembled in fear, speaking in a trembling voice. Doubt flashed in Senior Ma's eyes. Even if it were him, he could not imagine that the Withered Leaf City's city lord would die at Xiaochen's hands. Even now, Senior Ma did not think that the murderer was Xiaochen. However, there had to be some connection to this matter. It had to be related to Xiaochen. Senior Ma was not satisfied with just letting Xiaochen leave. However, the door of light shattered. Even if this fellow appeared in the Yanwu dynasty, he would not be able to escape death. However, the city lord's death would become a mystery. Chapter 1845. The Book of Lives, the Heavenly Book Scholar. Xiaochen thought to himself, as the saying goes, the mysteries of heaven cannot be revealed. Is he really that divine? Speaking of which, the dragon-seeking art that Xiaochen once cultivated and the divination Dao both belonged to the profound Dao. Xiaochen believed in divination of the mysteries of heaven. Xiaochen, who had reached the peak of the Kunlun realm, had already touched upon the Kunlun heavenly Dao. From there, he could see some of the mysteries of heaven and see the future, such as his fight with Chu Chaoyan. However, even if he knew, many things could not be avoided. This was how fate worked. Xiaochen did not believe in fate. However, sometimes, fate could not be avoided. How is it? Have you thought it through? Jiang He looked at Xiaochen, revealing a look of desire in his eyes. He really hoped that Xiaochen would go with him. Let's go then. Xiaochen thought, the little monk has mentioned this person several times. There is no harm in meeting him. Let's go. It looked like Jiang He was already impatient to leave. The Heavenly Mystery Tower was a famous building in Soaring Dragon City. After leaving the inn, one could see the towering tower in the distance when they looked up. The tower's tip pierced the clouds, and a resplendent pearl was embedded at the top. The pearl gave off electric light in all directions, adding to its mysteriousness. Xiaochen casually waved, and the cycle war chariot appeared. Then, it turned into a black chariot and quickly carried the two to their destination. While the chariot looked very close, when they actually walked, they had to cross several streets. The chariot traveled for 1 hour before finally arriving near the heavenly mystery tower. Even with the cycle war chariot speed, they still had to travel for another hour. However, they still had not left this area. This showed how vast Soaring Dragon City was, somewhat inconceivably large. When the two got off the chariot, they discovered that the heavenly mystery tower's doors were tightly shut. However, a large group of people gathered in front of the tower. These were probably all people who wanted to meet the heavenly book scholar. Jiang He rubbed his chin and said, "This is unfortunate. The heavenly mystery tower is actually closed. Is there any other way in?" Jiang He looked around as if he did not want to take the usual route. Xiaochen stopped him and said, "There seems to be something in front of the door. These people should be looking at it." "Is that so? Go over and take a look." Make way. Jiang He squeezed in without saying a word, and those who were pushed away were furious. Still, as the saying goes, one does not slap a smiling face. Hence, Jiang He smiled apologetically, and hence led Xiaochen to the front of the crowd. "It's a notice." There was a notice pasted on the door. It was very simple and clear: "Honored guests are here today. The heavenly book scholar will not see outsiders. The heavenly mystery tower will open at dusk." Xiaochen looked up at the sky. It was not noon yet. If they waited until dusk, they would have to wait for more than half a day. What distinguished guest! Even if you do not want to meet the heavenly book scholar, you can meet the other fortune tellers. Why do you have to close your doors? This is really strange. Perhaps it really is an esteemed guest who has arrived and does not want others to know his identity. There is no lack of such major characters in Soaring Dragon City. Could it be someone from the Marquis's residence? When they saw the notice, the people from all over started talking all at once. If it was a distinguished guest, there was naturally no one in Soaring Dragon City who had a more distinguished status than the people in the Marquis's mansion. However, that was hard to say. There were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the Yanwu dynasty. Who knew who it was, coming from afar to seek an audience with the heavenly book scholar? There had been such examples in the past. "Come out first." Jiang He led Xiaochen out and arrived at a desolate place. Then he stared at the heavenly mystery tower and entered deep thought. Xiaochen observed Jiang He's expression and said, "You can't be thinking of sneaking in, right?" Jiang He retorted boldly, "Of course. In my plan, I have already taken into account such a situation. When an esteemed guest arrives, it is the time to focus on divination. To me, this is a heaven-sent opportunity." Xiaochen shook his head, not thinking much of it. Just by looking at this heavenly mystery tower, one would feel that it was not simple. Aside from the doors, there were no other entrances. The walls of the tower were tightly sealed, not leaving any gaps or even windows. It was basically impossible to sneak in without anyone noticing. Furthermore, it was currently daytime. There were many people nearby, making it even more difficult. "How are you going to enter?" "Of course, by walking in openly." Jiang He smiled mysteriously. Then he took out a talisman and handed it to Xiaochen. "I found this in an ancient grave. I do not know which epoch it is from, but there are only 3 of them. They can temporarily immaterialize your body for 15 minutes. That should be enough for us to enter." After receiving the talisman, Xiaochen felt slightly shocked. "Your talisman is no less valuable than the folding fan in his hand. Is it worth it? That folding fan is the heavenly book scholar's lifeblood. To me, the talisman is just a tool that I can casually give away. There is no comparison between the two." Jiang He stuck the talisman on his body. Then, Xiaochen immediately discovered that Jiang He vanished from before his eyes. After thinking for a while, Xiaochen used his soul energy to activate the talisman and stuck it on his body as well. He thought to himself, using such a precious item like this is truly a waste. Only someone like Jiang He, who did not care about anything, could be so calm. "Let's go." Although Xiaochen could not see the other party, he could hear Jiang He's voice projection. He pressed forward courageously, passing through the crowd and going through the door. The immaterialized two easily passed through the door riddled with restrictions, not causing any commotion. Let's be faster. The Heavenly Book Scholar has been performing divination on the 8th floor. The talisman only lasted for 15 minutes. They had to hurry. Otherwise, it would be problematic if they were exposed midway. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two moved quickly, passing through many restrictions and moving under the watchful eyes of many experts. His movements were unimpeded, and he was advancing at a much faster pace than he had expected. This saved them a lot of time and brought them to the 8th floor. It's in the west. Go straight, turn left, turn right, we arrived. It looked like Jiang He was very familiar with the situation here. In less than 15 minutes, Xiao Chen and Jiang He arrived at the room where the Heavenly Book Scholar performed divination. Two plain wooden doors stood ajar at the end of the path. Strange. Aren't we going to meet an honored guest? Why is there no one guarding the room? Why is there no sound coming from inside? Xiao Chen felt curious. His immaterialized body passed through the wooden doors and arrived at the Heavenly Book Scholar's room. The furnishings in the room gave off an ancient charm, looking very elegant. There was a white piece of paper spread out on the desk, and a maidservant was grinding it. Beside her was a white-robed scholar, who was fanning himself with his eyes closed. There was no one on the opposite chair. Xiao Chen wondered if the honored guest had already left or if the honored guest had never been here. Sit. The white-clad scholar suddenly said, revealing a smile on his delicate and pale face as he raised his head to look at Xiao Chen. You can see me? This startled Xiao Chen when he heard that. There was still a long way to go before the time limit was up. Why can't I see you? The white-clad scholar closed the folding fan in his hand and revealed a playful expression. Ghostly shadow bandit, where are you trying to run? Whoosh, whoosh. 10 odd experts suddenly appeared in the originally empty room, blocking Xiao Chen's path. Pumph. You did not expect such a day to come, right? Jiang He? The Heavenly Book Scholar foresaw that you would walk right into our trap today. Hand over my Smiling Daughter Pavilion's fairy basket, and my Sun Moon Pavilion's Holy Sky treasure mirror, and my Jiang clan's clan head's jade underworld sword. That is the only soul tool of my Jiang clan. The 10 odd people all felt indignant at this injustice, their rage unquenchable. The murderous intent in their eyes nearly spewed out as flames. Damn it, I got tricked. From the start to the end, there were no honored guests. It was just the Heavenly Book Scholar setting up the trap for Jiang He, having predicted that he would come today. However, the one who tricked Xiao Chen was Jiang He. The Heavenly Book Scholar had tampered with the talisman he gave to Xiao Chen. Before the time limit was up, the effects vanished. Xiao Chen said calmly, I am not Jiang He. I am Xiao Chen. Ha! Who does not know that Xiao Chen is Jiang He and Jiang He is Xiao Chen? Ghostly shadow bandit, when you stole my clan's jade underworld sword, didn't you use Xiao Chen's name? One of the old men holding a sword looked coldly at Xiao Chen, showing a mocking expression. With the Heavenly Book Scholar here today, no matter how flawless your disguise is, you can forget about quibbling. Hurry up and hand over the treasures you stole. I can sense that my Smiling Daughter Pavilion's fairy basket is indeed in his hands. Just at this moment, a pretty woman in her prime looked at Xiao Chen while holding the fairy basket. She could no longer hold back her murderous intent. This is great. There is no way for me to explain myself. White is black. Xiao Chen turned around and looked at the Heavenly Book Scholar. Then, he said, since you are known as the Book of Accounts, knowing everything, why don't you make a divination? Am I Jiang He? Right now, Xiao Chen could only rely on the Heavenly Book Scholar. He hoped that the other party was reliable. From the start to the end, the white-clad scholar did not say anything. However, some doubt appeared in his eyes as he looked at Xiao Chen. You still need to make a divination? If you are not the ghostly shadow bandit, how are you going to explain the fairy basket in your hand? The fairy basket of my Smiling Daughter Pavilion's branch is just a replica. The feeling from the original in my hand cannot be fake. That pretty woman in her prime spoke in an incredibly forceful manner, looking like she wanted to take down Xiao Chen on the spot. When the others heard this, their killing chi intensified. They all looked at Xiaochen with extremely hostile gazes. Everyone, there is no need to be in such a rush. Once he enters the Heavenly Mystery Tower, he will be like a turtle in a jar. He will not be able to escape. The Heavenly Book Scholar said slowly, "Whether he is or not, I will know once I make a divination." Right after the Heavenly Book Scholar spoke, stars flickered in his eyes. He held the fan in his right hand and performed divination with his left. As the Heavenly Book Scholar executed his divination, the white paper on the table slowly floated up. Xiaochen's expression changed slightly. He felt like he could no longer hide any secrets before this pair of eyes. A mysterious energy invisibly encased Xiaochen's body. Stars flickered in the Heavenly Book Scholar's eyes, looking like the vast and boundless starry heavens. Stars were continuously destroyed before being reborn. It was like the supreme principles of the universe were all in the Heavenly Book Scholar's eyes. "It's really him!" someone suddenly exclaimed. The white paper floating in the air slowly revealed a portrait of a person. It was the portrait of Jiang He when Xiaochen first met him. This stunned Xiaochen. "How can this be? How can I not know who I am? That's not right." Suddenly, the Heavenly Book Scholar's expression changed slightly. Someone had secretly tampered with the aura of the person before him. However, the Heavenly Book Scholar was horrified to discover a horrifying existence in this person's fate. It was unfathomable and unfathomable. The Heavenly Book Scholar wanted to stop, but it was already too late. "Pu Si I." The Heavenly Book Scholar vomited a mouthful of blood and fainted. "Young master." The maidservant at the side showed an anxious expression. The portrait floating in the air burned and turned into ashes. "Take him down. He wants to attack the Heavenly Book Scholar." The situation instantly worsened. 10 odd holy venerates launched themselves at Xiaochen at the same time. Chapter 1846. Even the ledger keeper of the common people can't find my innocence? Xiaochen felt somewhat speechless. Then, he turned his head to look at the 10 holy venerates surrounding him. What exactly did this Jiang He steal? To think that he provoked a group of holy venerates into being so unreasonable. For one to become a holy venerate, one's mental state and intelligence were clearly high. However, rage clearly got to Jiang He's head now, wanting to kill Xiaochen first. Jiang He definitely could not defeat 10 holy venerates. He could only defeat them with his wits, not force. Whoosh! Xiaochen's figure flashed, and he landed behind the unconscious Heavenly Book Scholar. Then he knocked out the anxious, pretty maidservant with a palm strike. Then he carried the Heavenly Book Scholar's body and used it as a shield. Shameless! The group of holy venerates immediately held back for fear of harming the Heavenly Book Scholar. Ghostly Shadow Bandit, quickly release the Heavenly Book Scholar, and we can still let you die a quick death. Otherwise, it will be hard for you to die. The old man whose clan's soul tool was stolen by Jiang He cursed endlessly, feeling incredibly frustrated. Xiaochen sensed for a while. Right now, the entire Heavenly Mystery Tower was startled. The experts in the tower were rushing over. In fact, there were even a few extremely terrifying auras that were rapidly rushing over. This place was not suitable for them to linger. If they did, they would definitely die. Boom! Xiaochen could not be bothered with this group of people who kept shouting at him but did not dare to step forward. Xiaochen turned around and punched the wall. He activated 30% of his blue dragon bloodline and infused it with 20 cauldron force. A dragon roar immediately rang out, and the force of his punch blasted a hole in the wall. Whoosh! Nearly the instant Xiaochen punched, Xiaochen carried the little monk and the Heavenly Book Scholar on his back and rushed out of the hole. After him, the holy venerates behind were stunned for a moment, feeling somewhat shocked. The force of Xiaochen's punch actually blasted a hole in the Heavenly Mystery Tower's wall. This was simply incredible. After startling to their senses, the holy venerates quickly moved and gave chase. Stay behind! A mysterious expert leaped out of the top floor of the Heavenly Mystery Tower and chased after Xiaochen. A will burst out from the center of his brows, which surged forward with the heavenly might. What a fellow! The person who came was a peak late-stage holy venerate expert. Xiaochen did not dare to clash head-on. He unfurled his blue dragon divine wings, and his speed suddenly soared, allowing him to dodge this wholly venerate will in advance. He circulated the heavenly heart art, and the heavenly eye on his forehead opened. Xiaochen took out the soul slayer bow. In the blink of an eye, he condensed arrows with his heart flame and shot out 10-odd arrows. Electric light flickered on the blue dragon divine wings. With a gentle flap, thunder and lightning roared endlessly. He pushed Xiaochen's thunder great Dao to its limits. With his nimble body, swift speed, and the heart's fire arrow. Using his own strength, Xiaochen blocked the many experts behind him, widening the distance between him and the other party. Who is that person? To think that he kidnapped the Heavenly Book Scholar. Aren't you meeting an important guest? Why did someone kidnap the Heavenly Book Scholar? What's going on? The Heavenly Book Scholar calculated all lives. How could he be kidnapped? Could it be that there is someone that he cannot figure out? This sudden scene immediately caused an uproar among the cultivators below the pagoda. After pulling away, before Xiaochen could catch his breath, he felt many terrifying wills soar up from various directions in soaring Dragon City. These wills headed in the direction of the Heavenly Mystery Tower. The number of hidden experts in the city was truly terrifying. Xiaochen quickly put on the Death God mask and activated the secret technique on the mask clone. Activating the secret technique on the mask doppelganger, the two doppelgangers landed on the ground. Then, Xiaochen executed the secret technique again. The void mask took advantage of the instant his body immaterialized to quickly hide his true body. He used the mask to create a fake body to attract the pursuers. At this moment, no one noticed that a figure suddenly appeared at the top of the Heavenly Mystery Tower. This figure smiled faintly as he looked at the huge pearl crystal embedded in the top of the Heavenly Mystery Tower. This subdivine crystal is mine. This person was Jiang He. While everyone was distracted by Xiaochen, he appeared silently. Jiang He looked at the Heavenly Mystery Tower experts and the holy venerates being chased by the other factions. Then he said, "Brother Xiaochen's sorry. I'll explain to you later." Right after Jiang He spoke, he quickly removed the subdivine crystal at lightning speed. The instant the subdivine crystal was removed, the sky suddenly turned dark. The expressions of the experts chasing Xiaochen's fake body changed drastically. When they looked back, they were startled. The subdivine crystal that had stood in the Heavenly Mystery Tower for more than 1,000 years was actually taken away. The crowd burst into another commotion. To think that someone dared to steal something from the Heavenly Mystery Tower. Was he not afraid of death? After stealing the Heavenly Mystery Tower's subdivine crystal, even if one ran to the ends of the world, one would still be found. One could offend many factions and experts in the Yanwu dynasty. However, everyone acknowledged that the Heavenly Mystery Tower and the Yan Emperor Palace were two super factions that could not be offended. Damn it! That's a fake body. When the crowd finally caught up to Xiaochen's fake body after putting in all their effort, they all vomited blood in frustration. We let the ghostly shadow bandit escape again. It turns out that his target is that subdivine crystal. It looks like he has an accomplice. This ghostly shadow bandit is becoming increasingly arrogant. He is even targeting the Heavenly Mystery Tower. However, when did the ghostly shadow bandit obtain a pair of dragon wings? How come I have never seen them before? The chain of events was filled with mysteries and strangeness, confusing the group of people chasing after Xiaochen. The Heavenly Mystery Tower turned chaotic at this moment. The subdivine crystal, which powered the entire Heavenly Mystery Tower, had been taken away. Many of the formations malfunctioned. Some formations that needed to continuously replenish energy were destroyed on the spot. The entire tower turned pitch black. Everyone felt incredibly confused. The most important thing was that the Heavenly Book Scholar, the Pagoda Master, was kidnapped. Without a leader, the situation became even more chaotic. The news of the Heavenly Book Scholar being kidnapped and the ghostly shadow bandit stealing the subdivine crystal quickly spread to the various major factions in the city. Such a major matter had not happened in Soaring Dragon City for a very long time already. The Marquis's residents immediately learned of the news and reported it. Even the Soaring Dragon Marquis himself was startled. Xiao Chen, who could catch his breath for now, immediately brought the Heavenly Book Scholar to Jiang He's hidden courtyard. Xiao Chen had a feeling that Jiang He would return. This was because this place was the safest. The formations he laid could erase the mysteries of heaven, preventing others from divining it. After looking around the courtyard, Xiao Chen thought for a while. Then he placed the Heavenly Book Scholar on a stool at a stone table in the courtyard. Xiao Chen placed the folding fan in his right hand on the stone table with his back to the door. Time passed quietly. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and waited quietly. When the sky turned dark, footsteps came from outside. Xiao Chen quickly opened his eyes. Jiang He, who was in a good mood, immediately felt stunned when he pushed the door open. What entered Jiang He's eyes was the Heavenly Book Scholar's back. He exclaimed hoarsely, "That's impossible. I already laid a heaven-bewildering formation here. You cannot possibly divinate it." "You lost." The Heavenly Book Scholar, who should have continued sleeping, suddenly turned around and waved his folding fan. The door behind Jiang He suddenly closed tightly. Flowing light spread out in the entire courtyard, and countless figures flickered. With the Heavenly Book Scholar's fan, the heaven-bewildering formation suddenly turned into a heaven-sealing formation, directly sealing off this space. Interesting. When did you wake up? Originally, Xiao Chen had been prepared to take advantage of Jiang He's stunned state to instantly restrain him and force him to explain what had happened to give him an explanation. If there was no reasonable explanation, Xiao Chen would not hesitate to kill the other party. Who knew? Xiao Chen miscalculated, and the Heavenly Book Scholar woke up prematurely. Damn! Jiang He was startled by Xiao Chen's sudden appearance. He was even more shocked than when the Heavenly Book Scholar appeared. "Are you not going to explain to me what's going on with this talisman?" Xiao Chen asked as he looked at Jiang He, taking out the talisman that had already lost its effect. Jiang He smiled embarrassedly. I'll speak on his behalf. He made a bet with me. He said that he would perfectly extract the Heavenly Mystery Tower's subdivine crystal within 1 month. If he lost, I would help him make a divination. I divined that he would come to extract it today. However, I did not see that you were a variable. I could not tell you because I would know if I did. While I could not divine what happened to you, I could divine what happened to him. However, he did not expect you to be a variable either. Not only did you manage to escape the pursuit of so many holy venerates, but you even brought me here." The Heavenly Book Scholar stood up and spoke leisurely. He gently fanned himself, appearing calm and collected, giving off an aura of being in control of the situation. Hence he still lost. "No one can leave my heaven-sealing formation. I have the final say in everything. Hand over the substandard god crystals and the things you stole." Pu ci. However, right after the Heavenly Book Scholar spoke, a hole instantly appeared in the heaven-sealing formation in the sky. Xiao Chen put down the Soul Slayer bow, and the heart flame on his finger vanished. Then he looked at the Heavenly Book Scholar and said, "It does not seem as incredible as you make it out to be. A casual arrow can create a hole. Heart force? That's not right. If it were heart force, the heaven-sealing formation would have been destroyed long ago." The Heavenly Book Scholar's expression changed. He silently circulated his divination skills, wanting to continue attacking. However, the moment the Heavenly Book Scholar moved, he discovered a terrifying aura locking down on him. If he moved rashly, he would die in the next moment. "Who has the final say now?" Xiao Chen asked indifferently after he switched out the Soul Slayer bow for the God Shadow bow and aimed it at the Heavenly Book Scholar. The Heavenly Book Scholar had never felt so sullen before. After a long time, he squeezed out a word through clenched teeth. The Heavenly Book Scholar did not miss anything. Even if a sovereign personage came, that sovereign personage would not show him any respect. Yet, the Heavenly Book Scholar ran into Xiao Chen, who broke his heaven-sealing formation without saying a word. This was a resounding slap to the Heavenly Book Scholar, who had just gained control of the situation. Before he could think of a solution, Xiao Chen took out a soul tool. This was truly unreasonable and extremely tyrannical. "Who has lost now?" Xiao Chen asked. The Heavenly Book Scholar's expression changed slightly. However, when he saw the God Shadow bow in Xiao Chen's hand, he said with a sullen expression, "Me." As the saying goes, if one admits a bet, one must be willing to admit defeat. I did not force you, right? A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's icy face. However, he did not put away the god shadow bow, continuing to lock down on the heavenly book scholar. Xiao Chen, Jiang he felt warmth in his heart. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen would still help him at this moment. Stop wasting time. Hurry up. Since I was willing to accompany you despite knowing that you wanted to steal his folding fan, I already had the intention of helping you. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, I will naturally help you to the end. Xiao Chen did not waste any words. He quickly expressed his thoughts and urged Jiang He. Many thanks. Jiang He said seriously. Then he walked over to the heavenly book scholar and told him about his divination. Chapter 1847. Heavenly book scholar, you are known as the book of life, able to divine everything in the world. Let me ask you something. Who will be the next dragon emperor? Right after Jiang He spoke, Xiao Chen's expression changed. What great ambition! Could it be that Jiang He wants to vie for the dragon emperor position as well? When the heavenly book scholar heard that, he revealed a mocking expression. What kind of luck is contained in the words dragon emperor? Who would dare to casually divine it? You are also someone who knows divination techniques. To think that you would make such a request. I overestimated you. Even if I use my lifespan to divine it, the results will be cryptic and hard to understand. Jiang He said, naturally I know that. I already brought natural treasures to replenish my lifespan. Just do your best to divine it for me. After saying that, Jiang He took out a brocade box from his storage ring and opened it for the heavenly book scholar to see. Pure water white lotus. The heavenly book scholar received the brocade box and no longer hesitated. You are really persistent. In that case, I'll do as you wish. The heavenly book scholar gently flapped his folding fan and looked up at the starry sky. The stars in his eyes seemed to reflect on the starry heavens. Xiao Chen opened his heavenly eye and looked up. He discovered that the star chart above seemed to move mysteriously. The heavenly book scholar's eyes seemed to see through the mysteries of heaven. His soul landed on the mysterious river of fate. After a while, the heavenly book scholar gave off a terrifying aura. It was like he had the mandate of heaven on him. Even Xiao Chen and Jiang, he felt a deep fear from the aura that the heavenly book scholar gave off. The god shadow bow in the heavenly book scholar's hand trembled slightly. Sensing a threat, it actually took the initiative to draw on Xiao Chen's soul energy. A pair of scarlet wings silently unfurled on the god shadow bow's sides. The god shadow bow took on a form that Xiao Chen had never seen before. The entire bow flowed with light, and the holy beast carved on it seemed to move. The heavenly book scholar is stronger than I imagined. He is not as weak as he looks. Xiao Chen thought to himself, when I fought the Black Lotus demonic ancestor in the past, the god shadow bow did not show such a mysterious phenomenon. Naturally, the Black Lotus demonic ancestor was stronger than the heavenly book scholar. It could only be said that the heavenly book scholar grasped a terrifying taboo energy but could not casually use it. What? The light on the heavenly book scholar's body shattered like glass, turning into countless shards that gathered in the air. What did you see? Jiang He asked somberly, knowing that the divination results were out. Tian Su's complexion was pale, and he was extremely weak. He did not say anything, only holding his folding fan and casually swiping it across the stone table. As the saying went, the mysteries of heaven could not be revealed. Naturally, the heavenly book scholar would not reveal everything he saw. It was just a casual stroke, and how much Jiang He could comprehend would depend on himself. This is a saber mark that you simulated. Are you trying to say that the next Dragon Emperor will be a good saber user? Among the outstanding young talents of the dragon race, aside from the willow leaf saber, I am the next best. Jiang He muttered to himself, could it be that the next Dragon Emperor will be Lu Ryue? In history, the dragon race did have female emperors. With Lu Ryue's talent and elegance, she did indeed have the potential to become the Dragon Emperor. The heavenly book scholar remained expressionless as he said indifferently, what I want to say is all in this stroke. There is no need for you to continue asking me. Thank you. Jiang He did not bother saying anything else. He took out the subdivine crystal and handed it to the heavenly book scholar. After casually receiving the subdivine crystal, the heavenly book scholar looked at Xiaochen and said, "Friend, you can put away your bow, right?" Xiaochen smiled faintly and put the god shadow bow back into his storage ring. Then he walked over to the stone table and looked at the mark, entering deep thought. It was indeed a saber mark. Xiaochen and Jiang He were both peak bladesmen. They could tell what mark the heavenly book scholar wanted to simulate with one glance. However, this saber mark might not indicate that the next Dragon Emperor would be a bladesman. After the divination ended, the heavenly book scholar retrieved the subdivine crystal. Then he stood up to leave. When the heavenly book scholar saw Xiaochen, he paused for a moment before sitting down again. "I will give you a word for free. Although I cannot perform a divination for you, I can give you a word." Word reading. Brother Xiaochen, the heavenly book scholar, first became famous because he read the words of the three princes of the dynasty. Jiang He explained from the side. The heavenly book scholar's word reading was also excellent. Or rather, it should be said that this was his specialty. The heavenly book scholar took out paper, ink, brush, and inkstone. Then he said, "Please." Xiaochen picked up the brush and entered deep thought. However, he did not know what to write. After staring for a while, he dipped the brush in ink and did not stop writing. Then he wrote a word without hesitation. "Moon." The heavenly book scholar looked at Xiaochen curiously and asked, "What do you want?" "To seek peace of mind." "Ah, in that case it looks like you will not get it. The road ahead is hard to break, and it is hard to find peace of mind." The heavenly book scholar smiled faintly as he fanned himself with his folding fan after looking at Xiaochen's handwriting. Xiaochen entered deep thought. "What do you mean? If one wants peace of mind, one has to be upright and bright, without any shadows. Without the moon, how can one's heart be at peace? Now, look at your handwriting. The writing is casual, but it is clean, decisive, and straightforward. Your eyes and expressions can lie, but your words cannot. You must have a firm and resolute character, someone who kills decisively. Now, look at your final stroke. There should be a hook when you write the word moon. However, there is none. It plunges straight down like a sharp saber, neat and tidy, looking grand and majestic as it falls from the sky, looking like a sovereign descending from the 9 heavens. This moon is like fire, watered by hot-bloodedness and lofty sentiments. It burns fiercely, comparable to the blazing sun. This moon is like a saber, dazzling with saber light, pressuring with pride and sharpness. Naturally, the heavenly book scholar would not casually give a conclusion. He had his own reasoning and origins. Jiang He felt somewhat confused. No matter how you look at it, these are all merits. Why is the conclusion so different? The heavenly book scholar replied indifferently, that is because of what he seeks. How can a heart burning without hesitation be at peace? How can a proud and aloof saber be willing to be mediocre, unhindered by the world? If you seek riches and honor, fame, or righteousness, they are all good words. However, what you seek is peace of mind. This heart cannot be at peace? As Xiaochen looked at the word moon on the white paper, he felt slightly stunned, not saying anything. However, Jiang He asked on Xiaochen's behalf, is there a way to break it? Naturally, there is. This moon is like fire, burning fiercely, eager to soar into the sky. It does not want to stop for even half a step. Just stay here. As long as this moon does not rise, you will be at peace. The heavenly book scholar seemed to have expected this question. He smiled faintly and casually spoke of a way to break it. As the white-clad scholar waved his folding fan, he looked very graceful. Xiaochen had not expected the other party to see so much from just the word moon. As for whether it was accurate or not, that would depend on whether one believed it or not. Goodbye. The heavenly book scholar closed his folding fan and performed a cupped fist salute, appearing extremely carefree. Wait a moment. Xiaochen suddenly said softly. The heavenly book scholar's expression changed slightly as he asked, what is it? There's no rush. I will not take out the god shadow bow again. I want to ask you something. A few months ago, did you receive a young monk with delicate features and divine a fortuitous encounter for him? So what if I did? Nothing much. It's just that the little monk is not happy and wants to have a heart-to-heart talk with you. The little demonic monk Silver Saber? Shock flashed in the heavenly book scholar's eyes. People like him, who were proficient in divination and deducing the mysteries of heaven, were the ones he was most unwilling to meet. After walking the divination path, one would naturally have a deep belief in the heavenly Tao and fate. When a calamity came knocking, nothing good would come out of it. The heavenly book scholar showed a doubtful expression as he looked around and did not see anyone. He smiled and said, "Young master, please don't joke around." Xiaochen smiled and said, "I never joke around." Bang! Right after the heavenly book scholar spoke, the little monk leaped out of the bag on Xiaochen's back. Then, his tender little fist instantly landed on the heavenly book scholar's face. "I ended up like this because I listened to your nonsense. I'll beat you to death. I'll beat you to death." The little monk's baby-like face did its best to make an angry expression. However, no matter how hard it tried, it still looked incredibly cute when paired with that tender little face. The little monk's tiny fist striking the heavenly book scholar's face looked more like an affectionate gesture. However, the heavenly book scholar was in unbearable pain. He clutched his head and scurried around in a sorry state, no longer looking like an elegant scholar. Upon seeing the heavenly book scholar's appearance, Xiaochen felt somewhat pleased. What he hated the most were people who deliberately mystified others and put on airs. Xiaochen felt upset, but it was not to the point where he would make a move to teach the heavenly book scholar a lesson. The little monk, who had just woken up and received a voice projection from Xiaochen, was the most suitable person to make a move. However, when Xiaochen's gaze fell on the white paper on the stone table, the smile on his face slowly dimmed. Out of curiosity, Xiaochen had not expected to end up with a divination that made his heart uneasy and his future difficult. He hoped that it was just a casual remark. Chapter 1848. But why am I so unlucky? Xiaochen nonchalantly spat out these 3 words. I don't know. The instant I raised my brush, I thought of the word moon. Perhaps I have a fate with the moon in my life. Many of the martial techniques I cultivate are related to the moon. The person I like has the moon in his name as well. However, such a person actually had the same goal as him. One contained a great horror in the heavenly mysteries, which could not be divined. The other did not need to be divined. He was horrifying in the first place. Xiaochen's words sounded a little awkward, but his meaning was clear. Not only could they not become close friends, but they might even become mortal enemies. The little monk's tender head appeared on Xiaochen's shoulder. He scratched his head and said in confusion. Xiaochen was not such a person. He was very clear on his own heart. He would not hide it from Jiang He even if he did not want to. Interesting. No wonder I got along so well with you the moment I saw you. Aside from the so-called mixed blood dragon bloodline, as bladesmen, you actually have the same goal. It's just a small injury. It's not a big deal. Next time, be gentler. Jiang He, who was at the side, gaped in shock. Brother Xiao, aren't you being too calm? Xiaochen's observation was very meticulous, and he sharply noticed something else. Seeing the little monk's angry appearance, he looked very cute. Jiang He laughed heartlessly. Big brother, are you alright? I want to be the Dragon Emperor. Pussy. Speaking of which, the two of you are staring at each other and doing your best to look fierce. However, there is no killing chi or will of soul infused into your auras. Is this the legendary exchange of glances? This little monk doesn't understand. Fate made fools of people. Sometimes, it was really speechless when it came to the heavens. Just as Jiang He was about to speak, the three's expressions suddenly changed. The two looked away awkwardly, no longer daring to look at each other. They simply could not accept this. The contrast was too great. I'm used to it. However, Xiaochen had no intention of stopping there. He looked straight at Jiang He and said seriously, let's go. He looked straight at Jiang He and said seriously, not caring about what he said at all. Perhaps. The scene suddenly changed. The infant-looking little monk made the situation somewhat awkward. Xiaochen gently wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips. his expression did not change at all as he focused on the words he wrote. He raised his head and looked at the sky. In the night sky, several powerful auras were rapidly gathering towards this place. Even so, Jiang He was still shocked. Just how much luck did it take to subdue the little monk? The little monk on Xiao Chen's back was like a cat. He patted Xiao Chen's back and stuck his head out like a curious baby. Jiang He felt stunned. Then he smiled and said, "It's not that I want to say this, but Brother Xiao, while you have the dragon race's bloodline, you are not one of the 6-colored divine dragons. It's good to have such ideals, but don't take them seriously." Flowing light flickered in all directions, and the heaven-sealing formation dissipated on its own. Then, its figure flashed as it flew away. Compared to the slap that almost took his life in the underground world, it was not worth mentioning. Who was it that ascended to the throne of the Dragon Emperor in the end? The Heavenly Book scholar showed a sullen expression as he folded up his folding fan and waved it a few times. That was not possible. If they fought for the position of Dragon Emperor, they would definitely become mortal enemies. As their gazes clashed in the air, sparks appeared. The path of kingship, the Dragon Emperor's throne. The little monk said in his childish voice, choking with emotion. "Ha! The little demonic monk Silver Saber, you finally live up to your name. Ha! It was best to make some things clear in advance. If they were really competitors, there was no need to be secretive." The Heavenly Book scholar, whose face was swollen, stood up in a sorry state. He looked at Xiao Chen and then at the little monk. This was truly an unrivaled combination. Strange. It looked like there was something difficult to say. Along the way, blood dripped from the tip of the saber, leaving behind a long mark. The saber mark vanished, and a saber light soared up like a flame, forming a light screen. However, when the Heavenly Book scholar left the courtyard, he discovered that Xiao Chen, Jiang He, and the little monk completely ignored his existence. Xiao Chen answered honestly, not hiding anything. The two looked straight at each other. At this moment, the two, who were already very close, became somewhat unusual. Xiao Chen picked up the little monk's doo-doo and tied it up like a kitten's bell. The little monk cried out as his limbs flailed about. The combination of these two demonic geniuses was truly unrivaled. Never be surprised when you are with the little monk. Nothing unexpected can happen. This startled the little monk. He quickly stopped flailing about, lying quietly in the bag. Jiang He consoled, "Actually, there is no need to mind it. That ledger of lives is not omniscient and omnipotent. I believe that Brother Xiao will be able to achieve what you want and find peace of mind. Go ahead and do what you want to do. There is no need to stop." Jiang He revealed a mocking smile. However, he did not know whether he was mocking himself or Xiao Chen. "The moment I switched the heaven-bewildering formation to the heaven-sealing formation, it could no longer stop the heavenly mystery tower's great sages from divining. If there is any trouble later, don't blame it on me." When that person turned around, the scene suddenly vanished, and the light screen shattered. This made the Heavenly Book scholar, who felt neglected for the first time, depressed. A mysterious phenomenon immediately appeared. When Xiao Chen heard that, he smiled and said, "It seems like you have an unranked bloodline as well. Get up. Stop stepping on my words." Seeing that Xiao Chen was still looking at the moon character on the paper, Jiang He asked out of curiosity, "Brother Xiao, why are you writing the moon character?" "That's not right. I am a curious baby in the first place." Xiao Chen felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. So, he fell asleep and woke up as a baby. Then, he leaped up and landed on the stone table. The scene of two outstanding talents fighting against each other, the indescribable hatred instantly crumbled. It seemed like Jiang He's words contained something that he could not say. After beating up the Heavenly Book scholar for 15 minutes, the little monk's anger subsided slightly. It was not that Xiao Chen was calm enough. He was really used to it. The little monk felt depressed and frustrated. He swung his fists around, randomly hammering Xiao Chen's back. The situation turned even more awkward. Jiang He's expression changed slightly. His smile faded, and his expression turned cold, turning grave. However, just as Jiang He focused, the scene flickered. In the next moment, he saw only a person's feet walking towards the Dragon Emperor's throne. Even though the Heavenly Book of Life had always been calm and unruffled, controlling the situation with a wave of his fan, the Heavenly Book of Life was not able to do so. What do you think? So what if he vomited blood? However, he still could not change the fate of being tossed into the undergarment by Xiao Chen. There were very few bladesmen that could catch Xiao Chen's eye. There were even fewer that he could befriend. However, Jiang He was undoubtedly one of those few. The trouble that the Heavenly Book scholar mentioned had arrived. The scene on the light screen flickered. An ancient throne sat at the end of the continuous steps. Xiao Chen sat down again and looked at the saber mark that the Heavenly Book scholar left behind. Then he reached out and caressed it. Jiang He said, "I'm different." Xiao Chen grunted and vomited a mouthful of blood, showing a pained expression. However, he could not do anything to these two demonic geniuses, one big and one small. He could only hide far away. Are you serious? However, Xiao Chen was certain that the final contenders were the three bladesmen. Xiao Chen countered. He did not want to see such a situation happen. However, sometimes he could not avoid it. Three blurry figures, each radiating a powerful saber intent, held their sabers and ran up the steps with all their might. Xiao Chen's sudden question made Jiang He's eyes flicker. After some thought, he asked, "Can we not bring up this topic?" Jiang He felt slightly startled. He instantly recognized the throne and the steps. Then he anxiously looked at the light screen. Jiang He smiled and said, "You really do not know how fortunate you are. Your physical body has been reforged, and your strength has improved further. Your future potential is even more boundless. Who knows how many older generation experts would go crazy with envy when they see you? Perhaps, I'm different from you?" Xiao Chen looked calmly at Jiang He. Then he enunciated every word clearly, "I never joke around. I really want to be the Dragon Emperor. I am very clear about my inner thoughts and my goal. I will also put in a lot of effort to achieve it, even at the cost of my life. I don't care. I want to become bigger. I want to become bigger." The rage on the little monk's face did not diminish. As he looked at the familiar people around him, they all became giants. Xiao Chen put away the white paper, and the saber mark that the Heavenly Book scholar left appeared on the stone table. Then he looked at Jiang He and asked, "You want to be the Dragon Emperor?" That's right. But Jiang Shan smiled embarrassedly. "Brother Xiao, stop joking." Chapter 1849. The tune was still as gentle as before, as clear as water, as gentle and pleasant as before, as intoxicating as before. There was actually someone who wasn't afraid of death today, and had offended all of these powers. That's it then. What are they doing? To think that they took the initiative to land on the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's warship. Ordinary people would not dare to erase the might of the warship. Visible ripples spread out from the warship, looking like ripples on water, causing space to tremble. Many people with a keen sense of smell sensed an unusual aura. None of the factions behind them were weaker than the Jiang clan. His words were filled with decisiveness, domineeringness, and confidence. With such a background, many experts followed in secret, wanting to see what was going on. What happened? To think that the Jiang clan actually sent out the Purple Thunder warship. The Jiang clan only has 3 of these warships. Practically all these factions had their important treasures stolen. Furthermore, Jiang Chen has been roaming free, embarrassing the various factions long ago. Now that we caught him, we will not let him escape again. With the appearance of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion, many of the cultivators in the city, who were watching, could no longer hold back and soared into the air. Who is the ghostly shadow bandit? Could it be that the ghostly shadow bandit has always been 2 people? What countermeasures do you have? All sorts of startled cries rang out endlessly from below. Everyone broke out in a cold sweat at the audacity of the 2 in the air. Many people could already imagine the sound waves tearing the 2 into shreds, their blood filling the night sky. The rage in Jiang Chen's voice made everyone shudder in fear. Jiang He looked at the warship flying over from the west and said softly, "The Smiling Daughter Pavilion has the deepest accumulations among these factions. However, this is not the imperial capital after all. A warship sent out by a county city cannot be that strong." Jiang He was startled at first. Then, he realized that the only way was to steal the worship. However, the murderous aura contained within was like raging waves that shook the heavens. It's the Jiang clan's purple thunder worship. The deep sound of the war drums startled all the cultivators in Soaring Dragon City. It would be very difficult for a person to escape from a worship. However, if one could use the other party's worship, the situation would be different. However, there was no panic or hesitation in his eyes. The little monk was wearing a red doo-doo, exposing his 2 tender buttocks. However, he was not afraid. This lineup is truly grand. It seems that the various clans truly hate the ghostly shadow bandit to the bone. Yes, First Leader. However, what shocked them even more was yet to come. To the west of Soaring Dragon City, a fortress ship bathed in a jade light, surrounded by clouds and looking like the stars and the moon, leisurely approached. The night was as dark as ink, and the bright moon hung in the sky. People couldn't help but open their eyes to look, wanting to see her beautiful face. No one knew why the Jiang clan was so enraged that they actually dispatched a purple thunder battleship. In the night sky, in the north, a huge battleship burning with purple light was rapidly flying toward this place through the clouds. Although the Jiang clan is not one of the 8 great clans of our dynasty, it is definitely one of the top 3 great clans in the Soaring Dragon County. No wonder, other than him, there's no one else who would dare to offend so many powers. Today, he had made a mistake. What was even more horrifying was that they even beat the war drums. This was something that had not happened in the past few centuries. Damn, it really is the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's worship. It was as if what he said was just a trivial matter. These warships were all as fast as 7-star pirate ships. They were terrifyingly fast. An ancient Jiang character was written on the warship's bow. War drums rumbled on the warship, shaking the surroundings and sounding deafening. Be obedient and don't cause trouble. However, the expressions of those 2 did not change, not showing any change in their expressions. Are they sending themselves to death? Inside the courtyard, Xiaochen looked at the warships flying over from all directions and entered deep thought. It looks like tonight is going to be a tough night. Don't underestimate the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's strength. In terms of accumulations, even the Jiang clan cannot compare to them. Zither strings, flute, pipa, chime bells, guzheng, all sorts of musical instruments rang out at the same time. Ding, ding, dong, dong. The thunderous war drums seemed like they would knock down the lunar palace in the sky. The best part was yet to come. Another 4 or 5 warships appeared in the night sky. It has been many years since I saw the Jiang clan send out the Purple Thunder warship. It was like the 2 figures fell from the bright moon to the mundane world. Before the surging attacks, they were as insignificant as a lone boat in the vast sea. 2 sonic booms rang out in the courtyard. Xiaochen and Jiang He flew into the sky at the same time, traveling 10 kilometers in the blink of an eye. Normally, if one offended one of these factions, one would not be able to escape death. 2 resplendent saber lights burst out of the 2's hands at the same time. Xiaochen picked up the little monk and tossed him into his backpack, thinking of a countermeasure. Jiang He entered deep thought. It seemed like he had underestimated Xiaochen. This person was far more terrifying than he imagined. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, I was the one who brought the heavenly book scholar here. If we are talking about trouble, it should be me who implicated you. He could not bear to watch. Xiaochen turned around and looked at Hope. His eyes were like clear water, calm and unperturbed. It was like a startled swan, and everywhere it passed, it left behind a mist of light. In the night sky, he looked like a jade ribbon falling from the sky, drifting in the tranquil night. What exactly happened? To think that a place of pleasure like the Smiling Daughter Pavilion would send out its worship. In the past, Xiaochen had the heaven-bewildering formation, which could erase the heavenly mysteries, so he did not have to worry about being surrounded and attacked. Xiaochen could vaguely see several young women on the brightly lit warship. They played all sorts of exquisite musical instruments. Their swaying figures reflected hazy jade-green figures in the warship's lights. The problem now was not something that could be resolved by tearing down one warship. Upon hearing this roar, everyone immediately understood why they were here. Buzz! All the cultivators who were paying attention to this scene were completely shocked. This was really frightening. The infant stood on the stone table and looked up at the sky, revealing lofty sentiments on his face. I have to go and take a look. The Jiang clan's Purple Thunder warship was like a resplendent pearl, its burning light rivaling the moon. It's the ghostly Shadow Bandit. Of these warships, which one is the weakest? Xianxia asked. Jiang He was the one who provoked this enemy. It should not be this weak. Anyone with a good eye could tell that the killing intent and offensive power mixed in the sound waves could instantly kill an early-stage holy venerate. Cultivators might be more agile than warships and have greater explosive speed. However, competing with warships in endurance was just seeking death. The Smiling Daughter Pavilion's warship. Standing in the clouds, Xianxia looked down at the surroundings. The crystalline jade warship looked like an immortal boat. However, it was actually extremely fast. However, in the next moment, the sound of two treasured sabers being drawn was even more intoxicating than the beautiful music of countless musical instruments. This cleared up many people's doubts. A cold light flashed in Xiaoqian's eyes as he said, "Snatch the warship." Xiaoqian thought back to the Heavenly Mystery Tower's divine crystal and the mysterious kidnapping of the Heavenly Book Scholar. Big brothers, don't be afraid. I'll tear down a warship and open a path for you. Suddenly, a ferocious roar came from the Jiang clan's Purple Thunder warship, echoing in the night sky. Two people? Ghostly Shadow Bandit, you will definitely die today. Bang. Even from 500 kilometers away, Xiaoqian could feel the strong fighting spirit spreading out from that ancient warship. Jiang He said somewhat helplessly, "Sorry, I implicated you. I did not expect the matter to blow up so much." Regardless of whether it was the handsome white-clothed young man who gave off a cold and arrogant aura, or the gray-clothed young man who had a trace of a cynical smile on the corners of his mouth, neither of them retreated at all. The people who rushed over to watch the commotion looked up. Under the full moon, the two figures looked like they came out of a painting. A cold snort came from the Jade Light Pavilion's warship. A pretty woman on the warship said coldly, "You are seeking death. Just injure them. None of these two people are allowed to die." The warships of the various factions had already locked onto this place and sealed off all the paths. Come. Let's go over and take a look. Jiang He asked. The Heavenly Mystery Tower, the Sun Moon Pavilion, the Thundercloud Sect, and the Jade Water Mountain Manor. They are all the top factions of our Soaring Dragon Market. What happened? The Smiling Daughter Pavilion is a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, with many experts. If there were no experts holding down the place, it would have been overturned long ago. The gentleness